1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Welcome, everybody, to the month of May. It's a special time in the world of diplomacy, as in just a couple of weeks, over 100 players will congregate in Athens for a World DipCon that promises to be an incredible celebration of the hobby's recent growth. And the growth has indeed been global. While the Australian hobby has taken a lot of headlines in recent years for the incredible clip at which they start up successful new tournaments, another hobby on the other side of the world has quietly been gathering strength as well. 2 years ago, Bradley Grace began hosting LeicesterCon, the UK Diplomacy Championship in Warrington, which has been a smashing success already and becomes the host tournament for EDC this fall. And today, the great momentum continues with the return of tournament diplomacy to London. Under the stewardship of Conrad Woodring, the London Diplomacy Club has seen incredible growth after hitting some speed bumps during the pandemic, with over 50 players participating in their bar games last year, which have gone from once every 3 months affairs in 2023 to monthly ones in 2025. That amazing trajectory now continues this weekend as Londoners and travelers alike descend on Sam Brooks Brewery for the first weekend tournament in London in over 20 years. With a star-studded entry list including multiple former world champions and the same scoring system as we'll see in a couple weeks at World DipCon, it's sure to be a fascinating event for your viewing pleasure. Conrad even had the good sense to make Dan Lester the TD, so he's not guaranteed to win. Joining me now to help bring these games to you is an eclectic cast of characters with ample experience and plenty of hot takes. For our token British representative, we have the man who was the most recent UK tournament winner until today, having taken the crown in the Steel Showdown in January, Michalis Kamaridis.
Hello, pleasure to be here.
The man who traveled all the way from Canberra, Australia, just to finish second to Michalis, silly guy, Darcy Morris.
Hey, I won a tournament recently as well, so Michalis may be better, but I'm trying.
Yeah, hung Parliament handicap. I guess that's okay. Fine. And finally, our North American representative, who has won plenty of tournaments on our side of the pond, but hasn't quite cracked the other side yet, Ed Sullivan.
Really? Okay, thanks. Hi, Patrick.
I led with the praise. Come on now. So, we've got a great tournament ahead of us, about 9 boards, 3 rounds of coverage. But first, let's talk a little bit more about how the UK hobby has been doing recently. And Michalis and Darcy, you guys have both been involved in it a fair bit recently with various tournaments. What have you guys noticed that has really made you happy about where things are going right now?
I mean, for me, like the UK tournament, it's really a bit of a resurrection. So it was one of the largest tournaments in Europe through, or scenes in Europe through the 90s into the 2000s, and it sort of started dying off in the 2010s, and it had a sort of the WDC in Oxford in 2017 as like a bit of a crowning glory, great tournament, first tournament I ever went to, along with a bunch of other web dippers like Tanya and Marcus Zylstra. But after that, it just sort of died a death, and the London club formed and was doing all right before the pandemic, but not too big. And then Conrad came over post-pandemic and really sort of reinvigorated that scene. And now the London club is doing very well. They have sort of games about once a month, and this is the first proper tournament rather than just like league game that they've hosted as sort of everyone to get a taster for WDC. I believe there's going to be like 15 to 20 Brits going to WDC at Athens. So it's really testament to the work that Conrad's put in London, and the other tournament directors like Bradley in Warrington, like Chris Walgar in Chesterfield, have put in to get this going again. And now the UK hobby is thriving, and it is delightful to see. And sooner or later, I'm going to start going to more than one tournament per year in Britain.
Great. And Darcy, you spent a lot of time in the UK as a student.
From my side of things, I came over from Australia has quite a large club and tournament scene, so I was very happy and very surprised to see the amount of effort and work Conrad puts in to get these games running in London. He's on every social media you can think of, advertising these and getting multiple boards each month. So he's a very accommodating local club leader. And then on the tournament side of things, Isaac offered to host a tournament just before I left the country, specifically putting it on a date that I could make it rather than Micah making it. So I feel like the UK hobby isn't just thriving, but it's also very accommodating to new players abroad, and it's a great place to be in Europe at the moment for diplomacy.
Great. Well, can't wait to see what the UK hobby has cooked up for us today. It's certainly the culmination of a lot of progress in recent times to grow the hobby. But of course, there are plenty of other events coming up as well, all over the world of diplomacy. So, Michalis, I believe there's an especially big one coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yep, so it is not too late to sign up for World DipCon that will be hosted in Athens, Greece this year in 2 weekends' time, 22nd to the 24th. And Spiros Dovas is putting together one hell of a tournament. He has spent the last couple of years traveling around the world, pitching and advertising to everybody he can think of to get them to come. It's hit over 100 registrations already, and I'm sure there'll be a few late signers coming along. I know just recently Ben Kelman has signed up, so people are still signing up. It is not too late, and come along. It is going to be one hell of a tournament. Spiros has put in so much work and is doing so much to make it welcoming to people. The amount of sort of pre-tournament socializing that he has put together is amazing, and you will have an exceptional time if you come along.
And Darcy, what's happening down under?
So in Australia, we have in the first weekend of July the Sydney Cup. It was the first Sydney Cup was last year, and this year we have new tournament director Tristan Barrett, who is put a lot of effort in to find good venues in Sydney and really growing the Sydney scene. It'll be a 3 rounds tournament just over the weekend. Nothing too flashy in sort of style. So a nice traditional Australian tournament, and in a city that's been lacking a lot of diplomacy over the last few years is finally blooming again.
Great. And Ed, the summer's an exciting time for the North American hobby as well. What's coming up over there?
All right. First of all, Patrick, you're a natural presenter / moderator. You're doing a great job.
Aww.
I'll evaluate you throughout the podcast, but so far, 10 out of 10. Couldn't ask for more. In terms of what's coming up in North America, I think we only got 3 that I mean, there's 4 with Carnage, but that's not really in the summer. So July 8th to 10th, we've got the Diplo Rats, the New York club, having their tournament in New York City. That should be a lot of fun with Johnny, Cedric, the whole gang. Everyone go to New York. It's great weather in the summer. Go to a baseball game. All right. End of July is North American DipCon in Denver. Tournament I'm quite fond of, so I'll be there for sure. It's a great time. Manis, Emmett, and the gang do a fantastic job. It's really super welcoming event. I know Patrick's been. And then August 8th to 10th is Boston Massacre, which I've yet to put on my diplomacy calendar, but Alex is a hobby enthusiast and really cares about the players, and I look forward to attending.
Great. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff coming up. Denver is my personal favorite tournament. Of course, it was the first face-to-face tournament that I went to. So be sure to sign up for North American DipCon if you can. But beyond that, let's get into the London Open. We've got some great games in front of us today. I'm gonna try and make Dipcast work as best I can. We'll see if that actually happens. So
If it doesn't, it's Brandon's fault. That's the rule.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just blame him. But first of all, it says top 10, but it's actually top 9 players here by their DBNI rankings from 2025, not from this current season. So McCullis, what sticks out to you as a name to watch on this board?
Well, I mean, there's an obvious answer to this, right? It's Micah. Micah won almost every tournament she rocked up to last season. Just pretty consecutive dominance. Yeah, it's hard to look beyond her in any tournament, and she obviously made the top board at DBNI as well, narrowly missing out on that one. So Micah had, for the sort of 25 to 26 season, one of the most complete seasons any diplomacy player has put together since we started sort of keeping these rankings and watching them. So it will be interesting to see whether she can do that again this year. Is she did a push for sort of sustained dominance across multiple seasons, or is there going to be a sort of little revert from the peak? Yeah.
Ed?
I'm going to point out 3 players quickly, which is, look, we're on Bradley's home turf. Okay. Bradley knows all the players and he knows how to play. I'm expecting great things for him. Richard Bolton is an up and comer. He's playing press. He's playing, face to face now. He's a little reserved, but they're in England, so he probably fits right in. And then the third player who I've never met, I've just seen the play, is Nastia there. And I keep looking at Nastia and I keep seeing better and better results. I'm excited what the future holds.
Yeah, Nastia's kind of underrated right now. I definitely agree on that. Darcy?
I mean, they're not on this list, but I have seen pictures that Chris Brand is there. I've never got to commentate on a Chris Brand game. I saw he was in his 2016 World Champ attire. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Chris has to bring to the table.
Right, and we've got Claire Bradbury giving us some useful info in the chat. The top 3 of the London House Game League last year was Tom Garrity, who's on this list, George Mork, who's also on this list, and some guy named Darcy. We can probably ignore him. But anyway, speaking of Darcy, I believe you are getting the first break of our stream.
Yeah.
So we will see you in a bit.
Hey, do you guys want to explain the scoring system? Because I don't know what it is, and I'd like to learn it maybe before WDC. So I'm sure one of you two nerds has figured it out.
Certainly, I'll get to that. I'll pull that up now. It is the same scoring system as Ed mentions that we'll be seeing at WDC. So just another reason to pay close attention today. It's going to be a great preview of how people might choose to play in this system. So essentially, it's one of those scoring systems that rewards you for topping the board, but rewards you for doing it convincingly with a high margin of victory. So a solo, of course, a solo gets you 46 points. But as for draw scoring, everyone gets 1 point per supply center. So that's very simple. And then you have a pool of 12 points that is divided between quote unquote dominating players. The board topper will get all of those points if they have a margin of at least 3 centers to second place. Otherwise, there will be shares given out to anyone who finishes within 1 center or 2 centers from the top. And then 3 points are also given as a baseline for survival. So very much a get in the lead, stay in the lead, stretch out that lead system. And we are year limited as well to 1909, it is worth noting. So it's not quite the traditional European 1907 game, nor is it the time unlimited North American in Slugfest. It is very
so on
much...
this board dominate. Oh, go ahead.
I was to say, what happens if there's a shared top?
If there's a shared top, I believe each player gets a split of what the topper would otherwise get. So they still get the points for their centers, but then in that pool of 12 points, they evenly split the points between them, the share that they would usually get. And then if someone finishes within 1 or 2 centers of them, they get the same share as they otherwise would.
This board dominating thing for players, or so placement actually matters, second, third, fourth. So we might see people, fighting for mid-level positions.
Yeah. Although even if you finish 4th, you still get bonus points if you finish again within 1 or 2 centers of the topper. So it's not so much placement as it is proximity, but same idea.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So now we're going to go ahead and once again open up Dipcast, which works perfectly every single time, I swear, and go into round 1, board A. Okay. And Ed, how about you introduce our players here?
I don't know any of them. Marvin, we got Marvin in Austria. Nigel, great name in England. Tom Garrity. I know Tom Garrity in Houston. He's playing France. I don't know. Andrew in Germany. Nastia. I know Nastia. Italy. Gunter in Russia. And Graham. What an English name. Graham Dent. Turkey.
I think we should give a certain call out here. So Gunter has won multiple British tournaments in the last few years at Spirecon, I believe. He's definitely won it once. I think he's won it twice. I may be wrong there. But yeah, Gunter, very good player. And also Marvin is the person who initially founded the London Diplomacy Club. Hasn't played a lot since the pandemic, but was big in the sort of late 2010s. And I believe finished runner-up at WDC Oxford in 2017.
Yeah, I was told this is Marvin's first tournament appearance in several years. So another exciting storyline to keep track of. We'll see how well he shakes off the rust as we get into the board here. And we're going to go ahead and do a spring-fall split here. So Ed, you'll take the spring turns. McCallus, you'll take the fall, starting with spring of 1901.
Trying to do better with my analyses here. So we see Russia going north. That's the first thing I noticed. England, Germany, pretty standard. Burgundy, DMZ, so all friendly in the west. Poor Nastia. Nastia, I was picking you, and then a NMR in spring 1901 sucks, but it might be a backstabber error because I know that there were a lot of sandboxing issues. So we might see Italian units somewhere else. And then the Russian-Turkish cooperation is quite interesting here with no bounce in black, showing a high level of trust between Gunter and Graham, the G2 alliance.
All right. McCallus?
Yeah. So as Ed said, it was a backstabber error for Italy. You see that Italy did get some moves in that they do convoy over to Tunis, sort of traditional Lepanto convoy, which is nice for when you've got a potential RT coming. Does, however, mean that Turkey has got straight into the Aegean Sea in spring, in fall of 01 rather, and Russia is in Ukraine rather than going to Galicia. So potential friendliness between Austria and Russia as well. Looks like Gunter has a lot of early friends, which is nice. The West, meanwhile, England is charging straight at Russia with everything, so not all going Gunter's way. You see a convoy to Norway, you see fleet to Barents. This is usually a side of a Western Triple. Whether France and Germany are actually on the Western Triple is a different question. There's bounce in Belgium. Doesn't look like everything is agreed between them just yet. The builds will say a lot. Do we see a fleet in Marseille and push into the bed from France, or do we see FG deciding, you go do that, England, but I'm not going that way yet?
I'm not sure it is a Western Triple. You would normally, and I don't think McCallus is either, because normally you would see the French fleet in Spain, not Portugal. You would maybe see Germany get 3 builds. You would maybe see Germany bounce Sweden. So this might be a English adventurism. We'll find out soon enough. And then we do see Turkey here getting into the Aegean in fall 1901. Here, which is quite curious. Russia gets 2 builds just at the time England is going full throat against it. So that is felicitous for England.
Yeah, we got a question from Manitoban Empire in the chat here. Was the Trios loan as normal when Marvin was in their prime? And the answer to that, if his prime was mostly the 2010s, that would be no. The Trieste loan is more of a post-COVID development within the hobby. So, Michalis, if you're Austria here and you're maybe seeing a potential Western triple and Russia's under fire, how are you approaching your relationship with Italy at this point? If he's trying to maybe propose if she's trying to propose maybe an unorthodox strategy in your eyes?
Well, it depends on your relationship with your other neighbours, and it looks like Austria has a very good relationship with Russia. So Fleet Romania is very pro-Austrian, and now they've got a DMZ in Galicia. So if you've got that sort of relationship with Russia, do you need to be taking risks giving Italy Trieste in your eyes? Especially if that's a new move that you're not that familiar with as being sort of normal. Probably not. And Turkey, yeah, they're in a GNC, but that can easily be flipped into an 80 or an R80 against Italy. I think Marvin won't feel any sort of pressure to work with Italy in a way that he probably would if there was a Russian army in Romania or in Galicia. So I think Marvin will be quite happy with how 1901 went.
I think Russia here is the issue in my mind, because Russia's friendly with Austria, friendly with Turkey, and got a northern issue. So is it time for, I mean, is it a rat, or can Russia really afford to lose a friend in the south right now, given what we're seeing from England? I'll be looking at that.
All right. And as we go into the build phase, we've got England with 1 build, Germany with 2, France with 2, Austria and Russia with 2 apiece, and Italy and Turkey with 1 each, fairly typical. Michalis, what do you see as the most interesting position here to maybe analyze the builds for?
I think the French builds will tell us a lot. I don't expect to see Fleet Marseille. I think, like Ed said, if it's a Western triple, you would have expected Mal to go to Spain South Coast. So if there is a Fleet Marseille, I wouldn't be surprised if it was combined with Fleet Brest as well. I think France is looking at this English position, charging into Russia, and it'll be interesting to see, do they see this as their opportunity to jump in on England?
All right. And according to Neri in the chat, actually, Nostria was not proposing a Trieste loan. It was just an arranged bounce in follow 1 in Trieste. So thank you very much for that info. We always appreciate when the chat chimes in with some extra context, because of course we have no clue how the negotiations actually went, except for what we see on the board. So if we open the builds, there we go. We have a Fleet Trieste in 1901 from Marvin in Austria. So perhaps that bounce in Trieste was just to keep it open for an attack. We also have a Fleet Smyrna from Turkey, Fleet Naples from Italy, Fleet Brest Army Paris from France, and Fleet Kiel from Germany, Fleet North Coast for Russia. So perhaps bad news for England in this case. So let's move up to spring of 1902. Michalis. Or sorry, Ed.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's the battle of 2 3-way alliances, and Russia's in both of them. First thing I looked up was Russia taking Norway here and committing even further north, Germany going to Helgoland, France bouncing with England in the Channel and going to Mid-Atlantic. So we do see a FGR in the north, and in the east, radish behavior, I would say, for the most part. I mean, Fleet Aegean didn't actually need it. I'm surprised it doesn't support Trieste Albania here, but other than that, the moves look very radish. I would say advantage Russia for now.
The moves do look ratish, sort of, but the Austrian moves, they haven't really gone to like Tyrolia and Trieste, which is what you'd expect, especially when Italy has the army stranded on Tunis. So I don't know. I don't know that Marvin. I mean, I think that the fleet is anti-Italian, but I think Marvin is trying to sell it as not being anti-Italian right now, and is trying to slow play a little bit.
Yeah, this reminds me of the game I had at Regatta last year, where I was Italy. Austria built Fleet Trieste in 01, but it seemed like they didn't really intend it to be anti-me. They just weren't quite sure. They just weren't quite sure what to build, and everyone else is building fleets, so why not them? And we might be seeing a similar thing here with Marvin, based on the lack of army movements towards the boot.
I would just like to say one other thing. The Italian moves are somewhat interesting, right? There's no convoy back to the boot. And in fact, Venice goes to Apulia here, suggesting at some level that Italy thinks Austria is on side.
Perhaps. Well, we shall find out perhaps in fall of '02. Nicholas?
And they are correct. So Italy keeps Ionian Sea because of the fleet Albania supporting Naples in. So there is a brace on Ionian with the Turk. There's also a brace on Aegean because Ionian attempted to move to Aegean with Austrian support. Of course, this could all be arranged if Austria is still trying to slow play. But for the moment, at least, if things are not going anti-Italian, England, on the other hand, is not having such a good time of things. They lose North Sea to Russia-German cooperation. France slips into Irish, does not get into the English Channel yet, but not a good year for England at all. Germany is now in Belgium with agreement. Really good year for Andrew. Getting Belgium and North Sea is a great turn for him. Germany in an FGR really needs to make sure they don't get left behind. If France gets all the growth before Germany does, then Germany is sort of stuck in a junior partner position almost for the rest of the game. So Andrew is knowing that he has to make the gains quickly, has done so, and will be very happy with the state of things at the end of '02.
Couple of things. Notice that there's I think this is good play on England's part. There's some sort of détente with Russia here, which is important. And also England, kudos to England for reaching some accommodation, although he does force disband North Sea. I don't believe he's going to get a rebuild here. Or is he? One, two. Yeah. So he can protect Liverpool there. And Austria is playing super cute. I don't know how this works out, right? Friends with Turkey, but Turkey's fighting Italy, but he's not attacking Russia. And so sometimes this will anger allies or your perceived allies. And then I'm really impressed with the German play here, as McAllis mentioned.
Russia has a build because they've got Norway and England's gone away from them. So if this does to flip into an AIR, Russia could easily put down Army Sevastopol right now and charge in on the Turk. So maybe that's what Austria is waiting for.
Is that what you'd go for right now, McAllis?
I think so. I think that getting rid of Fleet Romania, like to get it out into a position to attack Austria, is a lot more effort. Whereas if Austria really is anti-Turkish, which is what it looks like they are, why not jump in on Turkey? You could get Black Sea and Armenia in one move guaranteed, and that is a pretty devastating position.
I also don't quite understand the Livonia move. If I was Germany, I'm not sure I would love it. So Russia's got options.
Certainly. We go to winter '02. Russia has lots of options, and the option they choose to exercise is Army Warsaw.
Yeah.
How would you read that, Ed, as a measure of Russia's intentions at the moment?
I think Russia played board balance here with England a bit, and is going to try and slow down Germany. I don't discount the potential of an air still, right? Because all they have to agree is Romania can go right into the black. Ukraine can go to, Sever, Rum, depending on what's worked out with Austria. So it looks like an air here is my. I bet you both things happen, but I'm not sure.
All right. Well, the third German fleet means that if Andrew thinks something's afoot against him here, he does have options for defense. So let's find out how that situation develops in spring of 1903. Ed.
Yeah. So Andrew self bounces in Baltic, blocking Sweden from going there, but goes to Berlin. So while Russia goes full on against Germany, Russia does get into the black, but not by choice. That may be arranged. One never knows, right? That might be a sneaky way of appeasing the Turk here and making it not look like a stab. If so, that would be quite good. And then England just supports himself. France supports himself in the English Channel and moves away from Burgundy, which at the one hand, you can see the tensions there are reducing, but now you've got issues, right? Because you've got two Russian armies in Prussia and Silesia. And so I guess there's a bit of a guess now on Berlin or Munich.
Yeah, Russia usually doesn't love a French army in Burgundy unless there's enemies at the gates from the east that he needs help with. So that might hinder Andrew's defense, but again, we shall see. Let's head over to the fall.
All right. So in the fall of 03, we see Russia pulls out of the attack on Germany. Maybe they were expecting something to happen, which didn't happen. But whatever it is, they've gone down to Galicia and they've decided that now is the time to move in on the Austrians. It does mean they're going to be down a centre for the year because they've also put the Turks back into Romania rather than taking it themselves. So a really good turnaround from Graham in Turkey. Love to see it. Italy and Austria seemingly just caught a bit off guard. Not really anything going on for them. Austria has come to Bohemia, presumably to help the Russian attack on Germany that no longer exists. So, yeah, good bit of diplomatic work by Russia. He's caught his allies off guard. Now can he take advantage of it? Meanwhile, in the West, great turnaround again from Andrew. So after a spring where things were looking a little bit sus, now he's into London. Russia's got away, and France has still not got anything. So Germany's got a sort of 7-5 lead over France at this point, and seemingly no longer has a Russian problem. It gets into Baltic Sea as well. Yeah, good term for Andrew. Good term for Graham.
I guess Romania was not agreed in spring and got a Russian reaction. This is the kind of game I hate playing in and love calling. So I'm appreciative of the players.
I don't disagree. Interesting to note that London is taken with a German fleet rather than a convoy from Belgium or Holland, which is going to slow the FD down against both Norway and Eddie. What do you guys make of that?
That is curious. I mean, maybe he's got so many armies there. He's got Russian armies, French armies. He's probably a little worried.
Yeah, it may have been concerned that North Sea would get dislodged, that Russia would do something with Norway in cooperation with England. So, because it would have been possible then for like England to move to North Sea and cover Edinburgh if Russia's involved. So that might have been the justification.
All right. Well, we'll see how Germany uses that build in the winter. You would think it's an army from this position, but you never quite know. We also have Russia pulling one, England pulling one, and Turkey building one.
What does Russia build? Disband. Black.
Disband's black. Yeah. Army Berlin, Fleet Wales comes off, Fleet Con. So fairly expected builds from there. McCullis, how would you feel about the Fleet Con in this position as Russia, having just presumably agreed with him to pull Black Sea?
I think it actually does make some sense because you probably want the Turks to have the option of moving Bulgaria forward as well. So you need something that can backfill Bulgaria in that case. So it's better to just have the fleet than the army. The army is more anti-Russian. The fleet, yeah, it can go into Black Sea, but you've got the army in Moscow that gives you a good defensive position if Turkey flips on you. And I think that the Med is not likely to turn into an AIT from here. I think that there are too many sort of fleets in too small an area for that to happen. So you're quite happy for them to keep fighting each other there.
Yeah, fair enough. As Russia, I always love to have control of Black Sea, but of course there is always a time and a place for compromising on that in diplomacy. So we'll go into spring 1904. We'll see if Turkey actually uses Black Sea. They might not. Ed?
So I look at Russia. Russia is just sort of getting positioned going into Bohemia and backfilling Galicia with German help. That's curious. I thought we'd see a move by Turkey for Serbia with Galicia tapping Budapest and then maybe trading Romania. We didn't. And then we do see France convoying to Wales, which is going to be a build, probably Liverpool for France here. And a lot of holds. I mean, admittedly, with 5 fleets in the Med like that, 6 fleets, not much is going to get done and not much is done.
curious set of orders from Germany here. Skagerrak, I don't really understand that. If you're anti-Russian, it's not good because you don't have anything in Denmark, so you're not going to be attacking Sweden. And if you're not anti-Russian, which you seem to be cooperating with them around Bohemia, maybe you will just get into North Sea and go and get Edinburgh. So strange move, Denmark, Skagerrak.
Yeah, if I were Germany here and I fully trusted Russia, I'd be supporting Denmark to North Sea, maybe moving Baltic to Denmark and convincing Russia to go further north as well. The fact that that hasn't happened maybe indicates there's still some lingering mistrust there, but we shall find out more about that relationship in the fall, I'm sure. Michalis, go ahead.
All right, so fall of 04. Well, there is still mistrust of Russia. There's now a self-bounce in Denmark, but this is just sort of giving France time to catch up on England. So Edinburgh is not under threat, and France gets to take Liverpool. Tom will be quite happy with that. Germany has also moved more units away from France, so a good year for France, quietly sort of recovering their position a little bit and getting back into one of the leading contenders on the board. The East, meanwhile, is very chaotic, but it is all coming up bad for Austria. So Russia takes Vienna. Austria attempts to take Romania, but does not succeed because Russia defends Romania. And because of that, Turkey is able to sneak into Serbia as well, as Serbia cannot cut a support against itself. So Bulgaria walks right into Serbia. And Italy moves to Greece with Austrian support, so this is probably arranged as a way to defend Greece whilst moving it. That also doesn't work because Bulgaria is not the supporter, so a nice idea, but not successful execution. And yeah, bad turn for Marvin, good turn for Gunter and for Graham.
What is the Albanian order?
Albania supports Tunis to Greece, I believe. Let's make sure of that.
Yeah. So it's designed to brace a Turkish attack on Greece rather than to actually lose Greece, give it to the Italian.
Yeah. Also, I forget how to do the magnifying glass thing on Dipcast, but it's fun to note that Greece and Aegean both misorder to the wrong coast and thus cancel each other out. That is pretty hilarious. But
it's shift to the magnifying glass.
Yeah, shift. There we go, and then scroll wheel. Okay, there. Yeah, thanks, Michalis. All right. So it cancels each other out. That it's always fun to go for to do a misorder on accident and then get away with it. So probably feeling okay still if you're Turkey here. Regardless, let's head over to winter as Russia gets one build from Vienna, Turkey gets one from Serbia, Austria pulling as a result, France building as well. Ed, once again, as Russia, you've got so many different options here. What are your priorities with this build?
I don't know what's going on between Russia and Germany. I might build Army St. Petersburg here. Maybe another fleet. I don't know. Maybe South Coast. I'm too worried about Germany if I'm Russia, based on what I keep seeing here.
So I think that a St. Petersburg build, whether it's army or if you want to be a bit more aggressive, North Coast, like Edinburgh is potentially up for grabs. There's a way now, if you can get a good relationship with France, that the two of you could start looking at, do we need Germany? And the first steps of that would be getting Edinburgh. So if Gunter is feeling good about his relationship with Tom, I could see a North Coast St. Pete build as well.
All right, then. Let's see what they go with. Army Moscow, very flexible, very conservative, and a fleet in Marseille for France, fleet in Smyrna for Turkey. So boats in the Med seem to be the hot thing right now still, even though Albania did come off on the Austrian side. Going to head into spring 1905 now. And Ed, what do you see?
Well, I see Italy in Vienna while Russia's in Budapest, and Turkey, series of strange orders, but gets Smyrna into Aegean. So that's a positive as my umbrella falls. And then we have Moscow going to St. Petersburg up eventually. France taking London here. Looks like there's going to be a little trade here of Germany's going to get Edinburgh, I guess. but then they haven't worked out the long-term strategy because Russia's gotten Germany to agree to go back to Denmark. So I think the story here is a lot of probably shifting alliances while Italy goes to Albania this time. So I think that we're going to see everything's changing right now on friendship structure. It looks to me to be advantage Turkey and France in this situation.
Yeah, the sense I'm getting here. Sorry, go ahead, Nicholas.
I say there's a very big move here. Munich to Tyrolia, which it gets Germany 2 armies on Vienna, sure. What it really does is Venice is wide open. Italy, because they haven't convoyed back, they've now finally got it out of Tunis, but it's in Albania. The fleet is in Tyrrhenian Sea. There is nothing Italian next to Venice to cover Venice, which means that either Germany has a walk-in or you're trying to get Austria to cover it from Trieste, which they seem to be cooperating. It's possible that works, but this is not good for Nastya at all. Germany being in Tyrolia is a real problem.
Yeah. Speaking of Germany, though, it seems like the agreement they've reached with France is that they're going to get Eddie, but France is going to get the build by going into London behind them. If you're Germany, first of all, would you agree to this? And second of all, do you think that is consistent with the seemingly pro-Russian moves that are happening elsewhere for Germany right now?
I think that it's an extremely pro-French way to sort of divide those dots. So Tom will be delighted that that's the deal. Andrew, yeah, I mean, it does make sense in that the FGR could be continuing, right? Like Germany is progressing south, and if south is the direction that they want to grow in, they think they can take some Balkan dots. You can keep the FGR going. I don't love Russia being in Silesia as part of that FGR, but that is coverable. It's not necessarily the end of the world. But yeah, Andrew is going to have to sort of thread a needle right now if you're going south of an FGR, because it is a difficult but not impossible move to pull off. And if you can sort of survive the early game and get Russia a bit more committed to the south, it's all right. But Russia doesn't have a Black Sea fleet. How are you going to get them to commit that hard to the south? That is sort of a question that does need to be answered, because FGRT, Germany is in a real sort of bind in that position and not being left as the odd one out at the end of it.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we've lost Ed here, but that's okay. I'm sure he's getting something worked out right now with his webcam. In the meantime, let's have a look at how these things develop in the fall, and will Germany's future fortunes become more clear? McCalls.
All right, so Italy does get away with Venice because Austria bounces Germany out of it, so good cooperation there. And for now, at least, Nastya has survived. Russia goes to cover Finland. I think that's not very committal. The key move is that Russia doesn't strike at either Munich or Berlin, so RG cooperation is still on. It's just in quite a pro-Russian manner. Germany gets Edinburgh with French support. France also dives in on North Africa and Western Med, and therefore gets the 2 units on Tunis. Doesn't leave Marseille open for the build, which is a little bit curious and maybe an oversight on their part. I think I would have preferred Gascony to Spain, so you have convoy options whilst being able to build Fleet Marseille, but so be it. And yeah, this is the end of Marvin. So everybody is getting their share of him. Russia gets Budapest, Italy gets Trieste, by arrangement presumably, and Turkey gets into Greece. So thank you for playing, Marvin. Welcome back, but off to the bar with you.
Yeah, it's a bit shameful, I gotta say. He comes back after all this time and you treat him like this. Simply horrific. We also say goodbye to Nigel in England after a long and protracted defense. Any England who survived until 1905 against a determined FG, I'd say did fairly well for themselves. So pick yourself up, Nigel. I'm sure you'll have better fortunes later in this tournament. So I think with those eliminations happening, it might be a good time to play Who Do You Like, as we're about halfway through the game as well. So each of you shall pick a position that you would like to take over if your main objective, of course, is to win the game. Ed, we'll go ahead and start with you.
It's difficult to call this because it's FG versus RT, and where's Italy in this equation? I probably pick Russia here. particularly if I think Turkey builds another fleet. That would be very helpful with Russia to get another build. But I think Russia's going to have to commit against Germany here or think about Turkey. It's going to be difficult to slow play it. But I'll go with Russia.
All right. Ed, your connection's a bit patchy right now, so but we think we got all of that. And McCullis, if not Russia, then who?
France is in a decent position, but the Med isn't necessarily the easiest of theatres to win. Turkey, I quite like the position of Turkey. I think that Italy is sort of about to be attacked from the other direction, which means your fleets are almost certainly going to be able to make a breakthrough into Ionian, and you can start moving forwards. And Russia, yeah, the summit is going on in Scandinavia, even if it's all friendliness. That is 3 Russian units that have been pulled away from the south. Russia doesn't have a fleet in Black Sea. I really like this Turkish position for Graham. So I think if not Russia, then Graham for me.
All right. So Russia for Ed, Turkey for McCullis, and France for Keith Worstel in the chat. So we've got some armchair quarterbacking here from the chat as well as ourselves. Always love to see that. We'll see which one of you is right in due time. But for now, let's look at the builds. It's going to be... Oh, we need to select Dipcast again. It's going to be a Fleet North Coast for Russia, an Army Con for Turkey, Army Venice for Italy, and Army Paris for France. Okay. A lot to unpack there, but seems like the general thrust of this is RT is staying together, and FG most likely would as well. Although, I mean, McCullis, would you rather see a wave here if you're Germany?
I'd rather see a fleet Brest if I'm Germany, honestly. The Army Paris can't do anything against the Italians, the fleet Brest. France needs a third fleet if they're really going to crack the bed. So I actually just don't like Army Paris as a build in general. I don't think that France is about to go in on Germany, and I don't think that they're in a great position to do so, but maybe they're going to. Maybe they're going to go Paris, Burgundy, North Sea, and if they get into North Sea, then that's quite a good move, but if they get blocked, it's not a very strong move. So I don't know. I think that if you're going into the Med, which those 2 fleets have, you want to be able to win the Med. You don't want to just get stuck in the Med, and only having 2 fleets is how you get stuck. So, yeah.
Gunther, we appreciate you providing some background here. He says Marvin was quite demanding in his comms and admitted to being rusty. So perhaps a diplomatic approach that didn't quite work out for him this round. We'll see how he adjusts later in the tournament. But for now, we're still laser focused on this game, and we're going to head into spring of 1906. Ed.
Russia has declared war against Germany. That's what I mean. The pitter patter of the back and forth is over, and Germany and France are still cooperating here. Germany deciding to attack Italy, not quite recognizing, I think, the importance of Italy to ultimately winning the game, because Italy's defending Tunis, and as such, now Turkey can totally advance into Ionian. This is just what Turkey wants. McCullis is, pressing again. I think we might see a trade here of Trieste for Romania at some point, but maybe not. That's the only problem in the alliance. I hope my connection is better, by the way. But it's basically still RT versus FG, with Italy now being anti-FG. So this is good developments for the Juggernaut.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Germany, attacking Italy isn't ideal, but they also need to be sure that France doesn't come in on them as well. So giving France a plausible growth path is pretty crucial for that. I think that the problem really that FG have is that build in Paris. Like, France isn't in a position to win the Med, and yeah, great, they're in Piedmont. That's not really going to be able to do much. Maybe they can take Venice if RT attack Trieste, but if RT don't attack Trieste, then Venice can't fall, or Trioli can be cut by the Russian. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with this. So yeah, the Army Paris build, I really, given that it's just held, I dislike it a lot more now. I think that Fleet Press to Mid-Atlantic just gives you so many more options in that position. Instead, it's all advantage RT now.
And we don't see follow-up. We don't see Gascony to Marseille. We don't see... Paris is just right there. with almost a walk into Belgium if they want it. Almost.
Yeah. And Nastya clarifying that she is the RT's janissary now. That's how she sees herself, negotiating for surviving on a certain number, which is not specified. So, kind of makes sense given given the position FG's put them in, but that could prove very important for deciding how this endgame breaks. Let's continue to have a look at that in fall of 06, McCallus.
Yeah, so this is what I said about RT might not necessarily attack Trieste, and this is exactly it. They don't attack Trieste, which means FG can't take Venice. So that's pretty crucial. Meanwhile, in the north, Liverpool has gone up to Edinburgh, backfilling a German position, which, I mean, it has to be by agreement, right? Otherwise, you're taking Belgium as well, but it's a very confusing agreement. Maybe France is saying, "Oh, I really need a third fleet in the Med. You've got to give me Edinburgh so I can build that third fleet in the Med. Then we can crack the Italian position." And if I'm Andrew, my response would be, "Why didn't you just build that last year?" But yep, good for Tom either way, who can at least stay in competition with RT, who meanwhile sort of just progress positionally, take Albania. Although, yeah, I think if I'm Turkey, I'd be wanting to get a little bit more out of this position, even if Italy is janissarying for me. Do I care that much about France taking Tunis rather than me going and getting Naples? Maybe not. I think that you definitely don't need to take Trieste, but I'm not too sure I'd be this passive on position as the Turks, although at least they're up into Galicia, which sort of gives them a little bit of influence, but also means that Romania is potentially vulnerable to Russia. I think that this is advantage Gunter in that relationship because Gunter is the one building.
I think this is good diplomacy on the part of Tom and France to get this build. I don't quite understand the utility of the build because what you're doing, I mean, Germany now is losing 2. This is huge for Russia right now. I mean, there is not a single disband here that is great for Germany. And he's got to make 2 of them.
Yeah. It seems like a great turn for Russia, to be sure, with the gaining of Denmark. And also, Romania going to Galicia means that there's no free walk into Sev anymore for Turkey to hang over his head. So Ed's pick looking pretty strong right now, but Turkey not too shabby either. France still building, so very open board right now. For the adjustments, we do have 2 disbands for Germany, as mentioned. That's the main development here. France with a build, Italy also with a rebuild because of Albania, and Russia putting 1 down again. Look at that pink line, just +1, +1, +1 each year. Had that little hiccup in 03, but it's been a very stable position for Gunther by Russian standards. I mean, the German polls here, these are going to be really consequential either way, so let's just push through and see what they are. It's going to be fleets, Helgoland and Norway, as another Russian fleet comes down in St. Petersburg. Ed, what are the implications of this?
It's really bad for France and Germany right now, and it's really great for Russia. The army in Edinburgh is pointless for France. France can't hold off the fleets in the south and the north. But, I mean, I can't really blame Germany for the builds because he's worried about his home centers. He's under so much pressure from everywhere that not one single disband here was going to be good.
I think Germany basically they were gambling here. It's, will Russia build Army Warsaw or will Russia build fleets in Petersburg? And if Russia builds Army Warsaw, then pulling the fleets isn't quite as bad, given that one of them is going to go to Baltic anyway. Then France and Germany have enough fleets to hold that position in the north against the one that's in Norway. But because they got it wrong, and instead Russia's built in St. Petersburg, now FG do not have enough fleets to hold the north, even with Russia putting one into Baltic, and now things are looking a lot grimmer as a result. But if Russia had built Army Warsaw, I think that this disband would have been the best of a bad bunch. They didn't, so it wasn't.
Yeah. If you're seeing this, really either of you, if you're seeing this as Turkey, first of all, do you feel like you have to stab Russia before the end of the game to top this board? And second of all, does this development in the north with the fleets, does that speed up your timetable for doing that?
I don't think it. I think Turkey will be delighted to see fleet St. Petersburg. It's not a unit in Russia's core, right? So this is the build Turkey is asking for. If you want to stab Russia or not, you don't have to make that decision yet. You just need to make sure that you start growing through Italy, because what Turkey really needs is Italian dots. Then they can decide, do I need to stab for 1 or 2 Russian dots at the end? But if Russia is getting all the German dots and Turkey hasn't got any Italian dots, then it doesn't matter if you stab Russia for 1 or 2, you still lose.
I mean, they've shown incredible cooperation all the way from DMZ and Black in spring 1901. I think if we see Galicia to Bohemia here, this stab becomes a lot less likely, Patrick. We'll find out, though.
All right. Well, then, Ed, I'm sure you'll be delighted with whatever happens here, since it will be entertaining in spring of 1907.
Galicia holds. But Turkey does get to Trieste, which I think Macaus pointed out was sort of a, like, hey, Turkey's got to grow, Janissary or not. This is just going to happen in Italy. Meanwhile, complete rearranging of the fleets, to my mind, is sort of inexplicable. Well, I guess they were worried that there would be attack on the North Sea, but man, Germany has so many problems. I'd probably give up the North Sea. As Russia advances to Baltic, loses Berlin. Germany backfills Silesia. Maybe Germany thinks he can get it back. And then France is going all in on the Med. It's just there's a ticking time bomb in the north of the board for France and Germany, and they see it, I think, but they'll just lock up the Med as their response.
There's a small oversight on RT's part in not backfilling Silesia there. This is the problem with it. It's the Turkish army in Galicia, right? But do they really think they needed double supports on Trieste? Could they not have done Galatasaray, Budgau? I probably would have been looking at that myself, because Germany now, yes, Berlin is holdable if you use Baltic and Prussia to defend Berlin, but then Warsaw needs covering, and so there's a awkward turn here that if Gunter gets that right, he gets the build, covers Warsaw, everything is Gucci going forward. Gets it wrong, his position can be a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, Venice and Galicia, both kind of unfortunate holds for the East this turn, given how useful they could have been, but still seems like they have the advantage here on this board. We'll see if that persists into the fall. Nicholas?
So Gunter does get it right. Doesn't lose Berlin. There's a self-bounce, or not self-bounce, but a bounce between RT and Warsaw, which Germany doesn't do a hostile support disrupt. And Germany doesn't go all out to take Berlin, so Gunter keeps Berlin. Doesn't lose Denmark, despite risking Denmark with this order set. And yeah. Oh, actually, no, it would have braced if Kiel had supported, so never mind. But no, that's great turn for Gunter, and France walks into Belgium, which might be by agreement or might be France just going for themselves, realizing that Germany is on the outs either way. Turkey gets Budapest, which is almost certainly by agreement, looking at the way all those units have shifted forward. So really nice from Graham. RT is dominating this board, and France, to me, it looks like France is sort of just scrambling to stay relevant with them, which, because it's a time-limited game, can work. If this was an untimed game, RT would roll across this board and France would be doomed, but there's only 2 more years after this, and France's position probably isn't going to be doomed in that time, as long as that fleet in Norway doesn't do anything too concerning. Although it can go to North Atlantic, it can certainly do something against France by the end of this game.
If you were going to do this, though, I'd go Marseille to Burgundy, Tuscany to Piedmont. I would be like, look, we're going to just have a attrition war here, and I'm going to try and catch up.
Yeah.
I'd probably abandon the Italian position. Like, you're not getting Tunis. What are all those units in the Med doing for you? Send them all north.
Yeah, you'd hope Belgium is agreed if you're France, because, of course, if it's not, then Germany and Russia can very easily punish you with Eddy and a number of other annoying maneuvers. So we go into the winter. 2 more pulls for Germany, 1 more for France, 2 builds for the Turk. Gosh. A lot of options here for Graham. We'll see what they go with. Army and a fleet, seemingly the most pro-Russian options there in Khan and Smyrna. Fleet Brest for France, North Sea and Bohemia come off for Germany.
I don't know.
Okay.
I would have preferred to see FleetCon Army Smyrna. Maybe, I don't know, but maybe not. But I think the German disband of North Sea is interesting. Yeah, you can't really hold it, but I almost would have disbanded Bohemia and Silesia and hoped that there would be RT fighting. But what's Germany? Germany's kind of in bad shape here, so what does he care?
Yeah. Well, as France, you're kind of banking on the fact that Turkey supposedly needs to stab Russia to secure a proper top here. So that might be the end state they're playing towards. Either way, we've got three powers tied at 9 with 2 years left to go in the game. Very exciting situation for all of us watching, even though there are some things maybe make one of those positions stronger than the others. Spring 1908, the situation will continue to develop. Ed, how does it develop?
Russia domination in the north while losing Warsaw, Galicia, Budapest. So Turkey's brains made his move. And I would venture to say it's probably a good one, even though Russia will be building, presumably. Well, no, not. I don't know if they'll be building because they can't get Edinburgh. God, this is if I'm Gunter, I'm like, dude, I just gave you Budapest, but okay, that's fine.
Could not say it is, but this could be by agreement. This could be we're covering Warsaw from the German, and then Warsaw will take Silesia in full. And it could well be that Graham is telling Gunter that that's what's going to happen, regardless of whether or not that is what's going to happen. Because of course, Warsaw could also just walk into Moscow and be backfilled. But this isn't guaranteed to be a stab. There's no move on Vienna in spring, and you think that Turkey would have known that Vienna would be open. So
That's
I don't
a fair
know.
point.
This could well be arranged. France is now abandoning the attack on Italy. I think they're just a day late and $1 short on doing it. But Russia hasn't moved to now. France has got in a position to cover, to defend Edinburgh against the two Russian fleets. London Channel, there are still things that they still don't have enough units to really defend this properly, but they're getting back towards the position to do so. And given that there's only 3 more turns, I think Tom will probably get away with it. They probably won't be able to take any more centres.
All right. So Nastya mentioned there in the chat that it was by agreement between Russia and Turkey. But again, as McCallus mentions, you'd be very eager to agree to this, maybe not so eager to uphold it, depending on how you envision the rest of this game going.
I might agree to Vienna. I don't think I'd agree to Warsaw.
Yeah. So we head into fall of 1908. Does Turkey make a big splash here, McCallus?
Well, they hold Warsaw, but they don't take Vienna. So this is by agreement. This isn't a stab. It's not a stab yet, is really the highlight, because Bulgaria to Romania doesn't look that friendly to me with 1 year to go. Not entirely sure why that unit is needed there, but either way, at the moment, no stab. Everything is copacetic there. It means that both of them go up by exactly 1, because Russia gets Munich as well and loses 1. So they are +2 -1, and Turkey is just straight +1. So they are now sharing a top on 10-10, and maybe there's going to be a draw. But you would think not. Russia is still gaining positionally. They've convoyed into Clyde, which is one of the problems that France was facing. In dealing with all these Russian units, but France has got more units up towards the north. They've correctly guessed to go to now with the Mid-Atlantic Fleet rather than Channel, so they are in a good position to actually hold Liverpool still. Things are not that dire for France at the moment, but yeah, they don't have to make some guesses in the final year, but at least they do have guesses. It's not a guaranteed loss anywhere.
Yeah. So I gotta say, the convoy to Clyde, it feels like a mistake that might decide this game, to be honest. Because if there's only 1 year left in the game, right, there's not really enough time to turn that into a center gain. Like maybe you get Eddie in the spring, but it can be retaken, and then you don't have that unit to move back to St. Petersburg next year to protect Moscow. I think Moscow is guaranteed loss now if Turkey wants it, even with the build that they have. So we'll see how that develops. Again, as you mentioned, it could just draw right now if they're happy with where they are. It is the first round, but we will find out together. 1 for Turkey, 1 for Russia. Fairly simple. two fleets, Sev and Ankara, presumably for security with each other. And they draw.
Graham's a better man than I am. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, there is a common narrative in the first rounds of these tournaments. A lot of people seem to like settling for a lesser result, like a shared top like this, maybe leaving a few things on the table just to play the reputation game, show that they're a good ally. It's definitely tempting to take the Sev and the Vienna that you can get here as Turkey, but yeah. Mikalis, would you have done this as Graham?
It's the first round of a tournament. You're looking for a banker store. I don't mind it at all. I think that the problem was really that tensions had gone up a little bit too much to push it to 11-11, which was definitely doable for RT if they weren't this enmeshed in each other. Like, there's definitely an Italian dot that could fall while going for Holland or for Edinburgh. You've got options for Russia there. So they were a little bit too enmeshed in each other to maximize their own center counts while staying in the alliance. That's what I don't like, because this is a really good result for Tom, who gets to come in just behind them, gets some of those bonus points for being closer to the toppers. So that's what I see as the real missed opportunity. You could have got more centers while staying allied. I don't think that there was a reason to stab in the first round of a tourney.
Fair enough. It was a great game either way. I really enjoyed that one. We're going to bring back Darcy now. Hello.
Hello.
And I did not mean to take Ed off, but Ed, we are going to be giving you a break here for this next game.
Wonderful. Couldn't come at a better time. Go quick, fellas. We need to speed this up.
See you again soon. All right. Darcy, any thoughts on that last game?
I mean, I was counting 15. I just came out of a tournament where a 3 gap got you all the bonus points. If I'm Turkey, I'm like, look, I'm going to take the 3 gap bonus points. If you're my ally, we can ally. Just don't put yourself in a position where I can stab you for like 4 centers in the final year and we're good. But I would have given it a bit of a scoring system excuse for taking a few centers there.
Yeah, fair enough. But either way, congratulations to Gunther and Graham on sharing that top. We're going to move over into round 1, board B now. And, sorry, got to remove ad again. There we go. Okay. In Austria, we have Sarp Hangisi. In England, Bradley Grace. France, Gregory Tiberghien-Romer, or something like that. Sorry if I butchered that. Germany, Jeremy Tullett. In Italy, Micah Blum. In Russia, Phil Johns. And in Turkey, Abdullah Hared. Mikalis, who sticks out to you on this board?
You've got Micah and Bradley on the same board, so that's fun. 2 of the biggest names at this tournament. England and Italy, so not necessarily countries that are going to have that close a relationship in the early game, unless there's an old jump on France at the start. But definitely look towards the mid-game to see how that dynamic develops, I think.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to have Mikalis on the spring turns this time. Darcy, go ahead and pick up the fall. And we're going to go right into spring of 1901.
All right, spring of 01 in the West. Pretty standard openings from everyone. Nothing really to call out there. And in the East, much the same, really. You got the old-fashioned sort of Turkish opening with Smyrna to Con, but that's not exactly unusual still. It's maybe 60-40 in favor of not doing that. But other than that, this is ChatGPT draw me a standard spring 01.
All right, then. Let's head over to the fall. Darcy?
In fall, we see Phil picks out that Sweden was going to get bounced, so he decides to say, yeah, nah, Jeremy, I'm not letting that happen, so goes to Baltic and Prussia. That'll be a fun, nice opening that Bradley definitely won't take advantage of whatsoever. Meanwhile, Abdullah manages to grab Black Sea whilst moving Con back to Smyrna, suggesting that Abdullah wasn't exactly sure that he was going to get black, but he wanted to make sure that he would get black at some point in the next 2 years. Meanwhile, Gregory decides I'll let Russia and Germany fight. I'll let Bradley do Bradley things, and I'm going to go to Spain South Coast. Watch out for the Fleet Marseille build, and we could see an early EF.
Yeah, especially with Russia already congregating on the German border. A lot of problems for Jeremy early on in this game. Shows the importance of that relationship between Germany and Russia early on. As we head into the winter, +2 for England since they got Belgium. That's always an exciting one. Darcy, I mean, what do you like building most often as England when you have 2, and what would you build here?
I mean, I think there's an EF, so I'm building Army London Fleet Eddie. If I think I can potentially abuse France's potential lack of experience, then I might put 2 fleets down and see if I can use that to my advantage in the future. But yeah, I just built Army London Fleet Eddie.
All right. Michaelis, any builds that stand out as especially interesting to you on this board?
Russia's only got 1 there. Are they going to trust England and leave St. Petersburg open to really go all in on this German attack? I think the answer probably is yes. I think it's a reasonable thing to do. I think you can definitely lure England into just going after German dots instead. But if they try and hedge it by building in St. Pete, I don't think Russia's actually going to get much out of Germany at all. So, yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what the decisions are. It's going to be double fleets for England, Fleet Brest, Army Paris for France. So perhaps France saying, hey, you can build Fleet London as long as you don't restrict where I can build. Army Rome for Italy. That's the one that sticks out to me. Army Warsaw for Russia, Fleet Con for Turkey, and double armies for Austria. So no flamboyant Fleet Trieste early on this time. Sorry, everybody. We're going to head right into...
Sorry, to say, Army Rome really suggests that Italy does not trust Austria and thinks Austria is coming at them. So that's definitely something to watch.
Yeah, well, it certainly eliminates any possibility of a Lepanto, which I'm sure will be a relief to Abdullah. Spring of 1902, Michaelis.
All right, spring of 02, Italy sends armies north, but it is in fact part of a strange AIR where everybody is going in on Germany. Except England, who decided to go to St. Petersburg after all. So, yeah, Phil did what I suggested, but it didn't work. Sorry, Phil. I'd have been caught out the same way, I guess. Bradley takes St. Petersburg and just pushes forward. Looks all good for EF. Elsewhere, Turkey is moving on Russia with Austrian support, and there's a very weird dipsy doodle going on in the Balkans where Austria puts Turkey into Romania but also goes into Bulgaria, but whoops, this leaves Serbia open, so Romania just retreats into Serbia. So oops, my bad there for Austria and Turkey. But this is still pretty bad for Russia, who is going to lose Sevastopol, has lost St. Petersburg. Yeah, this is why attacking Germany first is so risky for Russia, because either or both of your neighbors can attack while you do it.
Yeah, it's been theorized by Keith here in the chat that Bradley is making nice with France so that they will take care of Micah. But if that's the strategy, then that hasn't quite materialized yet with Spain to Marseille. Let's head straight into the fall here. Darcy, will we see an attack on Italy this time?
No, because we see Bradley did build that extra fleet that I said he could use to go against France, and looks like he is going to use it to go against France, because what's Bradley doing? Bradley saw Russia and Germany fighting, took advantage of Russia-Germany fighting, takes 2, will build 2, one will be a Fleet Liverpool, the other whatever Bradley wants. Meanwhile, Micah gets into Trieste, which will be a very handy second fleet, I will presume, meaning Micah's position is somewhat usable. Meanwhile, Russia gets put into Greece because that's the average Russian dot in winter 02. And Turkey takes Sev and Rum, so will be +1 because Bulgaria's lost. It's a pretty good position for Abdullah, who has a walk into Moscow as well.
Yeah, interesting to note the English turnabout here against France already. Do you guys think maybe this was caused by France insisting on Belgium with that attack and Bradley not liking that, or was Bradley going to do this anyway?
I think it was probably a response to the fact that air was on the line, and attacking Germany here is pretty catastrophic for keeping the air staying. It'll keep the air staying on the line if he attacks Germany.
May also have been a response to France not attacking Italy. They said in the chat that they thought that Bradley was going to send France against Italy. Didn't happen in spring, so maybe Bradley was like, well, what are you actually doing for me?
Yeah.
Bradley might have realized he's losing, like many people lose, the diplomatic battle against Micah.
Yeah. I think Phil is the real winner out of this turn because, sure, he's lost 7 St. Pete, but who needs either of those when you have Greece and O2 as Russia? That is just awesome. So he's
preparing for WDC. He's just getting there before anyone else.
He's got his priorities in order. I don't know about the rest of us. We've got 1 disband here from Russia. Presumably that won't be Greece. 2 builds for Bradley in England. His position's looking incredible already. 1 build for Italy, 1 build for the Turks. Darcy, given that France is under fire from England right now, as Micah, would you feel kind of obligated to go east here and continue maybe containing Turkey?
I mean, yeah, I think Micah can just feed tactics to Gregory while staying in the east. You've got 3 armies already that are pretty committed against Austria. I think you just have to stay east here.
All right, we'll see if Micah agrees with that assessment. The Fleet Naples suggests that she might. We've also got an army con from Turkey and the blasphemous, sacrilegious disband of Greece from Russia. I am so disappointed, Phil. I guess Bulgaria also comes off from Austria. I guess that's kind of significant. And then Fleet London and Liverpool from Bradley. I suppose the Fleet London is sort of forced by the Russian presence in Skagerrak and the potential danger of that, but you'd rather have an army at this point, wouldn't you, in London?
Maybe. I don't think Fleet London's bad by any means, though.
All right. Well, we'll see how that affects Bradley's approach to 1903, heading into the spring. Collis?
All right, so spring of 03, Bradley was guaranteed Mid-Atlantic. This was the problem of France being in Marseille, so Bradley takes Mid-Atlantic, which is nice. Also takes Burgundy, which is a backfill because France has actually got into Munich with Russian support. So Phil is making sure that he punishes Jeremy. He's decided that Jeremy is to blame for all of this having gone wrong. Doesn't seem to care about the East at all, and maybe correctly so. So yes, Turkey is not up to Moscow, but that could well be given the Livonia move to put Turkey into St. Petersburg. And notably, you disband Greece, and then none of the 3 neighbours that are next to Greece actually move into Greece. So Phil's done some incredible work there to make that happen diplomatically. Micah potentially is making some sort of arrangement with Turkey as well. So Turkey backed out of the Med. Micah's gone to Turanian, which means that she can go west if she wants to. AI are back on the line against Germany. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is a sort of whole board reaction to Bradley and an Eastern Quad beginning to form with Micah. Presumably she's getting Greece out of this arrangement or Munich because otherwise she's just losing Trieste and gaining nothing. So, yeah, interesting to see how this goes in fall.
I mean, this is classic Micah board commanding, I think, here. I see an Eastern Quad that's getting formed. It just reads Micah all over it. Given that Sarp, I don't know that well. Abdullah's fairly new, and Phil is pretty minor at the moment.
Yeah, some pretty great coalition building here for Micah. She tends to be good at that. If she is taking the lead here, let's head into fall. We'll find more out about it there. Darcy. The heck is going on here? I think I hit a button in Dipcast. 1 sec. Everything without reveal. There we go.
All right. We see in fall, we see Micah does indeed get put into Munich, but it's not even by the air. It is instead by Germany. Jeremy is doing things, and I don't know how to feel about it. Meanwhile, Phil gets put into St. Petersburg rather than Abdullah getting put in there. That is good, quiet success there from Abdullah being able to do that. Meaning Abdullah will be building 2 here. Meanwhile, Bradley does manage to get into Paris somehow, which will mean that the losses of St. Petersburg and Belgium will be slightly less harsh. And elsewhere, we see a three-way bounce in Greece because everyone should go to Greece. This game is just an example of this. And yeah.
Plot twist. This entire tournament is just an advertisement for Greece.
All in all, Abdullah win.
Yeah. So
yeah,
into
Micah
the winter now.
hasn't gone west. So Micah clearly didn't feel comfortable enough in whatever this eastern arrangement is to actually send fleets west, and Turkey's come back into the bed. So correct read on her part.
Yeah. So we go into the winter here with. Come on. With hold on, I'm struggling here with a bit of technical difficulties, as is customary.
Yeah.
No, I it's not letting me like reveal it. Okay, hold on. Everything with reveal. Okay, there we go. I think we got it now. So Fleet in now comes off for Bradley, probably the most vestigial unit at this point for him. Army Warsaw for Russia, Fleet Smyrna, and a wave for Turkey. What do you think that indicates, guys?
80 is still 80.
Yeah, it's still some sort of rat.
All right. Well, that's going to be a fun little narrative to watch for Abdullah's position, which is steadily getting better and better. In spring 1904, McCallus. Oh. Are you serious? I am so sorry, folks. Show everything. Okay.
Okay, so spring of 04. Well, this isn't very ratty from Austria, at least, who now goes to Serbia, does walk into Greece, doesn't move on Italy. Turkey does what you would kind of expect them to do in this position and goes to Eastern Med, but does lose Moscow to the Russians. They have a retreat to Ukraine, which combined with the convoy to Serbia is quite nice, but if Austria is against them, is a lot less nice. Meanwhile, in the West, Micah now decides that it's time to go in on a Western move, goes to Lyon and Piedmont, which means that she's most likely going to get Marseille. Is also in Burgundy with the support of the Germans who backfill Munich, so nicely done by Jeremy to sort of clear out his big problem that he had in Munich. He has solved that, well done. And Bradley is bounced out of everything in spring, but it is only spring, so Bradley has the chance to retake St. Petersburg if he wants. If Denmark is actually a hostile move rather than an arranged bounce, then Bradley does have some problems. But if EG is still together, then Bradley is in a perfectly good position.
I mean, Kiel moving to Berlin is pretty revealing, I think.
It's great play. It's great play from Germany for sure to relieve that pressure on Munich and get that army going somewhere else. It seems like the thought process for Micah here is that, okay, Russia and Turkey have just done enough to slow Bradley down enough so that I can take French stuff without it benefiting Bradley too much. If that is her thought process, would you guys agree with that?
I think it's more about her relationship with Austria.
I think Micah needs dots for herself as well, right? Like, and if you're not going to get them from Austria, which didn't look very promising, and you're definitely not going to get them from Turkey, and you're not going to be able to hold Munich, then you've got to get dots from somewhere. So, if you've got a good relationship with Germany, then work with them and take French dots.
You know what they say: when you're not growing, you're dying. Into fall of 1904 now, it looks like Marseille will fall. What else falls, Darcy?
Marseille does indeed fall. Micah has her Cold War with Bradley and supports Brest into Paris. Meanwhile, we see Micah and Sarp get on the same side here as Greece supports Ionian to Aegean. So Micah will be putting in a bit of influence against Turkey. Abdullah does, however, manage to take back Moscow because Bradley taps St. Petersburg to take St. Petersburg back. Bradley does also get into Brest, so this is a +1 year for Bradley. Meanwhile, we find out that North Sea was not a stab by Jeremy that turn as he moves Denmark to Baltic. And it will be very interesting to see exactly where Jeremy heads now that he finally has a bit of breathing room for the first time in this game.
Yeah, I'm definitely intrigued by that as well. So he has a build, as does England, as does Austria, as does Turkey, because he has one in pocket from last year. Michalis, I mean, if you're Germany and you're trying to figure out what the heck do I do in this game now that I have some agency, what's your direction?
I mean, the problem with going into France is that England and Italy are already there. What are you getting in France? Yeah, maybe you can blow up the Italian in Burgundy and take Paris, but it doesn't really. It's not really a very promising growth prospect. But Fleet Berlin also makes going and taking Warsaw problematic. So I don't. Honestly, Scandinavia. That's what I want. I want Sweden if I'm Jeremy here, but that's not a very easy thing to get in this position. So I don't know. Maybe you go south, even Munich to Tyrolia, try and do something there. Work with the Turk against the Austrians. Now that it seems like Austria and Italy are attacking Turkey, potential progress there. I don't really understand Ionian to Aegean Sea when Micah wasn't building, right? So. Now you've just got a big hole in Ionian that you presumably just have to immediately go back and cover. This is, I think, a bit of a strange move.
Well, Germany decides a fleet would not be very discreet here, and discretion is the better part of valor. So Army Kiel comes down, as does Fleet Liverpool, as does Army Vienna and Fleet Smyrna. So let's head over into spring of 1905 and see how those builds get deployed. Collis?
All right, so Jeremy has solved the problem of Fleet Berlin by convoying into Prussia. That's a nice little solution. Trusted England wouldn't go to Denmark, and it has paid off. So, well done. Good solve. And now you can go after Warsaw. Of course, Turkey is already in Warsaw, and you're not guaranteed to get it, but hey, at least it's something. Meanwhile, in the West, it looks like Micah is just outright working with England here. So, whatever differences Micah and Bradley had have been put aside, and Bradley is in Paris with Micah's support. Meanwhile, Micah is also pulling Lyon back to Tyrrhenian Sea, as that's the unit that she's decided to cover against the Ionian move with. If Turkey had actually moved to Ionian, that would have been quite risky. There would have been a 50-50, but they didn't, so it's all fine. And Micah is in Bulgaria as the AI makes some progress, and Russia is janissarying against the Austrian as well. So looks like sort of AI versus RT very late on for that to form up, but yeah, see how that goes.
Yeah, the very rarely spotted but appreciated by me EI alliance. So we'll see if that holds between Bradley and Micah. In default, Darcy.
In 4, we see Michalis thought too soon that Bradley and Micah were back on the same side. Should have always known that Bradley and Micah were always going to fight each other on this board. As Bradley gets kicked out of Paris and does get back in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, however, and looked like Bradley was getting ready to put an army in St. Petersburg and was going to remain loyal to helping Micah in Iberia. So Bradley can say he's an innocent man. I don't think Micah can say the same. Meanwhile, in the East, we see Abdullah gets kicked out of Warsaw, which is a tactical blunder because Romania didn't need to be double supported. However, Russia does survive as they get put into Budapest, and Micah still loses Ionian as Greece takes Bulgaria, showing that Micah has probably been stabbed in the east and could have probably done with having Bradley on side as an ally.
I don't think there's a probably about it when Austria has just walked into Venice. I think that is.
I did miss the Venice. Yes,
that takes it above probably.
Maybe we should change our names to LBN, the lead burying network. But anyway, it looks like Turkey tried to turn Austria against Italy, did so successfully, and is now manipulating that to their own benefit. And Phil survives in Budapest as well, so good for him. Into the winter of 2005, another build for Germany, as well as another build for the Austrians, which I believe is a rebuild. So we're into winter 2005 again. No one's dead yet, but I think it's still a good time to play. Who do you like? Because it's fairly open right now. We'll start with Darcy this time.
I still like Bradley. I think Bradley's now got the diplomatic capital with Micah and with Jeremy at the moment. I think Jeremy will continue to commit to holding Warsaw and pushing that way. And I think Bradley will get put into Paris by Micah, as Micah's just been stabbed by literally everybody else, as I don't think West Med was fun either. So I do like Bradley's position. Abdullah has a few holes in his spot, so I think Bradley has the best position. Yeah.
Carlos?
Really hard to pick anyone else. There's a lot of positions. Oh, every position on this board has a big problem with it somewhere. But yeah, Abdullah's potentially got some problems around Moscow, but I think Abdullah could make up for that with Balkan Grove. So I think I would pick Turkey as second best.
Okay. Well, the builds, we'll see what they have to say about that. It's an army in Trieste, army in Berlin, and a fleet Black Sea coming off. Bradley probably breathing a sigh of relief that that's not a fleet over in Berlin, although that doesn't necessarily betray Germany's intentions. We'll find out more about that in the spring of 06.
All right, spring of 06, England jumps down to North Sea, which of course is totally necessary as part of any good EG. There's no reason to not be in North Sea here. Sure. Germany is also in Holland, so there's a bit of tension growing there, but it does mean that Denmark is now vulnerable. Meanwhile, Germany pushes down to Bohemia. Looks like they're going to go for some Balkan dots, and Turkey decides, actually, I don't necessarily need the Balkans. I'm going to go and defend Moscow and walk into St. Petersburg because Bradley's just walked away from it again. Tunis falls to the French, who are now working as a janissary for the Turk, which is just fun, I guess. And Austria also walks straight into Rome, backfills Venice. So Micah is being pretty much decapitated here. This is not really a sort of salvageable position for her. Bradley gets into Paris, gets into Western Med. It's not all right for Bradley. Yeah, he's going to lose St. Petersburg, but I think you're happy overall.
I think Micah's original army Rome build and her original read on Sarp should have been the read that Micah continued with, because Sarp has made Micah pay.
Yeah. Micah, we might be seeing the rarely spotted Micah Bloom elimination here. We'll see how we'll see what she comes up with to pull out a survival here in fall of 1906.
All right, the game continues to go in Abdullah's favor. Abdullah doesn't take St. Petersburg, instead earning goodwill with Bradley, which may prove to be a mistake later in the game. But for now, they take Bulgaria, they take Greece. Their Russian ally stays alive in Vienna, and they now have a deal struck with the Germans. So Abdullah's in a very nice position with a French janissary, a Russian janissary, and a German ally, as well as owning goodwill with England, puts Abdullah in a great position heading into the end game here. Meanwhile, Bradley does what North Sea was always going to be doing, which is stabbing for Denmark. Bradley, I love to see it. Meanwhile, Bradley does manage to keep hold of Paris this time, as Micah doesn't support France back in, meaning that Bradley will be going up +2 as well, maintaining the board top as Micah goes down to just 2 centers.
Yeah, definitely a situation where Bradley has seen an opportunity, and when he sees a really good one, he tends to take it. Also, Phil continues to survive. The fact that that is the case, I think it just means if you take Greece and as Russia in 02, you're just charmed for the rest of the game. It's good luck. Is it irresponsible for us to say that with a small sample size? Yes, but we're going to say it anyway. So in the winter, we've got +2 for England, as mentioned by Darcy, disband for Germany and for Austria, and 2 builds for Turkey. So it seems to be solidifying into a race here between the witches straight up. Let's just see what the builds are. Double armies for England and for Turkey. So both of them indicating their desires to get some more armies in those really difficult to reach inland spots that they often struggle with. So let's find out who wins this race into spring of 1907. Carlos.
Turkey now goes to St. Petersburg. I think they should have done it last turn, but they've realised their mistake and have corrected it now. They also get into Naples with a little sort of rearrangement of units down in the south. Be interested to see whether they manage to keep that, whether AI will cooperate. Austria has decided to let Italy walk to Rome, so it may be that Micah has pulled a janissary deal with Sarp. Other than that, it's not gone great for Sarp. Yeah, he's an Ionian, but Serbia is now at risk. The Turkish armies are coming, and this position is looking pretty bad. England backs out of Western Med to take Spain with Micah's support, so Micah is definitely not on board with France in this position. That much we can be sure of. France has a retreat to Burgundy, which could in fact be used against the Germans if Bradley can cut his own janissary deal there. Bradley doesn't do much else, just convoys across to Norway, which covers it against that German fleet in Skagerrak.
I think the 2-army build was a mistake here by Bradley. I think unit efficiency demands a fleet, especially in a time-limited game where it doesn't really matter that the unit composition may be too fleet-heavy. I just think it's been a little bit of a unit wastage, especially with St. Petersburg being lost this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 1909 game. Fleet London going to English Channel is a pretty reasonable move here to get some more pressure on Belgium, I agree.
All right. Well, it looks like Turkey's putting their armies to use in the meantime. We'll see if that continues in the fall. Darcy?
Micah does indeed work with Sarp here to put Sarp into Venice. Not into Venice, into Naples. Meanwhile, Abdullah manages to keep hold of St. Petersburg whilst bouncing Moscow, potentially by agreement, and does a little bit more unit turnaround, convoying Con into Greece, getting ready to mount an attack on Budapest, Serbia, and Trieste. Meanwhile, Bradley pushes Norway into Finland and moves London into Norway. However, does that at the expense of Denmark, meaning Bradley will not be building as the taking of Portugal does not help with adding on those 9 centres. This does mean that Jeremy will be building, however, which will be annoying to Bradley and his momentum in Scandinavia. And yeah, France stays alive in Tunis, and Micah stays alive so far in Marseille and Rome.
Interesting to note that Denmark was retreated off the board, so perhaps Bradley getting the rebuild, trying to get a fleet in the English Channel, and listening to the analysts of the future from his perspective. For the time's sake, I'm just going to try and move us along into winter. We have a build for Germany, rebuild for England, and another build for Turkey, still tied on 9. Fleet Smyrna, Army Berlin, Fleet London. I mean, Turkey is looking pretty army light in Russia, but I suppose there isn't enough of a threat to warrant a more urgent deployment of armies over there. So, in spring of 1908, Michalis, what do you see?
Spring of 08, you see Bradley charging into the Med, as nobody is likely to defend France in Tunis, probably, so why not go and take it? Also gets into St. Petersburg, really sort of cementing his drive for the top. It also looks like he's managed to maybe not disentangle with Jeremy, but it's all looking a little bit like armed neutrality there. Neither of them has a good attack on the other. Jeremy doesn't make a concerted attempt to force North Sea, just prioritizes defending Denmark, and is also still doing something against the Turk with the bounce in Moscow. Maybe Jeremy thinks he's got a chance of taking Moscow. I don't know. But Abdullah gets into Budapest, and Serbia is using those Balkan armies as he would desire. Small oversight lets Austria retreat into Greece. That's not ideal, and is going to be a wasted unit. And Romania. That's a big oversight. There's no reason not to have taken Budapest with Galicia to block against this. So, yeah, Abdullah, right idea, wrong execution, perhaps showing a little bit of inexperience there.
Yeah, especially
Bradley is
considering
in-
Ionian tapped Eastern Med here instead of even tapping Greece, meaning that Serbia still could have been taken even if Greece was the supporter. Just shows that Abdullah, when it comes to a race with Bradley, is probably just a little bit too inexperienced to come out on top in this one.
Yep, Bradley is an excellent tactician, and he can easily win a race against someone he might not otherwise beat just because he minimizes his mistakes. He's very good at that. As we head into the fall, presumably that trend will continue, but maybe not. Let's find out, Darcy.
I assumed Bradley was going to take Marseille because of Rome's safety, so he does take it. Meanwhile, the deal he's cut with Jeremy must be amazing because he also gets to be the one in Moscow, meaning that Bradley is going up +3 to 12 here. Bradley wants a tournament win before WDC. I don't blame him. Meanwhile, Abdullah refuses to think about all the retreat options of literally everything and takes Budapest, Serbia, Trieste, but will be losing St. Petersburg, Moscow, Sev, and Greece. So a pretty brutal year for Abdullah there. And it looks like this race is probably over.
Yeah, that's a pretty devastating turnabout for Abdullah with the change in Jeremy's attitudes. There might still be a contingency where Turkey can make a comeback, but it would probably involve Germany and Austria and Russia all suddenly agreeing that England shouldn't top, so perhaps a bit unlikely. Either way, we'll see if the next year gets played out. +3 for Bradley, -1 for Micah and Abdullah. Livonia, Piedmont are the Poles. 2 armies and a fleet on the Bradley side. I mean, it's round 1, like we mentioned last board. If you're Bradley here, like, do you play the last year out just to maximize and maybe grab Belgium, or have mercy?
No, I mean, oh, you go.
I was like, you've already got the free center gap that is sort of required by this scoring system, and there is a world where you play this year out, yeah, you get Belgium, but Turkey gets 2 dots or something, and so you lose that free center lead. So I think I just take the draw. Why screw with Jeremy? Points are
Is
there.
this just
You've got
Bangkok scoring?
No, it is. It's a bit similar. Bangkok is more explicitly rank based, whereas this is gap based.
Yeah, this is more like mind the gap. Way it's important to be close to the leader. So the fact that Bradley is 3 ahead means he gets all the bonus points.
Okay. Yeah, it's literally the same score that you'd get in Bangkok for this 12 center with a 3 gap. That's all.
Yeah.
They're certainly similar, but
And the
not
game
quite
does
the same.
Well, I think we sort of covered it pretty well already, but just to recap, Darcy, I mean, what was the theme of this game?
I mean, Bradley took an early lead here. Stabbed when me and Michalis saw the little moves into places like North Sea and North Atlantic and Channel. And I mean, he just kept goodwill with people around him. Even after stabs, and cut reasonable deals with them. And when you offer reasonable deals with people, it doesn't normally matter what's happened earlier in the game if it wasn't too personal. And he's managed to come away with all of France, all of Scandinavia, and half of Scandinavia, and then half of the Russian dots, and has simply outraced the East.
Michalis, anything more to add to that?
I mean, Abdullah played very well, but I think just needs to think a little bit more about retreats. If Bulgaria and Sev are still Turkish here and Turkey's on 10, this game is still potentially there for the taking for Abdullah. Got himself into some very, very good positions, and will probably have learnt quite a lot about how to then convert that in future. So one to keep an eye on.
Certainly. All right, let's bring Ed back. Ed, anything you wanted to add there about our little game here in Bradley?
My pre-tournament pick.
Looking good. All right, so for this next game, round 1, board 3, there's a bit of an issue with it technically, where the sandbox was split into 2. I'm not sure how it's going to appear on the board, but we'll try and cover it in some capacity either way. So these are our players. We're going to give Michalis a break this time around, so see you again in round 2. Can I remove him, please? Yes, there we go. And in the meantime, going back to the screen. Oh my God. This is not a good look. There we go. Okay. Darcy, this is your board. So how about you do some introductions?
So we have Nat Shirley in Austria, Spiros Dovas in England, Chris Brand in France, Isaac Dukes in Germany, Alex Lebedev in Italy, Richard Bolton in Russia, and Alexander Stiles in Turkey. This has a board full of names, and I think I've played with 5 out of the 7 people on this board. So looking forward to seeing how this one goes.
All right, so I'm going to open up the map here. What is it going to give us? It's going to give us nothing. Okay, so I was warned about this. So what I'm going to do here is we do have the sandboxes for this, but it's split into 2. So we're going to switch over here, do something we don't normally do, and go to the raw backstabber of it all.
Going diplomat style.
Exactly, yeah. Ed is going to claim some royalties on this stream because of this. But if we just put it up now, right, is it going to work? Come on. Oh, but technical difficulties, folks. They are a tradition. We can't escape them. Share. Here we go. Okay, now I can add it. Finally. All right. So we have our players here.
We have zoom in
our
potentially.
board. Yeah. So it's allergic to that. The Backstabber website is a bit allergic.
No,
to
you
that.
you can't. Yeah, you have to have.
Yeah,
it.
we're gonna try and blitz through this a bit. So I'm just gonna run through the turns here because this is gonna be really awkward if we try to do it in depth with this formatting issue. So
I like the English opening.
Yeah.
That's
Just
a,
shout
that's
out anything.
what
Who was
shout out
England
anything
again?
Interesting. It is. Oh my God! I'm just gonna switch to sharing the entire monitor here so you can see both at the same time.
we don't
Entire
need to see us.
Yeah. So here
I think
we go.
England is Spiros.
England is Spiros. Yes.
Oh my God.
Players. Okay, there we go. Now we've got
Okay,
the
yeah. Okay, cool.
Sorry, folks.
Yeah, so it looks like probably an early game EG between Spiros and Isaac. Pretty standard in the East.
On to fall.
And fall just looks like a continuation of that, with Chris only picking up 1, and it looks like the East still isn't showing its hands too much.
Into the builds. Double armies.
I think it's Fleet Liverpool, Fleet London.
That's right.
I would prefer the map as opposed to the names. I can't really, to be honest with you. Like my eyes are straining bad.
Okay.
I'm happy to let Darcy do. I'm happy to let Darcy just take over.
Okay. Let's keep
And
powering
then there's
through
a
then.
Fleet Marseille down as well.
Yep.
EG looks like it has collapsed as Germany switches to an FGR. And in the East, literally nothing's happening except I think Austria has stabbed Italy.
To attack on Italy. That's all. Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
All right.
Fleet North Coast.
Army Marseille gets built. Fleet Kiel. Army Vienna.
And moving through.
Looks like we see an AR in the East form as there's a move into Armenia at the same time that Venice is taken. Meanwhile, we see France continues to move up and the FGR just continues to push. So it looks like a good game so far for Richard, who gets into Ankara here, will have a guarantee. No, has no guarantee on Smyrna. FGR continues to push forward, but good defense here by Spiros, not allowing it, meaning the East will resolve probably quicker than the West.
Here we go.
There you
This
go.
helps with readability a bit into Winter 03.
It's like a trip to the optometrist it was beforehand.
Yeah, so Army for Russia. It looks like a very good game for Richard, as Darcy mentioned, so far into 04.
Gets into Con here, will have a guarantee on Smyrna in fall. Meanwhile, gets into Norwegian Sea at the same time as Chris, convoying all the way up to Liverpool, meaning that he has a guarantee. Oh, into Clyde, meaning he has a guarantee on Liverpool. Liam Bennett will be happy to see a Clyde move. And Venice is retaken by Austria, so a bit of dipsy doodling down there.
Nope.
I was going to say, Chris is pretty brave here. Convoying to Edinburgh, which...
While English Channel's sitting there, and there's 3 armies on Burgundy.
And moving away from Burgundy, so...
And Liverpool's not quite guaranteed. It could be braced, but let's find out.
Oh, it's true. It could be. There is a stab, I think, by Austria on Russia. It could be agreed. I'm not 100% sure. As Austria also moves out of Venice and into Rome instead. We'll be building one because they did lose Greece. And Germany gets into Eddie and doesn't take the stab for Burgundy. So Chris's gamble pays off.
We say goodbye to Alex and Turkey.
Army Warsaw probably suggests that it wasn't agreed, but we will find out.
It was not agreed. Well, maybe it was.
No, I'd say that that's them getting ready to push on Romania and Bulgaria. In the meantime, it looks like the FG has decided it's Russia's turn to die, as it looks like they tried to stab Russia, but it was sniffed out by Richard.
I don't know. I think I prefer, if this is going to stab Austria, I think Khan needed to go to black.
And Chris moved from Piedmont to Venice in spring and then Venice to Trieste in fall, as it looks like it was an all holds except one unit by Nat, which has looked like it will absolutely crush his position, especially as it looks like Italy is on Russia's side, meaning that it doesn't matter that the FG is making progress around Norway because there will be 2 builds by Richard. This looks like a Richard board top, most likely.
You know the dogpile in Austria is bad when France is getting involved in it. And that's the end of this sandbox. Into the builds.
I mean, yeah, at the moment it looks mainly like how much does Richard want in the east. He'll give up Norway and Sweden, so it's just, will there be a stab by Chris, I guess, in the west?
I might have gone South Coast here, but that's an interesting build. But he wants to secure the north, so that's fine.
Yeah, I think he's willing to give up Norway and Sweden or something like that.
I think he just wants to hold serve in the north while making gains in the south, but not sure if that'll work out. It does not work out.
All right. The dismantling of Austria continues as Serbia is blown up, meaning that most likely in fall we will see Budapest fall to the Russian. Meanwhile, Chris gets into London. And I assume gets ready for an attack on the boot.
Very nice of Chris to take the Italian support into Trieste and then attack Italy, but
in fall, we see Budapest does not indeed get taken, as instead Galicia is lost, and Richard will be disbanding one. That will not be an easy disband, but it does give an opening for Chris to potentially take the board top. I don't know what game year it is, which is also a bit of an issue.
We're in fall of 06 now.
Fall of 06.
Yeah. So
Chris building 1 and opening Marseille for a build and has 2 on Venice means that could get quite a bit out of the east potentially.
And we say goodbye to Spiros in England. He is great at organizing tournaments. Unfortunately, still is not going to win one, it appears.
I think
Maybe
Italy's
he'll have
actually +2 here as well.
Yeah, maybe he'll have a big comeback in the other 2 rounds. Anything's possible. It looks like, Italy's building 2 from Rome and Serbia, but only has 1 open home center.
Well done, Alex.
Alex Lebedev, if you haven't heard of that guy, it's good.
I played with him in Switzerland, and he was a fun bloke and a good player to play with. Is that a wave from Chris? I think it's a wave.
Yeah. 8 centers, 1, 2, 3. Yep, that is a wave. It's not the craziest thing he's ever done. Spring of 07.
It's relative.
In spring, we see looks like potentially a Janissary agreement being made here between Italy and France. As
he's going to convoy. That's the point.
Yeah, he's going to be convoyed into Albania most likely here. And Russia loses tactics in the north as Norway gets taken by Germany. However, Galicia is taken back as well by Russia, meaning that Budapest should now fall, I think. Actually, no, it can't fall. So potentially we see Greece get taken. We will find out.
Yeah, great tactics here by Isaac to secure Norway without actually giving up Sweden. And in the fall, that remains the same.
Well, there was no convoy. Venice is just retaken by Alex, who will finally get that second build. However, it seems like good alliance hygiene in the north means that Chris gets Edinburgh and will be building 2 if he wants to be, which should put him... Is it a 3-way share for the top going into winter?
Let's have a look at the counts. No, it is not. It is France on 9, Russia on 9, Germany on 8 at the moment.
Okay, yeah. And this is, we're about to go into 08, correct?
That's right. So spring of 1908.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing the FG continues to push forward, and I think France is now definitely going to be fighting Italy here.
It's a curious choice. I know that Chris and Germany are allies here, but with only 2 game seasons, you might have seen a stab here.
Yeah.
I think France has the stab for the top, along with Russia, I think.
And I noted, I think this is Alex Stiles in the chat mentioning we kind of blitz past their elimination. Yeah, sorry, that's bad luck, because this is the technical difficulties game that we're skimming. But don't worry, your other games we will cover in the same depth that we gave to.
We did say goodbye to you, Alex. Good job.
We did say goodbye to you. We'll try and give more feedback next time if they go badly, or more praise if they go well. So fall of 08 now, as these guys continue to jockey for position between FGR.
So we see Chris gets put into Vienna as he loses Trieste. Alex managing to get up to 7 from the position that he has is quite remarkable. As he takes back Trieste. Meanwhile, there is no stab from Chris for Belgium just yet. And I mean, it looks like we're sort of getting to the line. However, Richard does lose St. Petersburg here, which changes it to the FG being sharing on the top and Russia being left out of it.
Well, no, it doesn't. It changes it to FG being so... Oh, sorry, no. France got Vienna in compensation for Trieste. So, yes, that is now tied between France and Germany going into the last year of the game. Could this be the one game in this round that actually goes the distance? We will find out if this loads. Did it better load? Come on, Backstabber. You've been good to us so far. Don't give up now. There we go. In winter, Army Kiel comes on. Fleet Barents comes off. Fleet Naples also comes on because, of course, Italy has some builds in pocket right now. Going into spring of 09. It looks like there is a spring of 09. So
I think Richard has a lot to play for here. He has a potential 3 that he can get. And considering he's not on the top, I think he should go for it.
Yeah, there's definitely an appealing argument. Spring of 09, does he go for it fully?
Doesn't go for it fully, but still gets 2 so far. Crucially, one of them is a French dot as well, as Vienna is taken, as well as Serbia. Meanwhile, Ionian doesn't go to Greece just yet. It just holds, meaning that Naples can't get into there to defend. Meanwhile, we see Isaac covers Belgium, meaning that I think Chris's shot at the board top is gone, and it's just up to Russia and Germany now. But I think Russia has it.
The fact that North Sea has covered Norway here indicates that Germany is not going to be able to force a guess on any French centers in the British Isles. So it looks like Germany is going to play the good ally red to the end here. The question is, will Russia manage to gain enough to surpass them in the fall? They are capable of doing so. And in the fall, do they?
Oh, is that a fumble to make it a shared top between Germany and Russia?
And he doesn't take Greece. Wow.
He doesn't take Greece and loses Romania to the Austrian, meaning that he's only +1, which I think puts him even with the German, meaning that I think Isaac and Richard will be sharing this top.
And we go to the winter to confirm. Time limit has run out. Yes, it will be a shared board top between Isaac Jukes and Richard Bolton on 9 centers apiece, with Chris in a close third with 8, so he'll get some bonus points from the pool for that. Italy also stayed within 2 there, so that'll factor into the point split for all of them.
This was a really well played game by Alex here, managing to get to 7 centers and keeping Russia out of Greece here is not an easy feat, and getting Budapest as well, meaning that the loss of Serbia. Well played game from Alex.
Yeah, that was a fascinating one, fast and frantic. Ed, what's your main takeaway from what we just saw here?
Main takeaway is everyone's playing nice in round 1, which, is a strategy I've employed many, many times, but regrets, I've had a few, and sometimes Richard might regret that, I think, but we shall see. Happy for Isaac, and I thought Alex played well, and good alliance play by Chris and Isaac. Really good, because you don't see that a lot in the last years of a game like this. So,
yeah. So let's head over, see if I can bring up the current scores here.
It's Bradley leading by quite a bit, I think. That was the only lone top, I think.
Yep, but let's just make
and
sure.
And he got the whole gap.
I'm not seeing how we bring up the standings overall here. One sec. Gonna bring McCallus back in the meantime. Yeah, McCallus, do you see how to bring up the the full standings as we have them so far?
Yeah, it's on the control panel just below show top participants by DBNI. It has a standings box.
Oh, here we go.
On each
here we
show.
go.
Make sure it's not the tournament standings. Overall, right?
No, it's not. It's not. So after round 1, this is how things look. Again, as called out, Bradley currently leads the tournament by some margin, 27 points after taking the only sole top, and it was a commanding one with a 4-center margin, so getting all those bonus points as well. Graham and Gunther tied for second place after their share in game 1, and then Isaac and Richard below them as they had to share some more points with Chris and Alex. So an exciting round of competition already. We had one sole top, one shared top with some caveats, and one that was able to separate itself from the competition. So we have a nice spread of scores here already. So let's move right along here to round 2. McCallus, thank you for that tech support, but I'm actually going to keep you out because that was a quick game. So I'll bring you back, or Karthik back, depending on if he gets here, for round 2, board 2. And in the meantime, we are going to swap Ed and Darcy for this next game as we go into round 2, board 1. And here in Austria, we have Richard Bolton, who we just saw share top in the last game. In England, George Mork, who did not play in round 1. France, Micah Blom. Germany, Bradley Grace. This time they're on the same board again, and they're neighbors. Oh boy. In Italy, Tom Garrity. In Russia, Nastya Stiles, who had a bit of a rougher round one. And in Turkey, the wily old fox, once again, Chris Brand. Ed, this looks like an exciting board.
It is, but Micah and Bradley, the first game notwithstanding, have a long history of working together, and George, as England, is quite unconventional in his play. So we might see an FG here if I had to guess. But Turkey and Chris Brand, hard to overlook that. I've been turkeyed by Chris Brand, and he plays an exceptional turkey. I know people talk about his Italy game, but he's more for the East anyways. He likes all that chaos.
Yeah, there isn't. Richard, Tom, and Nastya were all on different boards in round one, so there's no pre-existing beef between AAR that Chris might be able to exploit, but he always comes up with something. So let's find out if he can scratch out an existence on this board. Spring of 1901. Let's get straight into it. Ed.
Standard English and German moves. Russia North again. I think Nastya was playing Russia in the first game. Maybe I'm wrong about that. If I remember, I can't remember. But Russia goes north. Everything's pretty standard here. DMZ of Burgundy. Nothing really major to report other than Russia going north.
I mean, we have Andrew Goff in Turkey, it seems, as well, with the Syria opening.
Yeah. He is always behind those, or Claire's behind them. Claire likes to take credit for that now as well. They both love it. Going into fall now, Darcy.
And 4, we see Sev moves into Rum, which is a classic RT move down under, but perhaps it's more an AR move in Europe. Meanwhile, Nastya moves into Finland, doesn't contest Norway. Yorkshire goes to Wales, suggesting that George may be putting his lot in with Germany. If we see a Fleet London go down next turn. Meanwhile, there is 3-build Bradley, because what does Bradley need except more dots? It could be a Western triple, but I think it's much more likely to not be.
I don't have Micah's diplomacy resume, but I hate this move.
There is a deal that gets made sometimes between France and Germany where Germany will get Belgium with France's blessing, but only on the condition that they build 2 fleets. So I wonder if that might have come into play during their negotiations. In the meantime, we could see 2 triples here once again where Russia is a part of both. Let's see how that develops in the builds. We have 3 for Germany, as mentioned, 2 for France and Austria and Russia, 1 for England, Italy, and Turkey apiece. Let's just go straight into them. Fleet London, Fleet Brest, Fleet St. Pete, North Coast, Fleet Sev. Ooh, so the double fleet builds from Russia. You guys like that?
No, I barely ever like it.
It almost never works out. Austria usually just takes Russian dots when that happens.
Yeah. So Richard certainly has some options here. Has a friendly Russia if he wants it. Also has a fairly open Russian core if he wants that. There are arguments for both, I would say. There's also the Army Smyrna from Turkey, which is another interesting one. Seems more defensive than anything. Perhaps knowing that Russia was going to build aggressively towards them and that they wouldn't be able to secure Black Sea themselves.
I'd like to make just an extra point, but 2 fleets by Russia is extremely dangerous for Russia. Extremely, because you have an army in Finland. Like, you are naked on your units.
Claire postulating that Micah and Bradley just trust each other enough. Bradley can have those 3 builds. Doesn't need to build a 3rd fleet. It's also possible that Micah's a good enough player to feel like a 3-build Germany, no one's usually a handicap, and that's good enough. So
I mean, the other reason that you don't build 2 fleets here as Russia is the fact that Bradley's a 3-build Germany. And now Warsaw is Bradley's if Bradley wants it, and I'm going to guess that Bradley will take it.
Bradley, being an opportunist, no. You never see that. Come on. Moving into... Where'd my cursor go? Moving into 1902 in the spring. Darcy, Ed.
So Bradley just wants Sweden. That's all he does here. Bounces Austria out of Bohemia. Meanwhile, there is AR cooperation. which is really good news for Nastya. And nothing. Italy is not deterred. Italy going in here against Turkey. Convoy incoming, probably.
It's going to be difficult to pull off with those armies there. But
Yes, I think this game is an example of, oh my god, it's Chris Brand. Oh my god, we need to kill him. He's Turkey.
that seems to be how it's playing out so far. Going into the fall, does that continue, Darcy?
In fall, we see another Bohemia bounce because that's all Berlin and Munich are ever going to do, right? Right? Especially as Russia gets no builds, meaning Warsaw will still be there, this time with only one unit needed to be taking it whenever Bradley wants. And Bradley doesn't even have to give up Belgium as he takes Sweden. However, Shock, Micah, and Bradley are working together. George caught unawares and left with a disband as well to make this matter even worse. Meanwhile, Richard gives up the build from Bulgaria to Tom, I assume at least, as Tom moves into Aegean from Ionian, getting ready to look at Con and Smyrna. And
Here's the
Micah's
issue.
going-
I can't come up with a good reason Venice should go to Trieste. Okay, if I'm Richard, yeah, it's a trade, but now I have no place to build, and I don't know why you make that trade. But I guess he really wants to get Italy on side because they're concentrating on Turkey. But it's frustrating. I think if I was Richard, I would not have done that. Good play for Tom.
Yeah, I mean, the argument presumably is that you see the strong FG on the other side of the board, and putting the extra Italian fleet down now will help a transition west more quickly, since the other Italian fleets are more committed to the Turkish front. So that could be an explanation. We also have some context here from Nastya, mentioning she was very trusting of Bradley, as Micah pledged to stab him if he stabs them, and that was discussed between the three of them in 1901. And Sweden for Norway was an arranged trade. Everyone wins except for George, who is quickly feeling the heat of these combined Care Bears' might. We have a build
So
in
it's
Germany.
it's an EGR with 6 units in Scandinavia.
FGR.
FGR with 6 units in Scandinavia. That's not typically the way you see it happen.
They're just slow playing it. It's fine. Bradley's a total alliance player. It's good. It's going to work out. He has a build, as does Italy, and Turkey and England are both disbanding, so not a great game for the Witches. Army Khan comes off. Barents Sea comes up.
I was going to say Army Keel by Bradley. He moves that to Ruhr, and then suddenly Micah can threaten a stab, but what's Micah actually going to do by the time Warsaw gets taken? Especially if Bradley can potentially also get Moscow out of this. I think you lose Belgium, but you gain Warsaw and Moscow. I think that's quite fine if I'm Bradley.
Yeah. Where are those armies going? They're not going to France. It makes no sense for them to go to France.
Does this show your hand?
Well, they're going to bounce Bohemia. They have to bounce Bohemia, Ed.
All right. So, in the meantime, the fleet Naples from Italy, as expected, as we go into spring of 1903. Ed.
Naples does not go to Tyrrhenian, so there goes that theory. And Richard takes Trieste back. Okay. I guess that's because Italy is taking Caen, which is, I guess, fine. But what's Austria going to do here after this? Let's see. Bradley takes the North Sea. Bounces Bohemia, as Darcy and you have been lamenting. I mean, this is a pretty good advantage for Bradley. I'd love to be in this spot.
I mean, the only concern for Bradley is if what Nash just saying is true in the chat, which, I mean, obviously is because it's Nash just saying it, then it seems quite more likely that it's an FR with a G just along for the ride of killing England. So Bradley will have to navigate the post-England death world. So it'll be interesting to see how he does that.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating for Germany to think that the best way to open up a stab on Russia if France is pledged to retaliate is for Italy to distract France's attention, but they're not getting in position to do that. They're going to stay in their own little corner of the world, and Tom is benefiting from that for now. We'll see if he can crack Smyrna open in the fall with Austrian help. Does he? Darcy.
No, he does not get into Smyrna. He does support Black Sea into Ankara, meaning that Nastya will be building, and please, please, please do put that build down, Nastya. I didn't see that she had covered St. Petersburg, so there is no longer as easy of a stab for Bradley. Bradley also does have to give up Belgium in exchange for getting London here, which I think is objectively a worse deal for Bradley. However, it was the only way to guarantee London. Meanwhile, we see another bounce in Bohemia because, again, that's all those armies are ever doing. And it looks like decisions will have to be made next year, especially by Nastya, as she has two builds and both witches are basically dead.
Yeah, Claire has been very complimentary of Chris's defense from this heir in the chat, and he's done quite well tactically. He's very good at tactics, but the heir has responded to him very well. This is notably the only move set that heir could have done that guarantees Turkey goes down to 1, no matter what. So they're not trying to force the extra support on Smyrna. They're just making sure to attack both, and that guaranteed one of them. So good job from them. Good job from Chris as well. But the outcome is pretty clear in the East, as it is in the West, most likely. We go into the builds now. Build for Russia, build for Austria, build for France. So
she can't build a fleet. Thank God she can't build a fleet.
Yeah, Nastya is forced to verify some of the things that she doesn't have to trust about this time by building an army in Moscow or Warsaw. Good wave, to be fair. Good wave. I don't think that's in the cards though. Army Warsaw, sure enough, and a fleet Brest and an army Budapest. I mean, do you really want to see that fleet Brest if you're Germany? Do you think there's an argument for that for Micah from Bradley's perspective?
Deception.
Yeah,
I mean, it gets so wet, but I don't know. I mean, Bradley could get squished like a bug here.
Yeah. I mean, we've already seen that Bradley elected not to build an extra fleet after 02 with Sweden. So maybe there's an agreement they just each keep themselves to 2 fleets in the north, and that's all they need to kill England efficiently. So if Micah's breaking that right now, if Micah's not making that same decision for the sake of the alliance, maybe that indicates a turnabout. But like you guys said, it's deceptive. It's easy to sell in all sorts of different directions. So probably not too committal.
I think Nastya might be about to get AI'd as well, with Tunis going to Smyrna and potentially Rum getting taken. We could be seeing the start of an AI, which could make the decision for Nastya in terms of which triple to go with.
The other thing I want to say is when you build a second Southern fleet, and it is seemingly worked out for Nastya here, ultimately Italy hates that, right? And so it's not just that you made an enemy of Turkey. Italy's like, I can't have a fleet rival at all.
Yeah. So we'll see if that theory bears fruit. There is an argument here to keep the heir together, just so Germany doesn't get too easy of a time swallowing their stuff up in the north, but we'll find out if they agree with that. Spring of 1904. Ed?
Who said AI? Was that Patrick or Darcy?
That was Darcy.
It was me.
Well, you're right. That's what we have here with Romania going, Ankara going, Tunis backfilling to Smyrna. But help is on the way in the form of Bradley. Help. So Bradley has made his move into Bohemia. Not noticeably Silesia here. So still playing nice with Russia. And in fact, Russia's supporting convoy of Denmark to Edinburgh. And Mike is getting to Wales through a convoy. So armies are cheap. You got 4 armies on the English island here. That's hilarious. Brest does go to Mid-Atlantic, North Atlantic not doing anything. So I think we're going to find out really quickly what's happening. Mike could maybe secure Liverpool and drop down into the Med now. We shall see.
Well, the issue is, why is another German army headed over to the mainland? That does not make Liverpool secure at all. And I mean, I think Bradley was expecting to get bounced in Bohemia, or has been saying for the past 3 years, bounce me in Bohemia, otherwise I'll be in there. And this time there wasn't a spare unit for Richard to bounce it with.
Yeah. I mean, what the convoy does, it enables North Sea to support Eddie so that you can just directly double support Wales to Liverpool with now. But yeah, there is a debate to be had about whether that army would be more useful elsewhere, to be sure. Claire mentions Austrian stab on Italy also looked really strong here. I might have gone for that instead. I don't disagree with that, honestly. Venice was kind of wide open, but of course, keeping Russia on side in this position is a little dangerous. You don't know where their true loyalties are fully. So let's find out.
I would like to point out that it is 5:22 a.m. in the morning, and Claire is still up. Whatever you're doing, Claire, you should go to sleep. Watch the stream when you after a good sleep. I'm not that entertaining.
Sure, I'm sure that's it.
Grumble, grumble, stones. Grumble, grumble, glass houses. Something, something. Blah, 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 blah.
The Russian disbands will be interesting. If Russia, after this set of moves, doesn't get Edinburgh or has to disband, maybe Nastia disbands the 2 in the north, and that would be what Bradley wants.
So it's a moment of truth for France. It's already been a moment of truth for Austria, but we could still see some interesting developments there. And a moment of panic for Russia, perhaps. How will they handle that, Darcy?
All right. Well, Russia consolidates their southern position as much as they can and does nothing up in the north, meaning that Bradley and his board top aspirations could very much rely on what happens in this next winter phase in terms of Nastia. Meanwhile, Micah kills off George Mork. Good game, George. It seems with all those holds that you just put in means that you were probably already down at the brewery's pub section having a nice pint. I wish I was there to have one with you. Meanwhile, the AI gets ready, I assume, to fight against the FG as they bounce in Tyrolia. And Richard just made sure that Trieste and Greece didn't remain open for a stab in case Italy got a bit bold. So we shall see what this next stage of the game holds for FG versus AI.
Notice that Smyrna holds and does not, I guess, supporting Smyrna to Ankara while also supporting Ankara. So that's getting a little cute there.
Didn't fully trust that Chris wouldn't work with.
That was a Turkish support.
Joke
they tried to support Italy to Armenia, as a last-ditch effort. But either way, we say goodbye to George and Chris, the 2 witches killed off unceremoniously in 1904. Into winter now, and you know what? This looks like a fine time for a game of who do you like? Ed, who do you like?
I don't like any of them, but I think it's anyone's game here. The disbands. I wish you had asked me that question after the disbands. I think that'll tell a lot. I really don't like Micah going to Portugal here. I would have gone to Spain if you didn't want to anger Italy, but like that's not going to help with Bradley. I see FG tensions. So what does Bradley build? Does he build a fleet here? I think he built. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Army Berlin.
Who do I like? I guess Micah, but not much.
And my apologies to Chris. I incorrectly said that he was dead when he's still in Ankara. Sorry about that.
Not dead yet, as they say in Monty Python.
And Darcy?
I mean, I think it's Bradley because I think Tom is definitely coming west, which means Micah can't feasibly continue to say, oh, I have to keep keeping units up in the north when she's being attacked in the south, which means that Bradley, who has 2 armies that just have to be stuck on the island for at least a little bit, means that Bradley has all the position I think, in this FG, especially when Nastya, I assume, blows up Armenia and Norwegian, means that Bradley will have so much space here to do whatever Bradley wants, whilst the rest of the board fights each other.
It's a better analysis than mine. I think Bradley has the edge. Good job, Darcy.
Humble as usual from Ed. And the why did that happen? There we go. I know everything about this technology. I can use it perfectly. Don't worry about it. All right, the disbands, as mentioned, are consequential, but it's even-handed. Armenia and Norwegian come off for Russia, both fairly sensible, given that Black Sea can't be forced at the moment. Army Kiel build for Bradley in Germany, Army Marseille for Micah in France, Army Rome for Tom in Italy. So the armies are getting very
consistently underrate Micah's diplomatic ability. Army Marseille and Army Rome just would not be happening if I was in France or Italy's position. This would just not be happening. But because Micah's just so good at negotiating that it seems like she might be able to hold off any potential Bradley stab if she's managed to calm Tom's nerves.
You've got to think Austria is going to be a bit annoyed at this, given that Russia's pinned them down on their border. There's a German in Bohemia who's friendly with Russia, and now Italy is building armies next to them. Can't love it.
If I'm Bradley, I'm mad at France. I was already mad about Portugal. Now I'm mad about this build. And like, what's Micah doing here, right? Like, she can't attack Germany. It's her ally. She's not attacking Italy. It's her ally. She made a deal with Russia not to attack Russia. I mean, Micah's got to grow. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we'll see FG war here.
Micah's an altruist. She doesn't care about growth. No. Spring 1905. Ed.
Bradley moves to Denmark. And Marseille goes to Piedmont. So she's kind of fighting Italy, but not putting the fleet in Spain still. It does go to Mid-Atlantic, so there's something worked out with Italy here. Some bizarre play that I'm not capable of.
She's helping Germany fight Italy, but not fighting Italy?
Right. And Austria takes Galicia. Not much more.
I think
Yorkshire pudding bounce.
I think Con goes to Ankara here with support from Smyrna, and Aegean goes to Con to get ready to take Black Sea, which is the only way to really push past this line fully that Nastya holds. I mean, I just don't see Micah's growth anywhere here.
Nastya mentioning that she negotiated the move to Denmark to take Norway off the table for a stab. So well done, Nastya. That's a very astute choice.
I've been wrong about Micah before in this game, and I'm probably going to be wrong about Micah again, but I don't see where her builds are.
As the GR relationship solidifies next to her as well. So might not be the best choice for her, but she's still fairly intact right now. Good position if she wants to do something with it. Will she do anything in the fall? Oh, she will.
I mean, yeah. I mean, not much actually happens. Just like a lot of posturing. A lot of people keeping their cards close to their chest. London's convoyed out of. Bradley's giving up on a stab. I mean, Bradley's lone topping, so Bradley doesn't care. And Micah finally moves fleet out of English Channel and moves down into the Med. I mean, would have been much better if Marseille had been a fleet if this fight was always going to happen, especially as Piedmont's blown up. And, I mean, yeah, there's not much happening.
All I'm going to say is why Ruhr and not Kiel for Holland?
Yeah. This looks like pretty even demilitarization between Micah and Bradley, but there's a threat on Belgium now, and English Channel is open, and London is not under threat. So feels like this is advantaging Germany even more now. Is he going to push that? Probably not yet, but he's not going to stab Russia, surely, if Russia's containing Austria.
It's too early to stab Belgium. He'll do it later.
Fleet Brest, so Micah, that's a defensive and offensive build against Italy if she wants to do that. Into Spring 06. Ed?
Russia gets into Romania. Mid-Atlantic gets into North Africa. Everything else is inconsequential.
Austria's an Ionian to help, presumably.
Yeah.
But that also means there's no potential for a shuffle into black to force that. So Russia's going to keep up that pressure. Now in the fall.
In fall, we see Tunis gets lost for Ankara. So Tom stays the same, but Micah gets the build out of it. Micah also moves out of Belgium to Burgundy, which is probably her giving up Belgium at some point and just not thinking it's actually her dot anymore, which is probably smart anyway. Meanwhile, there's a failed attempt to get back into Romania. There's a failed attempt to get to Budapest and a failed attempt to get into Tyrolia. Marseille holding and not tapping Piedmont is interesting. I think it has to be a tactical oversight here by Micah because there's no reason not to be tapping Piedmont here.
Yeah,
I agree.
McCallus mentioning that it's totally unnecessary for the AI to lose Tunis, but maybe it's a deal for Micah to build Fleet Brest and go north. I can't see that happening.
I mean,
if
if
Micah
that's
doesn't stay in
happening,
Map.
why are you moving out of Belgium if that's happening?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, okay, because it's an agreed top share between So this is just a highly inconsequential game for everyone that isn't Bradley, who already got a good score in round one. I mean, I don't think there's much more Micah could have done. I don't think there's much more Nastya could have done. And it seems like it was just a very cagey game that was just really well done by Bradley. Didn't stab Russia, so didn't incur Micah's wrath, and gave Micah literally every reason just to move away from him, and he maintained a level on that top the whole time through. But I mean, well done to Micah to get her herself onto this top for again, like pointed out by McCullers, no tactical reason to give up on Tunis here. So really well done.
Yeah, Bradley mentioning that he didn't expect Micah to get Tunis in 06, and if she didn't, then this game might have gone differently because he could have cruised to the win instead of having to stab. So fairly sensible perspective when you think of it that way. But Ed, would you have gone through the trouble of getting the sole top as Germany here from here?
If I was Bradley, no. But if I was Micah, I would have attacked Germany with Nastya or something. Like Micah had a bad first game. Bradley is the tournament leader. Why are you enabling Bradley's potential victory here?
The issue is, when do you do that? And how does that not just enable the AI to just completely roll on their side?
It's a fair point, but it's still have 3 game years. I'm just sitting here not worrying about the speculation of the future. Like if I'm Micah, I'm really trying to see what I can do to see if I can get Bradley off the tournament lead and get me a nice top.
Yep. As Bradley loves to say, I've won. That's just the reality. So we're gonna bring McCallus back. It was nice, fun game there. Not quite as dynamic as some others we've seen, but any final thoughts on that before we move on?
It was a game. And Bradley did what he needed to for tournament perspective, and it's not just that he got a good result, but also some of the other people who had shared tops in the first round didn't. So Richard, for example, and Chris, who both had pretty good first round scores, didn't really get him in that game.
A major win for Bradley. Micah's still in the wilderness. His two rivals for the lead get nothing. He's in great shape.
I mean, this puts people like Gunther and Graham Dent in good positions if they can get a result in their game, though. It means they can take up that gap that Bradley got after the first round with Bradley's lone top. So it leaves the tournament open still going into a final round.
Yeah, and as Manitoba mentioned as well, Bradley, he got the big score in round 1, so that allows him to play more conservatively like this, and that led to the safe outcome here that keeps him in a good position.
And how do you feel if you're Richard? Richard gave up his board top. That means you got to do well, and he did okay, but It's got to
He stayed within 2, but so did Italy and Russia, so there's going to be a ton of bonus points there, yeah. But either way, looks like it's Ed's turn for a break, I believe. So we shall see you again soon. And in the meantime, we are going to head into round number 2. Board number 2. So here we go. In Austria, we have Alex Lebedev. In England, Phil Johns. In France, Nigel Pallas. In Germany, Graham Dent. In Italy, Abdullah Hared. In Russia, Isaac Jukes. And in Turkey, Steve Brink. Darcy, anything stick out to you before we get into it?
No, just a few people in very good positions to challenge Bradley's tournament lead.
Yeah, Graham and Isaac in particular. Keep an eye on them.
Yeah, for sure. And they're both going to be neighbors, so it'll be interesting if they, maybe since it's not the end of the tournament yet, they might ally just to make sure they can both get within fewer points of the leader. We'll find out. All right, going straight into spring of 1901. Darcy, take it away.
All right, we see Isaac heads north, and Nigel forces Burgundy, and there is a unit in Tyrolia. So Munich is under threat from 2 separate nations here, and an old school Turkish opening.
All right, into the fall.
Into the fall, and Munich does indeed fall straight away to France, who is free building with the support of the Italian. Usually it's the other way around when Munich falls to FY2 operations, so very well negotiated by Nigel. Not a great start for Graham, but at least he does get Belgium and seems to have probably an English friend. There's bounce in Sweden, convoy to Norway. Looks like they're setting up for a sort of EG against Russia, but yeah, Graham's got some work to do on that front. Meanwhile, in the east, Russia is a no-build Russia, so not a good start for Isaac at all. Bounced out of Sweden and bounced out of Romania. That is not what you want as Isaac, and it's also quite unbalancing of the board in general, in favour of sort of AT. And we know Alex Lebedev, who has won many European tournaments, I believe is a multiple-time European champion, is certainly capable of taking advantage of that kind of thing. So I'm going to be watching Alex pretty closely.
All right. Yeah, Graham had better hope that that bounce in Sweden was enough to endear him to England, because otherwise he already has no friends given the other events of this turn. So we have 3 builds for Nigel. That is the big story in France. Graham still gets 2 in Germany by virtue of Belgium. England has 1. Austria has 2. Italy and Turkey have 1, and Russia has none. So, I mean, Darcy, you've got a ton of freedom here as France, thanks to that support into Munich. How do you use it?
Fleet Brest, Fleet Marseille, Army Paris. And I go after Italy, but that's just because that's the sort of vibe that I have. But it'll probably be Army Paris, Army Marseille, Fleet Brest.
Nicholas, any further thoughts?
I think I build 2 fleets, but I go against England, not Italy.
All right. Well, this turn will give us some info about his true intentions, and it's Fleet Brest, Paris, and a wave. Ooh, okay.
Like,
So
if you're getting Munich, and it's not a holdable center for any nation, basically, at the start of a game like this, use that third build to, like, actually do something at the start. It's basically a loan. Use it to build Army Marseille, move to Burgundy and Picardy and Channel. Like, do something with it. I think this is getting a little bit too cute.
All right.
Army Con is an interesting build. It's a pro IT build, so maybe that's the play that's about to happen here, because it's hard to see what else Army Con is meant to be doing.
Yeah. Speaking of cute things, Army Venice from Italy as well. So Austria, I don't think, is too happy with either of the developments of this winter. All right. Moving into spring of 1902, will France's wave bite him in the butt? Let's find out, Darcy.
All right. Well, we see, I think, an AR form instead, as Budapest supports Ukraine and Romania as Steve tries to go all out against Russia. Meanwhile, we see a failed convoy into Albania. meaning that Alex is picking all the spots this turn and picking them well. Meanwhile, shock horror, Munich wasn't holdable. It seems that Nigel probably didn't realize or didn't remember that you cannot support hold a unit that is moving, and so Munich falls a turn earlier than it really needed to. Meanwhile, Phil continues his adventure up in Scandinavia, trying to get into Sweden and moving into Barents, meaning that one of them should fall if they find the right tactic. Meanwhile, he also remains very conservative, self-balancing in the channel. But yeah.
Nikolai,
I mean, this is
suggesting
looking-
that this is smoke and mirrors for a Western triple.
Is it even smoke and mirrors? England's in Barents. France is sending units to the Med. This isn't really what you're doing if the main target is Germany. So there's no move to Picardy. There's only a self-bounce in Burgundy instead of an attempt to move into it. This is looking very triple-y. The one thing that if it is a triple, there's been an error already because if Munich retreated to Silesia, it has a guaranteed walk straight into Warsaw, and instead it has retreated to Bohemia, where it can do not a lot.
I mean, I did say Fleet Brest, Fleet Marseille, Army Paris, and go after Italy. So maybe they've just done it in a cuter, more deceptive version than I suggested.
Maybe, maybe not. In the fall, what's the development?
Is it my turn or is it
Nicholas.
Yeah.
It's me, and this is looking very triple-y now. So France decides to go to Galicia, does go up to Burgundy, but there's no attempt from Germany or England to attack France. France puts the fleets into the Med, and England is put into Sweden with German support and moves more units up towards St. Petersburg. So looks quite triple-y, and maybe Austria was reacting to that. Maybe Tyrolia is not anti-Italian, or it looks anti-Italian. But this is not a good position for the East to be in if it is a Western triple, because they're all badly enmeshed in fighting each other. There's been no quick kill of Turkey, no quick kill of Austria, and these are some hideous borders to defend against a triple with.
Yeah. Claire mentioning getting all of Scandinavia at this point gives England quite a lot of power. It makes some sense because Germany is building, but they're only getting up to 6 when they should have been there after 01. And England's up to 5 now, so a lot of power for Phil right now. He's got to be feeling good about that. Going into the winter now, England.
I mean, it always. I feel a bit bad for Isaac. It always sucks having a good first round, having high hopes for the tournament, and then you land yourself in a game where you're getting tripled in the second round, and it can be quite rough.
Yeah, I could certainly echo that, but he has a build. He's going to put down Army Warsaw, which suggests maybe he's not going to put up too much of a fight over St. Pete, although it's hard to defend Warsaw from this position as well. And then Army Berlin from Germany, Army London from England, which you would expect if the Western Triple is to continue. So, heading into spring of 1903, Darcy.
We see a bit of a unit inefficiency from the English player Phil as they try and get straight into St. Petersburg with a fleet as well, rather than guarantee that the convoy makes it through. Meanwhile, we see Alex loses Vienna as Budapest walks out to Galicia, meaning it will be very hard to take it back in a way where a retreat is avoided. Meanwhile, Turkey's doing what Turkey does in games where there's a Western triple, and is very annoying as they walk into Sev here. However, they do lose Black Sea because of that. In the Med, there's a bounce in Tyrrhenian Sea, and not much else happens.
Pretty catastrophic for Isaac to lose Sev here. There's not a good disband for Isaac.
Warsaw is also now guaranteeable. There is no brace option, which protected Warsaw.
You would have to think that that Sev is going to go through to Ukraine, but then again, why isn't Romania going through to Ukraine to save Warsaw this turn?
Or if you're going to Black Sea, Romania goes to Sevastopol, or I don't know. There's a lot of things you should be doing, and Sev to Black probably isn't one of them.
I mean,
Rum
just holding is more catastrophic than Sev moving to Black here. It could be offering a support into something for someone to try and make an ally. It could be covering Sev. It could be going back towards Warsaw. Yeah, it's just a little bit of a unit inefficiency that has probably cost Isaac 2 centers that didn't need to necessarily fall.
Alex has a problem with Vienna, but Alex can retake Vienna. Warsaw is gone. Sev is.
I mean, yeah, it just means
but Rum would fall instead.
It just means that there's like position probably lost in Tyrolia, position lost in Galicia, and it's just a frustrating thing to happen.
And this is what the problem was with the East being this enmeshed when a Western Triple forms. Like, if you guys can't get on the same page immediately, the Western Triple can destroy you, and this looks like is what's going to happen here.
I mean, the other unit inefficiency was Denmark not moving to Baltic last turn, which means that it's slightly more annoying to take St. Petersburg, as it requires Norway's support, where you'd really want to be convoying that army over here.
Yeah, maybe Denmark goes to Sweden here to cover against Russia and maybe even out the alliance. We'll have to see. In the fall, McCallus.
Yeah, so that was the deal with Germany gets Sweden, but Phil perhaps tipped Russia off about this. Perhaps this was just great fortune on his part. Either way, Sweden is bounced, but Phil gets St. Petersburg. Germany does get Warsaw, so Germany's fine. Alex does recapture Vienna at the expense of moving out of Galicia. And there is some sort of deal between RT after all. So actually, Black Sea takes Bulgaria, and that is blown up rather than... oh no, it can't retreat. Serbia didn't get into Budapest, but yeah, that is a deal between RT, you'd have to say. Sev just holds, so they've sort of swapped 7 ball. One might question why, but that's not for us to figure out at this time. And yeah, France doesn't get anywhere. France has a problem with their fleet being in NAF instead of Western Med. That's not good for progressing that fleet forward. And the fleets can't really support each other anywhere. So France has a danger of being left behind in this Western Triple. And even the EG, like France attacked Germany at the start and then sort of turned it into a Western Triple, but that probably means EG are likely to be more pro each other than pro you anyway. And you see Germany just sliding Holland to Belgium there. It's lining up the potential stab. If France had actually got into Piedmont, that potential stab would be devastating, but because France is fortunately for them still in Gascony, things are not quite so stabbable, but I don't know. I'd be nervous if I'm Nigel.
Yeah, the fact they turned down that opportunity on Tyrrhenian Sea earlier on is definitely slowing Nigel down at the moment. We got a build for England and Germany again, nothing for France, +1 for Turkey as well, and some difficult disband choices for Isaac, although you'd have to think it would be the fleets. It is not. It is one fleet. He's staying in the south, though. Janissary deal, perhaps?
Well, maybe that means Bulgaria wasn't arranged. It was just incredibly inefficient play from everyone, which... All right, fair enough.
This game so far has had a little bit of inefficient play, but I mean, looking at one of the few players that hasn't been that inefficient, Graham, who is also one of our tournament prospects at the moment, has potentially a guarantee on Paris if Nigel isn't safe with it, and if there is a stab coming in on Nigel, Graham is in a very nice position to take advantage of all of this, especially with the lack of an Eastern alliance.
100%. This is lining up for a very good EG.
Well, the Fleet Eddy, yeah, that's
Fleet Eddy is also sort of yeah. I mean, what's a fourth fleet doing in a Western Triple? Like, leave that stuff away.
Yeah. Isaac mentioning some context here to his disbands. The East wasn't really talking to me, and I had a deal reneged on by Turkey, so I had to try and get the West to keep me alive. So yes, very much a Janissary offer from Russia to the EG or Western Triple, as the case may be. Going into Spring 04 now, Darcy. Oh. Darcy. There we go.
I'm gonna still assume that it's an EG. But Germany didn't want to. Maybe this is England moving by themselves against France. As England moves down into Channel, they move into Clyde again. Another Clyde move. Liam Bennett will be happy. Barents moves down to Norway. Norway moves into North Sea. St. Pete moves into Moscow, which could be taken off of England by Germany in fall, depending on Germany's allegiance between England and France. Elsewhere, we see Russia takes Sevastopol back, and the AIT, which I think is working together, pushes into Tyrrhenian Sea, and Ionian is backfilled by Turkey.
If this is an EG, then Germany not going in on Picardy and Burgundy is curious.
Finally,
Germany going to Livonia is very curious.
And also, Silesia. Like, what's Silesia's long-term idea here? It's just not going to get anything.
I wonder if
Galicia, I can see a reason for Silesia. I do not see a reason for Livonia at all, unless it's anti-English.
Yeah, Livonia makes me wonder if it's a bit of diplomatic outmaneuvering here from Graham, because maybe he promised England to go into Picardy and Burgundy, but now that England's moved and Germany hasn't really shown their hand, they could just turn around and just fight England, take Moscow. Isaac's going to be okay with it.
They could also lose Belgium if that's the case, though.
Why would you not move into Sweden here if you're going to...
Yeah,
like I guess we'll find out in fall.
Just makes it more.
And if you've lied to England, then you've left Belgium hanging in the breeze while lying to England, which isn't really the right way to go.
Yeah, so probably. But then, why would you move alone as England?
I think this is probably a case of England moving by themselves, and Livonia just being a weird move.
That's risky business, though. Into the fall now, McCallus.
Into the fall, and Livonia is friendly, and everything has been worked out so that England gets Picardy. This is about as undevastating a stab as you could possibly come up with on France this year, and not only is it undevastating in terms of taking those dots, but you've actually disbanded Bohemia, the completely out of position unit, so that France gets to rebuild it for defense. So it is hard to come up with a rustier stab than this on France, guys. Sharpen that blade in future.
Maybe they're going for the Rusty Stab Award. I don't know if it's being done at the tournament, but if there is one, then maybe that's an award I should have for Australian Open if I do end up tournament directing that one.
Yeah. Nicola Taille says it is a big mistake for Germany to destroy Bohemia for a rebuild. This, once again, just kind of reinforces my thinking that maybe Germany's not really on board with this stab, and he's just playing the diplomatic game with England.
Then he didn't take Moscow. He didn't do anything with Livonia. Didn't take Sweden. Like, if Germany isn't on board, then Germany should have been gutting England here, and they didn't do that either.
Yeah, Livonia to St. Pete, Warsaw to Livonia, Silesia to Warsaw, Denmark to Sweden. Like,
Norway moved out though, so
Russia
maybe he's
back into Moscow. There's so much you could have done as Germany.
He's opening him up. He's priming for the stab later. Maybe, possibly. Let's see. Winter.
What he is doing is it's giving time for the East to sort their mess out, and Alex is up into Galicia, and if he is working with Russia, then this position is quite good. If he's not working with Russia, then Budapest and Serbia are a bit hanging, but there's definitely options for Alex to get back into this game now that there probably shouldn't have been, because EG could have run away with this with a devastating stab on France.
I mean, I think Russia and Turkey are just straight up fighting with so little units to actually get anywhere against each other that Alex is just trying to block the West by himself. And I mean, it's working so far. In Spring of 5, we see, I guess, the EG is giving a build to Germany. I don't know where that is getting. Oh, I guess Brest is guaranteed. No, it's not guaranteeable. Yeah, they anyway. Moscow is getting taken by Germany at the same time as Germany moves into Burgundy. Holland moving back to Kiel is actually a little bit of a saving grace as Austria gets into Bohemia from behind, meaning there's 2 on Munich there. Meanwhile, in the east, Russia and Turkey continue to fight, getting nowhere against each other. And England lines up on Mid-Atlantic Ocean.
Italy has outlived their use. Yeah,
Venice should just be taken. I mean, Alex could take the control of this east quite easily, and I'm not quite sure why he isn't.
I think you don't do it in spring, but I think taking this turn guaranteeable. And Italy, like all they're doing is annoying France, which is just an LPG. You don't want a LPG. Italy no longer has it used to either Austria or Turkey, really. So I think that this is probably the time to cut Italy out of the game and start making your players, Alex.
Do they agree with you? No. Alice?
They do not, and instead they make an unsuccessful attack on Munich, which is dangerous and leaves you with not very many units because you've still got that hole around Budapest and Serbia. But c'est la vie. Turkey gets Sevastopol with German support at the cost of Ankara, so the Dipsy Doodles continue. And Germany is now pulling Belgium back to Holland, so they're clearly still nervous of the English. There's a lot of inefficiencies on this board, which means that the one person who manages to work out how to be efficient is probably going to be the one who tops the board. And right now, England has done that because they've got both Brest and Mid-Atlantic Ocean in the same turn, which is very good news for Phil. And yes, they gave up Moscow, but they've got a pretty secure border. Germany only has 1 fleet, and you're killing the French pretty quickly. So especially if Italy is going to help speed that process up even further, this is looking very, very good for Phil right now.
Yeah, and Karthik mentioning in the chat, this was preventable in a lot of ways from France. It's a bit of a teachable moment for Nigel that support holding everything, even though it appears to be the most offensive moveset, it is not always the most effective. If you just cut all potential supports into a center that they're trying to take from you, then they can't take it. So if Paris taps Burgundy, Marseille taps Burgundy, Paris and Picardy, Paris taps Picardy, Brest taps Picardy, Marseille taps Burgundy, and Mao taps the Channel, then all of the units that are next to Brest and Paris get neutralized, and you get to stay on 5 for the year, even though you still lose Mao. So
that double tap on Picardy, because the move was from Picardy, it would have worked in this case. But if you do the double tap on Picardy without cutting English Channel, that's how you actually lose Brest and Paris. So
yeah, but if you tap English Channel,
all in. Yeah, you've got to go all in on doing that. You can't sort of hedge and do half and half.
I mean, I'm just over here getting confused by Adriatic. I don't know what that is doing.
Something for Nigel to consider for the future, though.
And Isaac, it takes Ankara but loses Sev, meaning that this East remains unresolved. So this game is firmly in Phil's hands after this turn, and it's just time to see if he can execute it, basically.
Okay. Heading over to the winter. 1 build for Germany, 1 pull for France. Nice and simple. Army on, army off. Paris is going to be lost here. Now seems like it's an okay spot for who do you like? Darcy?
I mean, it has to be England, especially with Alex being determined to get to the line against the West. It just clogs up Graham so much, and I just think it allows Phil to just take his time and get into the positions necessary to eventually nag one off of Graham to take the board top.
McCallus?
It's really hard to make an argument for anyone other than England on this, right? Like, if Germany can get Austria to turn around, then yes, Graham is right back in it. And that's sort of the saving grace there. Austria has really missed their opportunity to take a hold of the East by the scruff of the neck and push for this game. And so, like, what growth do they have? Munich's not going to fall, and unless England comes in with you, in which case England gets a successful stab on Germany and is miles ahead and is never being caught. So I don't know. There's just nothing good for anyone who isn't England, I don't think.
Yeah, it is a dominant position. That's what a one fleet Germany will do sometimes if France is incapacitated.
If Turkey can find a way to actually kill Russia, there's a way back into the game for them to then go quite quickly by stabbing Austria. But that's a big if based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah. Isaac's done a great job of punishing the East by letting EG run wild so far. We're going to try and speed things up a bit now. Spring of 1906. Darcy, what do you see?
I see the RT war continue to go nowhere. It's actually making me just frustrated. Like, I just want it to end. Adriatic moves back to Ionian. I don't know why it was in Adriatic to begin with. And meanwhile, we see Phil move St. Petersburg to Livonia, Norway to St. Petersburg. I guess that's to eventually allow the EG to push towards Sevastopol, and give Moscow through to England to even up center counts potentially. Meanwhile, Brest supports Burgundy into Paris, which is another really good diplomatic coup by Germany to be able to be the one that gets that build. Especially as they're already up by one. So good job, Graham, there. This could be a way Graham wins this board is through negotiation. And Abdullah continues to not exactly help with much, but remain unstabbed. However, we will see if Naples is taken in full, as it is guaranteeable.
You say to give Germany a build. I'd love to know where Germany is meant to be putting that build, because it's very hard to see how they open any of those home centres up. If Holland had gone to Ruhr, then you could have done deal to Holland and opened it for the build, but Holland going to Belgium sort of forecloses that. And
I mean, it's another example of unit inefficiency in terms of Belgium's lost if England wants to stab for Belgium anyway. So you may as well trust England and move to Ruhr to open up for the build.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's sort of a forced tactical choice here to put Germany into Paris right now, because otherwise they retreat to Gascony. If Brest goes into Paris, it's much harder to cover with the fleets, and it's just a lot more awkward. So it makes sense from that perspective, but yeah, Germany, I don't think is going to be opening up a home center for that build anytime soon.
I mean, if that's the case, then why isn't there just a trade for Belgium then?
Yep, we might see it in the fall. Or not, McCullis.
What we see in full instead is some very interesting deal where Germany gets St. Petersburg. By agreement, there's no way to read this as anything other than by agreement, because England has just walked out to put them in there. Germany is giving up Warsaw to Austria in order for that to happen. Again, not too sure why. Turkey has given up on taking Naples when it was guaranteed. Don't know why. Austria finally is going, maybe I need to do something about Italy. So they go down to Trieste and they go into Ionian. So Alex is finally in this game. But I don't know, unless this is an arrangement for a draw with Germany topping by a significant margin, I don't really understand a lot of what's just happened. And if it is an arrangement, I don't know if I'm accepting the draw if I'm Alex now, right? There's now a path for me. I've got to walk into Naples. I've potentially got Venice. I'm probably not losing Warsaw now I've taken it. So even if they've done an arrangement, I think it's a pretty bad time and place to be trying to arrange it.
Yeah, I don't really get this.
I mean, I think I also would like to finally celebrate an order set by Steve here, as I think this will guarantee that Steve will win the war for Ankara and Romania, as Ionian going to Aegean here will guarantee Ankara next year. However, taking Naples also would have guaranteed Ankara next year. But yeah, I mean, this has to be some sort of arranged draw because giving up St. Petersburg here makes zero sense.
It does cause a disband
If
for
Phil
England, though.
or Graham are in the chat, and this game doesn't draw next year, any context given for any move sets that we subsequently reveal would be greatly appreciated.
Either way, it does cause an English disband, though, as well as a German build that will not be put down, French disband, and of course that Austrian build that might inspire a bit of treachery from Alex. Army Budapest does not suggest anti-German
Maybe Romania
intent.
isn't going to be Turkish, but
maybe it'll be Austrian. Yeah, and for England, Livonia comes off. So this is kind of tipping the balance in Scandinavia even further towards Germany. We'll see.
It is, but it's also saying to Austria, if you want to keep this game going, we're not going to be able to do anything about it. Like, I think that's a really bad disband if this was an arrangement to get a draw. Like, if you wanted to force Austria to draw, I think Norway was a much better one.
You were saying,
Graham, I kneel at the throne of Graham Dent because how he has managed to get a 3-center gap top in this game is amazing, and Graham is now leading the tournament, and I just have to say well done, I guess, in a twisted sort of way.
Why? How? Who? When? What? Yeah.
I think Phil has done it because it's his ally, and Phil knows he's not in contention to win the tournament. And I can see why Graham would be able to then work that and say, "Hey, let me have an extra center. It gives me more. I've got a chance of winning the tournament." And so I can see why Phil agreed. I am really surprised Alex took this draw. I guess things in the East had just broken down so much between everyone that they all wanted out of the game. That's the best explanation I can give for why Austria would now accept this draw.
I mean, Austria could also accept it because if that EG relationship is so solid, then all those German armies are just going straight back to the line against Austria, and then Austria doesn't actually really get a chance to do anything. But yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess the loyalties of allies can be stronger than you expect sometimes, for sure.
I'd also like to shout out Abdullah for managing to end this game on 4 when there were numerous times when centers were open and Naples is still here guaranteeable right now. So Abdullah deserves a bit of a shout out for the survival here. Isaac deserves a shout out after a no build 0-1. And being Western tripled for the first part of this game. So, I mean, there's a few people that deserve a shout out for survival. But yeah, I mean, Graham, you're a legendary diplomat, apparently, and I kneel at the throne.
Yeah, that was a very diplomatic win, certainly not tactically forced. So, well done.
I'm impressed with Abdullah managing to pull that out as well, because if there was any thinking along the same lines as we were, like, why is Italy helping France? Why does Austria tolerate that? Then he did a very good job to sell his continued presence on the board. So we're going to do something a bit unusual for DBN, which is substitute 2 analysts at the same time. So, of course, we're going to bring back Ed. And Darcy, it is time for a break on your part. Thank you for sticking it out. We'll be hearing from you again soon. But also, McCallus has decided to bow out and give up his spot to the embodiment of all evil, Karthik Konath, for some reason. Surprise, everybody.
Welcome, baby. Karthik. Happy to be here. We trade out one book for another one.
Happy to be here. Only an hour late. It's fine.
That's on time.
So thanks, as always, to McCallus for going the extra mile and covering Karthik's tardiness. We really appreciate everything you do.
Whoa. I was a volunteer replacement for McCallus.
Well, you still volunteered to come after 2 hours, and then you came after 3. So, But either way.
My friend was going through some stuff I need help.
Either way. Thank you, McCallus. Good luck with your assignments, which I believe
Thank you. See you all later.
Yep. Oh. Yep. All right. So he is going to head off now, and we shall proceed into round 2, game 3.
Perfect.
With in Austria, we have Emmanuel Laliotis, who has not played a round so far. In England, Nat Shirley. In France, Spiros Dovas. In Germany, Gregory That. In Italy, Andrew Kizlyakov. In Russia, Sarp Hangisi, and in Turkey, Gunter Bedson. Mostly mid-pack players from round one in this one, but Gunter is second in the tournament. Ed, what sticks out to you on this board?
Good news for Gunter that he's second place with no rivals for the tournament at the game. Bad news is he drew Turkey.
Yeah, not a great country to draw with a target on your back, but as David Miller has shown us, anything is possible. You can still win from that position, even in the direst of circumstances. So, heading into the map now.
Though
Spring of
doesn't have
1901.
too much of a target on his back given the placements of his current competitors. So let's see what happens.
Well, it's round two. They can still believe they're in it and honestly be right. So, spring of 1901. Ed, take it away.
France has the runaway strategy here.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, standard for England, Germany. Man, every game I've got, Russia goes north. I mean, this is the third game I've covered, and third time Russia goes north. Old school Turkish opening. DMZ of Galicia. And Venice to Tuscany. I can't say I see that much.
Yeah, it's sort of a niche appeal to Austria that also doesn't anger France. I wonder what kind of diplomatic situation came up in their talks that would inspire that. But either way, it's not a bad position into the fall.
It looks pretty Irish to me.
Yeah, Andrew basically said my only enemy here is Turkey. Let me make that clear. And I'm sure Spiros is very happy to see that. I think responds quite nicely by going to the English channel. I think both of them have declared their intents very strongly. Spiros in favor of the Germans, Andrew in favor of everyone besides the Turks. And what I find very, very odd in the East is Sarp supports the fleet into Romania, right? This is something that every Austrian should be excited to see. And what do the Austrians do in return? Bounce him out. I assume this is just going to be an AT, so I understand the theory behind it. But like, if I'm Austria and Russia's putting their fleet in Romania, I'm taking their alliance up 100 times out of 100. In the north, we just see a simple convoy to Norway, as expected, with support, because Sarp did, in fact, open up north. Luckily, the worst things for Sarp did not happen, as they still do get into Sweden and are not bounced out.
Yeah.
Just a quick thing. I'm sorry, Patrick, I stepped over you.
As is often the case in diplomacy, Austria's choice between Russia and Turkey might just depend on which personality they prefer and think they can work better with. That is often the case. And also, pitting Turkey against Russia can be great for an AI as well. So maybe
I was going to say Germany here, right? Which is, if he's cutting the North Sea because he thought North Sea might support Norwegian, he needs St. Petersburg to go to Norway, which it didn't. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because it's a convoy. But by doing all that, you've essentially declared war against England, right? And you got nothing out of it. I would have much rather just gone ahead and taken my 3 builds than do this.
This may have been something diplomatic to show, like Spiros is like, hey, like you're going all in, I'm also going all in, even though his is far easier to back out of than Spiros's is. But like, I guess both of them benefit from being declarative to each other. But I think Nicola hit the nail on the head about what's really harmful is you block Kiel from being an available fleet build, and that is really bad.
Yep, that is one key storyline heading into Winter 01. Germany cannot build in Kiel. The other one is probably that Turkey is in Black Sea, and that might affect what they choose to go for here. You think, well, it's an army if they want to go after Russia, but it's a fleet if they want to keep catering to Austria. So we'll see what direction they go in for that. Fleet Brest for France, Fleet Berlin for Germany, and Army Warsaw for Russia, Fleet Smyrna for Turkey. So sure enough, he chooses to go with the AT build that is maybe a little less efficient against Sev in the short term, but will probably lead to a more stable AT if that is what happens. Any other builds stick out to you here, guys?
Nope.
All right. Spring of 1902 then. Ed, take it away.
Spiros goes to Irish Sea. Theoretically could have retreated there. Instead, doesn't. North Sea, Denmark again cuts the North Sea, so I guess it's good. I guess it wouldn't have been a retreat then. Spiros is digging those armies out, going to Marseille and Spain. Italy convoys back to Apulia. Italy is not declared, but it doesn't seem super anti-Turkey here. And there's a bounce in Romania, and I guess Black Sea was supposed to decide, and Black Sea decided not to decide.
Yeah. Not deciding as a decision in and of itself, though. So very, very interesting choice.
Or
Looks
Bulgaria
like-
could have decided
Yeah.
too, but yeah.
And this is another example of Austria perhaps just not being able to afford holding in place most of the time, I would say,
Yeah.
because now they've done nothing to improve their position. And in the meantime, Andrew has an army in position to do something anti them if they want. Turkey has Aegean, Russia has Galicia. So
Correct.
If you're not-
there's no point support holding Greece, right? Because nothing could attack Greece with a force of 2. May as well send Serbia to Romania and then have Budapest support Vienna to Galicia. That way, like you're trying to make positive movement with your units. But now you're a turn behind and can't really catch up.
you can't afford this passivity as a central power. How much will they be punished for in the fall, Karthik?
Less than you'd expect.
Yeah, not much.
So Ionian supports Greece into Aegean, which just braces the unit essentially. It seems that whatever animosity Austria may have had towards Russia at one point has now been rerouted into an AIR. Kudos to SARP for making that probably work. But on the flip side, actually, it's not really an AIR because I misread. Ukraine goes to Galicia. I thought this was a full backup by the Russians. Nope. This is just a realignment of units that is going to be quite effective. In the West, we see the French moving into the English Channel successfully, really putting the screws towards naturally. The fleet is going to be a really devastating position because Kiel also goes to Helgoland, right? So now you have a potential force of 2 on the North Sea. You have convoy risks into Wales. You have convoy risks into London. You have convoy risks into Liverpool. All the things to sort of be outguessed by NAT, which removes the ability to really easily support the North Sea. In the meantime, I think Sweden miswrites a support order, or maybe they thought that Norway is getting convoyed out to Denmark. Either which way, I know that's something what I thought was happening. Either way, it does not happen. So I think most likely Norway just falls to the Russians by force next year. So
I think that was the deal. I think
Yeah.
it was supposed to be Norway to Denmark, supported by Sweden. It's fine for Russia.
yeah, well, Russia loves that deal. It
Interesting to note
keeps
that-
England alive for a little longer and gives them some nice centers. Allows potential Sweden to Baltic in 1903. I think England really messed up by miswriting that order because given that North Sea held, I'm assuming it's a misorder.
Yeah, it's a bit ambiguous. I'm sure we'll find out more about Nat's real intentions here in the spring of 03. But first, we've got some builds to get to. One for Russia, one for Germany. You would expect it to probably be something like Fleet Kiel Army Warsaw, maybe. Let's find out. Sure enough,
Yep.
Fleet Kiel Army Warsaw. I swear I did not look at those beforehand. Going into spring of 03 now. Is there a real ER? Ed.
Well, there's an R, and the R is in Norway, and the G is in North Sea. Spiros, for all his attempts, is not in Wales. Also, Munich adventurism into Silesia, but we have Italy going to Tiroli here with no follow-up from Apulia. If I'm Emmanuel, I'm really happy that that Italy is on side, so to speak.
Mhm.
And then Turkey, this must all be agreed, I think, is defending what they think is an AI and cedes the Black Sea in the process. It's a pretty good turn for Sarp. It'd been better if his name was Sark, but
Yep,
Sarp,
indeed.
okay.
Sark, like all good to me.
All right. Going into the fall now, can Russia continue to push their advantage? Karthik.
Yes, they can because Sarp/Stark, proves to be a very masterful tactician, just as we'd expect. They go Sweden to Norway to St. Petersburg, like I would have done in the situation. And then they get lucky that Denmark goes to Sweden as well to bounce out the English unit there. This basically guarantees that they were going to keep their units, barring Finland to Norway, and manages to avoid costing them nothing. So huge turn for them there. The South's kind of passive, but they're actually in a position where they can afford to be passive here because, one, they're trying to get Italy to stab, which they successfully do. But then, two, because they have the offensive position on them, they can afford to wait and see what the Germans do and then try to, swing for Bohemia maybe next time and then go for Budapest and Serbia together and really cause some damage. So great turn by Sarp. In the west, we see a successful taking of London with North Sea supports, while Edinburgh goes to Norwegian. Understandable theory behind that, since they assume that the fleets be repositioning that way rather than going for Sweden. But yeah, is what it is.
I would say here that this is where a lot of games go wrong. Italy attacking Austria here, hoping to get two with Greece, is a bit of a stretch. Unless Romania would be cutting Serbia, but there's reasons why Romania really can't cut Serbia.
Yep.
And the typical Austrian reaction here is just to attack Italy and enable an RT, like a big RT here.
Yes.
And this, maybe I'm wrong, but Italy should only do this if he's making a bet that he's getting on with Turkey. But how can you feel good about that bet when Turkey's advancing to the Aegean? I don't feel good about that at all if I'm Italy right now. This is, I think, an ill-timed stab, in my opinion.
Let's not discount the possibility of a wintergreen.
You could also do it if you feel very confident that like Sarp's to like build Army 7, like convoy into Ankara or something like that. But regardless, you need to be very, very confident you have one of the two on side over the other. And I think wintergreen is probably the right choice for both Russia and Italy here. The question is, do you, based off the diplomacy you have, believe that it is the case and that you convince the other person that not only are you on side for it, but they should be as well? We'll see.
Yeah. So Russia gets another build, as does Italy, as does France, and England and Austria have some tough decisions to make. There's an argument if you're Austria, if you want to just compact and defend yourself, you want armies, but is Albania going to do that much for you? I guess we'll find out. It's going to be Army Brest for France, Army Rome for Italy, and Army Sev for Russia. Yes. I mean, what's the argument for Army Brest here, though? Like, this just arrests France momentum, doesn't it?
Yes, 100%.
I actually have to think, like I have to think that this is a sandboxing error. Like, let's see if Brest goes to English Channel or Mid-Atlantic here, because I think that there's no way, it makes no sense otherwise.
And notably, Greece comes off for Austria as well, so they're going to stick to armies.
Yeah, because Army Brest isn't good if you are a Brest to Mao. I mean, I think, there must be some sort of sandboxing error going on here. Let's take it away,
Ed. I think that it's an army on the sandbox and it's a fleet in real life. Okay. Yeah. I think there's a fleet in Mid-Atlantic, which makes sense. All right. Separate and apart from that, the Army Sev was meant to be attacking Austria here. St. Petersburg down to Moscow. So Russia's got some sort of deal here, but maybe not with Germany lining up against Scandinavia. Poor Sarp there. Italy is just advancing armies north. Now a potential French problem. I'm kind of liking Germany right now. Good job, Gregory. And Turkey obviously gets Greece.
All right. Into the fall now. The Mao has corrected itself to be a fleet, so Spiros did build Fleet Brest and then move it to Mao successfully. Now into the fall. Karthik?
So we now see the complete collapse of the Austrian position here. Vienna falls, Budapest falls. Sev tries to get a little cheeky and tries to get convoyed into Constantinople directly. I'm not sure if that was a bit or like, what, because if you're actually going to stab, I feel like going on Ankara is the right call. So I think it's just being cute. And this is actually a devastating attack by Gregory. This is actually much stronger than I thought it was going to be. Because Norway doesn't cover Sweden. What this allows is a supported convoy to Norway and then a walk into Sweden, which means Russia loses 2 in the north with extraordinary position gains for Germany. Because normally as Russia, like if you're losing Norway by force, you like to retreat to Sweden, put into Bothnia, you have strong defense there. From this position, Germany can walk straight into Bothnia and start supporting an army into St. Petersburg. Devastating strike. In the far west, what we like to see quite a bit, a convoy from Gascony straight to Liverpool with support from the Germans in Yorkshire. Just beautiful to see. Major kudos to the FG for sort of using convoys to their fullest here. And if you want to read more about convoys, go watch, not the most recent one, but the one before that, Deadline News with David Hood, where I talk about
that was a really good interesting show on convoys. I actually learned a lot, so I think everyone can. And what I like about these two convoys is it has the benefit of de-escalating tensions between the alliance.
Correct.
I mean, this is great play between the two of them.
Yeah, in the last bit of coverage, like, for the last tournament, we talked a lot about alliance hygiene and why alliance hygiene is so important. Like, this is a great example of like really good alliance hygiene where it's hard for either of the two to stab each other here. And like, this is what you should be trying to do if you're trying to move a fast alliance with somebody.
Yep. So let's head over into the winter, see if the newly formed alliance continues. 2 armies down for Germany, Fleet Marseille for France, Fleet Naples for Italy, Fleet Ankara for Turkey to fill the void left by Black Sea, which Russia has pulled. So the net effect of this, Turkey is going to be benefiting a fair bit from this German stab on Russia as well. Will it be enough to get them the lead in the future? We'll have to see. It seems
Poor
like
Russia. Poor Russia. He takes a stab at Khan, and now he gets the fleet build in response while disbanding Black. It's almost a 2-center advantage just doing that.
Yeah. Seems like a decent time to play Who Do You Like? So I'd love to know, Ed, who do you think comes out of this position on top?
I don't know who. Well, I would say Germany on the board, but in the tournament, Turkey. Turkey's not going to die. Gregory is second in the tournament, and he's got great position. He doesn't like that 3rd Italian fleet. He's got issues, but I think he's going to be okay.
All right. Karthik?
I think it's tough. I like the French here, actually. Like, I think the French should be given Edinburgh here, and then they just set sail hard east, and I think the Turks will be welcoming them. So even if Russia does try to win a green, I think they get mowed down by the Germans too fast to be a useful aid. And I think Andrew then has to choose who he gives up to, and I think he'll probably choose the French over the Turks.
All right. Well, Italy is still a player in this game themselves. I would say don't underestimate their position just yet. But in spring 1905, Ed, how does it go?
Seems like I have every turn here. So if I've stepped over Karthik, I apologize. The France-Italy war is on.
Mm-hmm.
Turkey doing Turkey things, convoying to Greece, going to Albania, going to Black Sea. It's like Turkey's like, I'm Pac-Man, and I'm getting my dots wherever I can. I'm not worried about any ghosts. It's on like Donkey Kong against Russia here with Germany. Karthik, wrong again. Poor Spiros does not get Edinburgh. It goes to the Germans. Man, Gregory, you're showing me a lot here. I can't pronounce your last name to save my life, but we'll just call you Gregory Winner. Doing great.
All right. So lots of repositioning here. Most of it good for the Germans in the fall. Karthik?
Yeah, Günther's showing exactly why he's nearly on top of the tournament. Looks like he had a rough position at first, but he really managed to negotiate his way out of it super well. And now he looks like a potential challenger for the board top, honestly. Takes Serbia. Serbia is a crown jewel of all of the Balkans and has you in the Black Sea. In the West, we see Piedmont just take a free walk into Marseille while Spain gets convoyed down, which means there's no real ability to knock them out of Marseille this turn. I'm not sure why Paris didn't go to Gascony here, but that decision will now, I guess, be punished. And I've never been a fan of the army in North Africa, even for like trying to take Tunis for a variety of reasons. So we'll see how this works out for Spiros. I think it's slightly inefficient. And I love this move by Gregory. I think Gregory Winner is a great name for him. I think it's quite accurate because with this convoy to Livonia, you're now going to get immense pressure
It's so good.
Position.
Pressure on St. Pete, on Prussia. I mean,
Yes.
wherever
Everywhere
it is
you
the pivot.
look. Yes, and with the English dying now for good, Norwegian is no longer a threat to Norway. That unit's going to be put there. Could be a convoy of Edinburgh off the island and just leave the island
Exactly,
completely unoccupied.
That's what's happening.
And Norway goes to to Barents. Like, this is an incredible German position, masterfully played by Gregory.
Yep. As Karthik
I
alludes to,
really
say
that Marseille loss is huge. I think
Yep.
for Spiros. I
Yep.
mean, it's like, yeah, he can get it back and cover everything, but talk about a momentum killer. So maybe this IT can withstand it, or maybe Germany's just like, France, you've outlived your utility here. It's hard to know.
And as Karthik alludes to, we say goodbye to Nat Shirley in England, as well as Emmanuel in Austria. So thank you both for playing. Seems like neither England nor Austria has had an especially good tournament so far. We have a build for Germany, one for Turkey, and disbands for and Italy, and a disband for France off that horribly tragic and preventable Marseille loss. English Channel is the unit that comes off, which is very favorable to Germany. Speaking of Germany, they build Army Kiel, and Turkey builds Army Khan, as well as a fleet in Rome from Italy to complete that stalemate line in the Med. So now there's even less of a point in Spiros being where he is, unfortunately. So, gosh, this is making Germany look even better, gotta say. And now, Eddie, does it go to Norway, or does Gregory start to get greedy here and go for all of the British Isles? I don't think France.
Got to go to Norway. Got to go to Norway. He can take the other dots quickly if he needs to, as long as North Sea stays there.
Okay. Well, let's see. He does neither. He does not take Liverpool or convoy it out.
I think it's a big misstep by Germany on so many. I mean, walking out of Livonia to cover Prussia, no pressure on St. Petersburg. I think I think maybe his idea was, I see the Turks coming, so I don't want to attack Russia, but Russia didn't have that view. And so, meanwhile, Turkey doesn't care about Russia anymore. If Turkey can't attack Italy, and why would he? He's just going to attack Russia here. So this is fantastic. And given that Moscow has vacated, it means he's going to pick up Sev and Romania. Or I guess he could have maybe Budapest if he wants. I mean, there's lots of options for Turkey here. This has turned out wonderfully for Gunter.
Yeah, Nicola sums up the dilemma here very well, which is how will Germany outrace Turkey if Russia prefers Turkey? Although the answer to that is Germany has a head start, so he has to utilize that in the right way, depending on how much he can afford to take from France or how much France is okay with. So, in the fall, Karthik?
Yeah. So now the answer is probably you don't catch up to Turkey ever. Russia has made clear that they prefer Turkey to Germany. They have moved all their units up, allowing Sevastopol to be taken without any disagreements here, allowing Romania to be retaken without any disagreements here. Budapest will be taken by force in the next year. France gives Germany Liverpool. They'll probably will give London eventually, but there's a lot for Turkey to be able to force, like Trieste. Nothing much can be done about Trieste. I just don't see Turkey stopping before they get Moscow, Warsaw, Vienna, Trieste, and then Germany needs to find a way to capture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what, like 4 or 5 centers in order to keep up? They'll have 2 in Liverpool and London, 3 with St. Petersburg. You need to find 2 more. Will Spiros give him Brest or Paris? That's an open question.
I just don't want Gunter to step off the gas.
Yeah.
He's 3 behind Bradley for the tournament lead, and he's behind in this game by 2. He's got to get centers.
Yeah, he's still got a gap to bridge to Gregory of 2 centers, so he'll still be laser focused on that, I'm sure. 2 builds for Turkey, 2 pulls for Russia, 1 build for the Germans. It's going to be Army Munich, Army Livonia comes off, Khan and Smyrna come on, so Turkey just making sure they can secure that Russian area. They have the resources to do so. Now into spring of 1907. The race continues. Ed.
Man, Gunter, Ukraine, Sevastopol, Ionian with Italian, presumably with Italian sport. I think it has to be, or consent.
Yeah.
Everyone's playing for position on those 4 Russian dots. Sort of hilarious right now. That they all went for spring position, but that may have enabled them to not get the gains in the fall that they want. I wouldn't be surprised to see a beleaguered Garrison somewhere, but we'll see.
Yeah. Sometimes when this is how Starp could survive, when everybody wants your dots about equally, but they don't want anyone else to get them, that can even out. Into the fall now. Karthik, what happens with Starp's dots?
I was going to say, the issue is, given where the units are, I think the beleaguered garrisons were unlikely, because Turkey has an advantage on Moscow, Germany has an advantage on Warsaw. Both of them just say, well, I'm going to take what I have an advantage on, and therefore the other person gets what they have an advantage on. I do find it very, very funny that Germany tried to give Turkey an unwanted support into Trieste, but Italy cuts that support, so it doesn't make a difference. But it's always cute to see such attempts try to go off. And we then see the Ionian fleet move ever forward. Now it's in the Tyrrhenian Sea, cutting the Italians off from the defense of Naples, or really any of their homeland, for a while. This is a fantastic position that if you are Turkey, major kudos to Gunter for making this happen. Yeah.
I mean, as much as it was going Gunter's way, getting Warsaw and St. Petersburg here, pretty important, right? Outpaces for the lead, London whenever he wants it, and a willing ally. And I don't think he really loses anything. So,
I don't think either Turkey or Germany will ever be dispossessed of anything of theirs besides maybe Warsaw or Moscow. And I think they'll make gains like where they want them. The question is, how quickly can they make their gains off of their present willing allies?
Yep. Germany has gained 1 in terms of their lead over Turkey and hasn't even taken London yet. It's still in their pocket. So we may have underestimated how much Russia controls.
Yes, like all in the back pocket in theory at some point. So
there's only 2 years left, though. If Turkey wants those, got to make your move. Fleet Brest for France to shore up the defense of Mao. 2 more armies from Germany, 1 more army from the Turks. Nothing really surprising there. Going into spring 08, 4 turns left. How will our competitors use them?
Takes Budapest, Germany into Galicia. I mean, okay, Gregory, Warsaw is secure. I think I would have preferred to see St. Pete back out and a convoy to Livonia to St. Pete, something like that. But fine, you've shored up that line. You've gone to London, but it's going to be interesting. They're all lining up, right? Like now we got Albania to Ionian, so Rome, Naples, Budapest, Trieste. I'm not saying it's turning into a throwing contest, but I wouldn't be shocked to see a draw here. But let's see.
I mean, for the record, I would like to see both, because if you manage to get into St. Petersburg, Livonia, and you hold Warsaw and you get Galicia, you then actually can take Moscow by force in theory. So, like,
that's the better way of explaining. But that's what I was,
in
my head saying.
We could come out of this year tied, which might produce a natural draw state with Germany going up 1, Turkey going up 4, with Budapest, Trieste, Rome, Naples if he pulls the trigger. Will he pull the trigger, though, Karthik? No, not yet.
I think this is something that Turkey wants to go into the final year for understandable reasons. Germany does not seem intent on ever making that move up to St. Petersburg. So I don't think it will happen. Interesting to see English move up to North Sea, though. Like, I wonder, like,
Germany, they're fighting.
Yeah, I mean, Germany.
London was without consent.
Britain takes Belgium. Yes, Britain takes Belgium. I think Spears isn't happy about it, and he has chosen to respond in kind. So I think this is a huge misstep diplomatically for Gregory. I guess in that case, if you're not gonna play nice, then I think you have to wait a turn to make sure that you don't have this result happen.
Yeah, we've been going through all this assuming that Spiros is just kind of okay with what's happening here, but if he's not, maybe the game's already decided in Turkey's favor.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. Go back. Tyrrhenian does not go to Western Med as Italy expects.
Yes.
Right. So this is, if you might as well have just taken Rome, Naples, and Trieste here. Honestly, if you're doing this, because it's the big signal otherwise, and you're in the same position as you would have been.
Right.
Now you're just alerting Italy to the fact that you're going to take Rome, Naples, and Trieste.
Yeah. Well, if you're not going to do it, just order Tyrrhenian Sea to Mao and Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea or something like that.
Yeah.
Or honestly, I think you go to Western Med here because who cares? And then if you want to take Rome and Naples next year, just go back to Naples. There's no way for the Italians to get back there in time. So,
yep. Turkey's +1. Everything else stays static on the center chart, at least. Army Con, Spring 09, the year of truth. How does Italy take that lack of move to Western Med? Ed.
They really want him to go there, but didn't happen. Maybe that's all a joke. I don't know, but I do know that it's not good news for anyone not named Turkey with one place left to go. Now Germany gets into the St. Petersburg thing. I don't know if they can take it. I don't think, maybe I don't know. Karthik can tell me, but it doesn't really matter because Germany here is going to lose Liverpool. He's going to lose Liverpool. He'll get Edinburgh back. It's going to be down to the wire. How dirty does Turkey put the knife in here?
I mean, they lost Holland as well, and they can't get that back. So
the game decider here might actually be the Order of London hold, because if that went up to Yorkshire, then you could bounce Liverpool in the fall. You have a guarantee on Moscow as Germany. You take Eddie back, so you're net even in that case. So Turkey, I mean, they probably still go ahead of you, but if Italy defends themselves, then it gets pretty dicey for Turkey.
Also interesting to note is that Turkey does not go for Trieste, which means they cannot get Venice this game. So Moscow is guaranteeable, though. So Galicia will top Ukraine, and then Silesia walks into Warsaw. Warsaw moves into Moscow. Nothing can be done to stop it.
Dun, 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 dun. Fall.
Yep, and that was what happens. Galicia tops Ukraine. Warsaw goes into Moscow. Silesia is misordered, though. Silesia supports hold Warsaw instead of walking in, which would
Ukraine could have gone to Warsaw. They took a risk.
Which is I think the move that you have to make is Turkey, just in case something like this happens, or they choose for whatever reason to have Warsaw be support order. But yeah, so now they support themselves into Trieste. They take Rome and Naples by just walking into it. Great moves by the Turks to do that. The Germans retake Edinburgh. They lose Liverpool. They lose Holland. And yeah, let's see the final results.
Italy self-bounced. That is going to be the deciding factor in this game. Instead of supporting himself to Trieste, Andrew has self-bounced in Trieste, which caused Turkey to take it, which caused him to go ahead and take the 12th center that will be necessary for the Seoul board top. Congratulations to Gunther Bedson for this top. He was already second in the tournament heading in, so I don't think any of us will be surprised to see that when we head to the standings after this, which I will do more quickly than last time because I actually know how to do it now. Crazy how that works.
Hey, great game, Gregory. I mean, I know there were some issues, but I don't know what your experience level, but very impressive.
But both Gunter and Gregory played incredible games. Major kudos to both of them. And I actually loved this game for how instructive it was on a lot of different nuances and facets of the game. I spent much more time on this game than I wanted to, just purely because there was so much educational content in it. And I think this will probably be one of my base educational games going forward that is linked to on repeat because it's just such a great game to watch.
Yeah. And we brought Darcy back, and we know Darcy isn't usually known for that much insight, but do you have anything else to add to this game?
No, I mean, I feel really bad for Gregory in terms of Spiros turns around at a time when
feel bad for Gregory. He went to London.
He went to London.
I don't blame Spiros at all.
I mean,
but you can say that Italy didn't turn around when it became quite apparent that Turkey was not interested in helping them break through France.
Yes, but Turkey chose not to take the center, which was of the utmost importance. Whereas you could have just had London's. Sorry,
he didn't take London. He moved to Yorkshire, but didn't take London for a year. right?
But Spears only turns back once London moves to London. Like London held.
No,
when
no,
Spears
no. He built the Spiros built Fleet Breast, and
Yes.
and then when you build Fleet Breast, he's like, oh, okay, I have to move to London now because
that's
Fleet
fair.
Breast
That's
got
fair.
put down.
Yeah. So with the standings as we have them after 2 rounds, Brad the Grace leads the tournament with 44.4 points.
McCallus is saying
They're not
he-
correct here
Well,
because they
they're
didn't
not
put the
correct.
builds in, so the sandbox didn't catch. There's Graham and Gunter are apparently closer to each other.
Yeah, so that would, let's see, would that give
What did Gunther get first round?
Gunther
'Cause
got,
we can just add 27 to whatever he got first round.
yeah, he in the first round. I'm moving back now. Oh yeah, he was in that game with the Borked sandbox, so that would make sense for why he's a bit weird. Show results. Oh, that's a bit of a spoiler. Sorry, off the screen. Yeah,
He's
got
on 42. He's on 42.
He got a shared top as Russia in the first round. Yeah,
That's just what I said.
Yeah, he's on 42 points.
Okay. There were no spoilers. No, none of them at all. Nothing happened. But either way, so if we assume that Gunther has roughly 10 more points than he has in this standings chart, then we have Bradley leading with 44.4, Gunther in second, Graham in third, all within a couple points of each other. Gregory sits in fourth after a couple of solid results, even if he did have some missed opportunities. Richard in fifth, Tom in sixth, Isaac rounding out the top 7. Those are our fringe contenders, I guess, but it would take quite a lot for them to overcome the gap to the top 3.
I mean, I guess Gregory isn't actually in fourth if the builds didn't go through, so Gregory's probably 10 points lower.
It's a 3-horse race. Let's just put it that way. Let's hope that
Yeah.
they're all in 3 different games. And as the British would say, it's squeaky bum time for each of them.
Yep. So I'm going to real quick get this off the screen again so I can see who played in which game and see if we need to order it in a particular way. And in the meantime, players. Okay.
Should have stabbed Micah, Bradley.
Mm-hmm.
So
Richard should have stabbed for the lone top in his first round.
okay. So we're gonna give Ed a break now.
I just had a break, but I'm happy to take a break.
Yeah, it's weird because
I think-
Karthik came at the same time. You know.
Oh, okay. Goodbye. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm out. Don't call me back, but I'll come back.
I'm not saying I'm not saying Karthik's my favorite Longhorn all of a sudden. I promise. All right. So we're gonna bring the screen share back now that there's no spoilers on it. This game will be our first one because it doesn't have any of the top 3 on it, so we can just sort of review it separately. Board 3B. In Austria, we have Nigel Pallas. In England, Richard Bolton. In France, Alexander Stiles. In Germany, Nat Shirley. In Italy, Thomas Watson, who has not played another game so far. In Russia, Micah Blum. And in Turkey, Tom Garrity. Karthik, Darcy, you guys, any dynamics that stick out here? And if you were Tom or Richard, would you still be playing as if you could win?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
mean, yeah, Richard's about 14, 13 points behind. He gets a big top. Other results land his way. Obviously, the people in the top 3, at least 2 of them have to be in the same game. So you still have a chance if you get your big top. So I'd be talking to the people around me who just so happen to be in 23rd and 20th place. Hey, give me a decent game here. I'll give you guys a decent game and let's see where it goes.
100%. And any board with Micah on it, she's always a threat to dominate and win it. And hey, a solo can win you quite a bit. So you never know.
Arguably her favorite country as well, in Russia.
Indeed.
So we'll see how she can leverage that. Spring of 1901. Take it away, Karthik.
Yeah. So let's see. Sevastopol chooses to hold here rather than bouncing out the unit in Armenia. Warsaw goes to Ukraine. It's a very, very fun opening for Russia to have here, especially when they get able to go north. This is an unusual DMZ of Galicia style, though. Normally when you agree to DMZ Galicia, it's not so that the Austrian can go to Romania instead and cut you off from that. So very curious to see how that will play out in the fall. Everything else in the north is relatively standard. The thing I want to call attention to, though, is the bounce in Piedmont. You don't see that very, very often. I wonder which one of the two requested it or who was tipped off to it. But yeah, very, very interesting order set right there.
Yeah. Usually it tends to be France who asks for it because Italy isn't especially worried about France going to Piedmont, but vice versa,
Yeah.
The hold in Paris is an interesting one, though, because that's not usually a useful unit just staying there. But in the fall, they might do something different. We could see a lot of people doing different things. Darcy?
All right, so we see Tom gets 2 builds as he takes Greece and Bulgaria, moves back out of Armenia to Ankara. At the same time, Micah was not having this Romanian funny business and supports herself into Romania. At the same time, gets Sweden, so there's no bounce there. And Italy moves up to Tyrolia and Venice, suggesting that Nigel might not be too long for this world. Meanwhile, in the West, it's pretty standard, but there is a bounce in Belgium between England and Germany.
Pretty neutral in the West so far, a much more wild and wacky East. Going into the builds, we've got 2 for France, Germany, and Russia and Turkey, 1 for England, Austria, and Italy. Karthik, when you're Turkey, you get 2 builds. You're in a very fortunate position. What's your school of thought when you're trying to approach that situation?
When trying to approach what situation?
Turkey getting 2 builds. Yeah.
When Turkey's getting 2 builds, it really depends on who I want to work with. If I want to work with Italy, probably dropping 2 armies or an army in wave 1. If I'm trying to work with the Russians, 2 fleets probably go hard south. Same with the Austrians.
All right. Darcy, any thoughts on that or the other builds?
I mean, I think Fleet Con, Army Smyrna, if you're working with Austria, is probably slightly better.
All right.
Yeah, I guess if you want to be anti-Russian then at the same time, wouldn't be a bad idea.
Tom's going to agree with one of you. Goes for Army Con Fleet Smyrna.
Yeah, he's neither of us. The one thing that we didn't see coming.
Fairly pro-Russian, you'd have to say.
I mean, it's pretty standard. I mean, Bulgaria goes to Aegean, Con goes to Bulgaria, Smyrna goes to Eastern, Ankara goes to Con, and it's just a standard 5-center Turkish position, so it makes sense.
I mean, I'd rather have the 3 fleets if I'm going anti-Italian here, so.
Yeah, and it's Russia building 2 armies, so Micah seems to be professing neutrality in the north, but fleets are in vogue in the west, that's for sure, and in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
Double for France, so we'll see if Germany chooses to punish that or work with them. Spring of 1902. Karthik.
Yeah, so here we see Greece support the army and Con into Bulgaria while freeing the fleet to go into the Aegean. Smyrna just holds, though, does not make it out into Eastern Med, which is curious. Then we see in the north, Sweden move into Norway while the Norwegian fleet in Norway goes to Skagerrak. Can't call it the Norwegian fleet, unfortunately. Picardy goes to Belgium, which will put France on 6, which is always a scary sight to see. Very, very slow but interesting position.
Yeah, Micah making me eat crow about neutrality in the north.
Yeah.
Seems like Richard's chances at this tournament are slowly fading away as it looks like there is an FGR.
Yep. Sea Lion, never fun to face as an English player.
The one saving grace for for Richard, though, is that Italy might be putting some pressure on France here, so maybe that opens something up in the fall. Darcy?
In fall, we see it's not an FGR. Germany has decided that's not the best offer that they can have, so they take Sweden and they take Belgium, going up to 7. Meanwhile, France continues their crusade against the English. Whilst in the east, we have the dismantling of Austria continue as Romania gets into Serbia. I mean, we should always be giving Micah 2 builds in 02 when she's Russia. She never, ever, ever gets big results as Russia, so let's give her 1. She does probably misorder Warsaw, however, here, which will be a little bit more brutal.
Yeah, Warsaw was in Galicia here. Oh, Lord. Russia's off to the races.
Yeah, although the formation of an EG does at least wrinkle their wrinkle things up somewhat for Micah. So
Oh, for sure.
not a runaway game for her by any means, at least not yet. There's still time.
Still
Germany
time.
gets 2 builds by virtue of their double dealing with England and France. 1 build for Russia as well. So it's an armies all around, and Skagerrak coming off the board for England.
Mm-hmm.
Into spring 1903, Karthik.
Okay, so now we see the English fleet in Skagerrak being replaced by the German fleet in Skagerrak. So the pressure on Micah in the north does not end. Perhaps in more. Oh, so just a backstabber error. Micah did go to Galicia, and that is now fixed. So you can't make fun of her for that, Justin. The bigger issue, though, for Micah is the move from Germany to Prussia and Silesia. By putting both of their armies there, Germany is just outright declaring war on Russia, and there is a little bit of defense that Micah can do in the short term, but the moment that the next army slides into Livonia, it's going to be just devastating. There's also no real path to a build for Micah in the center of the board because Romania is a fleet and cannot help with Budapest, and so long as Italy is not irritating either Vienna or Trieste, Budapest can still hold even when they do get an army down there. The failed convoy from Constantinople to Greece is quite interesting to see because Ionian sniffed it out and went to Albania. Just brilliant move by Thomas there. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's another reason why you don't hold Smyrna the previous year, because otherwise you could threaten an attack on Ionian to deter the bounce of Albania.
100%.
So,
and then when you're threatening a supported attack on Ionian, you limit the Italian defensive playbook so much, and that's just huge.
This is really well played by Germany so far. It feels like they're slowing down any Eastern progress on all fronts by going against Russia in addition to the Turkish struggles. So looking good for them right now. Heading over to the fall, Darcy.
In fall, we see Germany decides to instead prioritize the northern battle as they move into Livonia and Prussia, I assume, to get ready on St. Pete because Sweden is also moving to Bothnia. Whether or not it's a bit of a mistake to not just take Warsaw here, we will find out probably later in the game. Meanwhile, we see Alexander slowly gaining better and better position against England, just a matter of time before they start taking the first dots. And curiously, Galicia decides to disband rather than retreat.
It's a rebuild in Moscow.
Yeah, so it looks like there will be a rebuild in Moscow, and there is a complete all holds basically in the Mediterranean.
Yep, just a Mexican standoff now between the Italian and Turkish fleets. Interesting to note that France chooses to support a fleet to Wales here instead of supporting a convoy and then moving Mao to now. Perhaps some lingering mistrust of Germany there as a result of the army staying in Ruhr that turn.
Yep.
Regardless, looks like the FG is still sort of a thing, but Germany's sort of doing their own thing as well in the north. So we have a rebuild for Russia. Probably won't change their ultimate fate against Germany here, but it will give them a tool to forestall things. Army Moscow, as Karthik shouted out. Into spring 04, Karthik keep shouting
it was Warsaw.
What?
Sandboxing error. Okay. You get a sandbox error. Everyone gets a sandbox error. Okay. Karthik, go ahead.
The bizarre choice. But it should have gone to Moscow. And in the end, this does allow for the Finnish unit to get piffed. I probably would have let it be stranded there. Nat gets a free walk into Norway. Very, very fun position there. St. Petersburg should be falling in the fall. And now Micah sort of has to cycle units around in the south again. This time, presumably, set up a turn on the Turk. I'm sure Micah is wishing that convoy for a con to Greece worked out because that would have allowed for a devastating guaranteed convoy of Sevastopol to Ankara. But because Budapest cuts Serbia and Trieste bounces Greece out, nothing doing there, prevents a stab. I think Austria and Italy are both fine with preventing the stab because I think in their world, they can mow down Russia and mow down Turkey at the same time. Let's not let Russia get back into this game. So, yeah, kudos to them for making this all work out their way. the West is just more red arrow, so nothing much doing.
Certainly. Good guesswork here by Richard to slow down the French progress as much as possible.
Yep, absolutely.
Does basically everything he can there that turn. Going into fall, the onslaught against Russia continues on all fronts. Darcy, how does it end?
Well, we see Micah ends up losing Norway, St. Petersburg, Warsaw. However, there is good news as Serbia is bounced. Meanwhile, there is a convoy into Albania, which succeeds just as the AI slowly builds better and better position to beat the East into submission. Meanwhile, there is a convoy into London. There's only so much that Richard can cover. But at the moment, this game looks all for Germany. This has been a good tournament for Germany so far.
It seems rather inefficient for Austria to be the one getting Warsaw when Ukraine is such an important piece right now. Wouldn't you guys agree?
I guess it's just like feels a more holdable dot for Austria than it does for Italy, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, so
Germany would rather
attack a little bit, but I think Austria just probably is demanding a build at this point since they're on 3. They probably want to get up to 4 like sooner rather than later. So understandable position for them.
Got to imagine Germany would want Italy and Warsaw as well, though, because that provides more pressure on France. But either way, Germany's doing very well. Probably don't need to be too picky right now.
Yep.
They have 2 builds, once again, at the cost of 1 disband for England, 1 for Russia. Austria also building from Warsaw. What do you at this point in the game, I mean, Karthik, what are your priorities as Germany? How do you use these builds? Where's your next source of growth with Russia kind of crippled?
It depends on how ruthless I want to be, right? If I were in the driver's seat trying to win the tournament and I thought I could convince... Actually, no, I think the right play here is just keep working with your French ally and just plow into Warsaw and Moscow. I don't think you win a fight against France very well. I think France would be amenable to tossing you centers at the end if need be, if you've been a good ally to them. So yeah, just keep on keeping on, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Any disagreement there, Darcy?
No. I mean, I think you just take Warsaw, Moscow, and then if it looks inevitable for a France stab, see if you can just offer them Belgium first. So it's some sort of like arrangement thing rather than them like forever fighting you. You just don't want to give up on the momentum that you've built against this East.
For sure.
All right. Double armies coming down for Germany. Interestingly, neither of them in Munich, so maybe reducing their options a bit against Austria, but I'm sure that's negotiated between them. Army Paris for France.
Army Paris hurts to see if you're Germany here.
Yeah, that's a bit committal, you'd have to think, unless they were just that afraid of Munich. And then Army Vienna builds for Austria as Norwegian and Liverpool come off the board in the north. Spring of 1905. Karthik.
Yeah, reasonable reaction by both sides to this build. Alex is probably just telling Germany, is like, hey, like, I was worried, like, you're building 2. I didn't know what was going to happen. I figured let's just play it safe. And I'll get to that in a second. But then they say, like, hey, look, I'll send us to Picardy. Like, let's be good here. Like, let's not do anything hasty. And that's like, you've given me like all the excuse I need to like plow into you at this point. So I'm going to take it. What's devastating for the French, I'm not sure why they didn't have the English channel support to hold, is that North Sea is allowed to support Yorkshire into London freely and therefore piff the army. It's not a huge deal in the long run, but it is a very big deal in the short run because it means that they're going to not be able to take this back for at least a full year. And that's assuming that Germany remains on side or comes back on side at some point. If they don't, then it's actually devastating long term.
Yeah, and we've seen that England definitely has a preference towards Germany. They're probably going to support London rather than preventing, say, a convoy to Eddie. So
right, exactly.
Snowball in Germany's favor, most likely. But hey, things can change for sure. That English fleet in North Sea can be used for mischief if France makes an argument. Fall of 1905. Darcy.
In the comments, it's saying English Channel hold was a misorder. So pretty brutal one for Alexander there, and let's hope he doesn't live to regret it. As Germany pushes an army into Clyde. Shout out Liam Bennett. We know Clyde is loved over there. Meanwhile, Silesia backfills Warsaw as Warsaw gets supported into Moscow. So another good year there for Nat, and he looks to be dominating this, and I don't see too much of a path back for anyone else, really. Maybe Turkey, but I mean, with the whole East still in a deadlock, it's not looking promising.
Yep. Very smart of Nat to choose to convoy to Clyde instead of forcing an English disband when they're already getting Warsaw anyway. So great job there. I didn't actually see that
and it
possible,
also it makes it hurt more for Richard as well, as it means that London can just be support held again.
Yeah, a good decision. So with that, we have a build for Germany, a build for France, a build for Turkey, and 2 pulls for Russia. Micah continues to shrink hand over fist year over year. And we would expect probably more armies on most fronts, right?
Yeah. So yeah, Micah's just doing threat management before Worlds.
Nope, we got a fleet in Kiel. We got a fleet in Kiel from Germany. So Nat is at the very least preparing for a world where England doesn't have all their units still.
I mean, Army Paris, like
now you can justify it as defense though when there's 3 on Burgundy. So
Right, exactly.
Yeah, but I mean,
I would go for Marseille over Paris, but like you got to build an army there at some point, like so.
Yeah. And then an army Ankara build from Turkey, perhaps showing some mistrust towards Micah if she tried to say lunge for survival in Ankara, knowing that her position is hopeless in Russia itself. Into spring 1906, Karthik.
Yeah, I really like this play from Nat here. I think this. I was going to say, I'd be curious to see if Norwegian goes to now, and it does, because this sets up a threat on Liverpool. And I think what's going to happen here is that London is going to tap Wales and just concede the loss of it potentially in order to harm the French position. And that's just huge if you have an England is willing to do that for you. At the same time, because France wants to convoy to London, Germany's able to just blow through Burgundy, right? Which I think is a huge mistake from the French. When you know that Germany's coming for you, when you know that you need to defend Burgundy, when you built in order to defend Burgundy, to let them just walk in is brutal. But the reason why they have to do this is a reaction to the Italians, right? The Italians are in the Western Med. France feels a need to go and defend Spain. The only issue is, of course, that once you kick them out of Spain, they'll just retreat to Portugal. And then you need to bring your fleet back to deal with that, which means conceding even more position to the Germans. So I think the French are sort of done for because they're trying to fight all battles rather than just fighting one. If I am them, I just say, hey, Italy, take Spain, leave me Portugal, leave me Marseille. And this is also why you build in Marseille, so that way you just have a unit there. Let me defend against Germany. You go fight Austria. This is how you get the board top potentially. You need me to hold back Germany. But now, because of the way that France is deciding to defend, they cannot make that pitch, and I think just get a steamrolled. In the East, we see just a little bit of chaos. Austria managing to take Warsaw off of the Germans. How long-term that is, who knows? Micah is trying to defend Sebastopol against the hordes and doing so reasonably successfully so far.
Well, if Warsaw was not arranged on the part of Germany and Austria, we're probably going to see some punishment here in the form of Moscow falling.
Yep. And we don't.
Appears to have been. Darcy?
All right. We see there may not be Warsaw getting retaken, but Nat does get Liverpool, meaning that Nat is net even for the year. Meanwhile, Thomas decides it's better to take 3 and lose Venice than to cover Venice and take 2, as they walk into Vienna and support themselves into Trieste, meaning that Venice is open for Trieste's retreat. Elsewhere in the West, we see Burgundy tapping Marseille, meaning that there is no retreat into Portugal taken here by France, which is pretty crucial in the overall center count. distribution in the West
Mhm.
in Germany's favor. Furthermore, Mike is down to one center now as Turkey backfills into Sev, meaning that Turkey is a potential threat to the board top for Germany. But I mean, when you've got a gap of 3 centers, it is hard to overcome sometimes.
Yeah.
Yep. That
I
time
think
limit
the
is
Italians
looming
really
as
made the
well.
right move because you can just build in Rome, retake back Venice, but this gives you position to try and make a play for Budapest, which you otherwise would not have. So I think huge play, right one for Italy.
Yeah. It's going to be a blow to Turkey to lose one of the Russian units here. That'll be a loss of tempo to some extent, especially with that German army right there in Ukraine. Germany doesn't have a build this year, though. Shocking. First time since 1903 that's been the case. France is pulling 2, though, so their job's going to get even easier in the West. Italy's also building 2, so that Austrian raider in Venice should be a short-lived nuisance. Army Rome, Fleet Naples for Italy. Black comes off for Russia. Irish and Wales off for France. So all the pressure on England being relieved. Into spring 07 now. Oh, looks like they drew.
Is that a draw?
That is a draw.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, like, Nat has the top and all the gap bonus. France is completely compromised. Turkey is, I guess, not wanting to kill Micah. It's a final round. None of them can really win the tournament outside of Richard, who had a bad game. So, I mean, it makes sense. There was another year, apparently.
We're getting chats about how there was one more year, but I don't see that here in the sandbox. So whatever we have uploaded to Dipcast might be a bit out of date in that case.
Whoever was doing the sandboxing for this board, you're costing a year of commentary.
Yeah.
Valuable Karthik information was going to be revealed in spring 07.
Indeed.
Yeah, we just don't have the last year here in Dipcast then because...
Did Micah die? That's all that matters, is did Micah die?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the outcome here is pretty obvious ultimately, but yeah, if somebody in the chat could fill us in on what happened in the last year.
Yeah, what was the final? Does anyone
consequence.
remember what the final sort of situation was? Did anything change?
Either way, we can be thankful that this is not the most important board for the
Austria died.
Micah survived. Austria dies. Wow.
Micah sacrificed Nigel to the altar of diplomacy.
So what does that mean? Does Germany get Warsaw, Moscow?
14 center Germany.
Oh, wow.
So Germany must have taken
Warsaw, Moscow, Eddie?
Warsaw, Eddie.
And what's 14? London?
Paris, maybe? I don't know.
Paris?
Marseille?
Yeah, Paris.
No, this is a good puzzle. This is a good puzzle.
And 8th center, Italy and Turkey, it says. So
8th center, Italy, and Turkey.
yeah.
So
Italy got Venice and Budapest, presumably, and then Turkey got...
how did Micah
No,
live?
Italy has to get Portugal or Marseille because Italy would get Venice, Turkey gets Budapest for 8.
Oh,
Yeah,
Marseille might have
that
been the
makes more
14th dot.
Okay.
Marseille might have been the
Okay.
14th.
Yeah, that's understandable. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Germany gets Marseille, and then Italy takes Portugal, and then that's how it all works out. Good puzzle
Yep.
right there.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to bring Ed back on now. Ed, any final thoughts on that game?
Didn't watch it. Don't care.
Yay! Harsh. Okay.
Nat, Ed doesn't care about you.
Yeah. Germany.
Good job.
Ed
Good
only
job,
shows
Nat.
up-
I just found out Nat won, so I'm happy for Nat.
Yeah.
Probably got best Germany, 14 centers.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad.
Well, Ed only cares about the games that matter, apparently. So he's going to.
I care about you, Nat. I know you stabbed me
I
at
also
EDC,
care
but
about you,
I
Nat.
care about you.
He's going to see a game that matters now. All right, Karthik, we're going to give you a little break. We'll bring you back for the final game.
Yep, sounds good. Congratulations once again, Nat.
All right. And then we are going to proceed to the second most important board in this round, which is round 3, board C. In Austria, we have currently tournament leading Bradley Grace. In England, Andrew Kislyakov. In France, Steve Brink. In Germany, Chris Brand out for revenge. In Italy, Isaac Jukes. In Russia, Gregory Winner, as he was dubbed earlier. And in Turkey, Nastya Styles. Ed, you've come into the third round leading tournaments before. What do you see as the biggest obstacle to Bradley in this position?
Well, Austria can get shanked if they want, but maybe I spoke too soon. But Bradley playing really nice in the sandbox with Nastia before might be very helpful to him here, because Russia is, I think, not in 7th place. I think Russia is in 2nd or 3rd.
No,
right?
no, no,
Or no.
no.
Oh, that's Gunter and Graham. Too many G's.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that might help him, but yeah, he'll have to do his diplomacy here. But he knows Isaac really well, so it's just a matter of whether people are willing to work with him or take him out. Most of the time, 3rd round going into the lead, you have to weather a storm. I mean, I've had to weather storms.
I went into the final round and I soloed. So if Bradley doesn't solo, then he's just bad at diplomacy.
Well, this confirms that Darcy only comes on these streams to flex his own achievements. So good to know that. Good to know. All right, let's see how it is. Spring.
I want to see if Chris Brand does his crazy Kiel to Helgoland opening.
Ah, yes, that's sort of become the Jamal/Claire opening, because we haven't really seen Chris do it, because we don't see Chris play. So he better stick to that. Yeah. All right. So spring of 1901, the great mystery shall be answered. Does Chris go to Helgoland? Darcy.
Chris doesn't. Chris does what every Germany should do, which is open to Denmark, Kiel, and Ruhr. We see no northern Russia, which is actually something I have to point out in this tournament, because I've seen it like literally every game.
Ed can't believe his eyes.
And the Crimean Crusher is what Russia gets for not opening northern. So perhaps you should always be opening northern. And there's a Liverpool hold, which is another important news.
That's usually a misorder, because the common defensive order for Liverpool, like the disinterested in convoys one, would be to Wales, but maybe it was all part of some grand plan from Andrew. We'll find out. Ed?
What? Who cares about Liverpool holding? I'll go ahead and take 2 builds as England, and Belgium and Holland, Norway. So that's not bad. France picks up 2, and a friend presumably in England. I know Jamal is a proponent of this English fleet in Belgium. I mean, it's better than having no unit build, but I'm not sure how. I would like to see how this turns out for England. Bradley gets Trieste with a back to Venice. That's not good. There's obviously an AT here. Okay, Mid-Atlantic went to Spain, North Coast. You don't see that very much, but I don't think it's going to make much difference. Let's see here, but I think the AT versus the wintergreen is the story of the game here.
Yeah, thank goodness McCullough isn't still here. Otherwise, we might be hearing a much lengthier diatribe about Spain, North Coast, and its follies and foibles. But regardless, we go to winter. Italy has 2 builds, as does England, France, and Germany. So a lot of firepower coming down in the west. Russia only has 1. Turkey only has 1. Austria the same. I mean, there are arguments here. Darcy, I mean, what do you build here as France with the Spain North Coast kind of tying you down, and what do you build as Italy?
I think he's going to build Army Paris, Fleet, Brest. But I mean, yeah, I think if you're going to go North Coast, then you sort of have to do that. But I guess we'll see.
I'm going Fleet, Marseille, Army, Paris. I think this is what Steve's going to do.
Yeah. I mean, most of the time, it seems like Army, Paris, Fleet, Marseille just results in moves to Mao and Spain anyway, South Coast. So could see that again from this position. We see double fleets, actually, from France. So potentially very anti-English. Double fleets from Italy as well. Double armies from Germany. So one party hard catering to England, the other party hard showing their hand, although this could still be parlayed into an anti-Italian situation from France. It just takes longer than usual because of North Coast. So we'll find out. The West can go a lot of different ways from here. Very unusual.
I don't understand this
position.
I don't understand this. France puts, obviously France and England are at war here, I would think, but France put England into Belgium. So I guess they're and builds a fleet in London. So I guess they're at war, especially when coupled with 2 armies from Germany, which normally is a sop to England here for an EG.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that the plan would have been to just put Germany into Belgium straight away afterwards. You know, the English army go to Belgium to die argument that you see sometimes, but yeah, it's a bit incoherent from that perspective. But we'll see. There's probably a plan behind it of some kind. So, spring 1902, Darcy, what do you see?
Well, we see Ed was indeed correct about EF fighting and EG forming. As Burgundy is walked into, English Channel is taken, Yorkshire goes to Wales, getting ready to be convoyed over, and there looks to be a demilitarization will slowly take form in the north. Meanwhile, in the south, we see it's actually not an EG, it's an EGI. And if we want to add the demilitarization in the north, then it's an EGIR. So let's see how well that does. It doesn't do too well for Russia in the south as Sev is blown up, and Bulgaria is taken by Bradley from Greece. And due to Trieste moving out to Venice, it could also be an AIT. So we could be seeing Italy just getting a little bit of everything from everyone. And considering Isaac was a 0 build Russia in 0-1 last game, Isaac wants a few dots this game.
What's a more interesting setup than most triple v triple games, to be fair.
It's true, but this is really good news for Bradley. I mean, he's got 2 friends in the East. He's got Italy's now committed against France and Turkey who's committed against Russia. Just where you want to be.
And yeah, I mean, Con being the one that moves into Black Sea when Ankara can't literally do anything is another example of good diplomacy from Bradley. Could we see Bradley's maybe maiden tournament win, or he might have won one before in face?
He's won. He's won.
This is definitely not. This is not.
Has he won face to face?
I'm pretty sure he's won.
I know for a fact.
Oh, okay.
He won something in the UK. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's head over to fall now. Does the good news continue for Austria, Ed?
Nothing really bad happens here. Range bounce in Khan goes to Bohemia. Brace in Galicia. So, okay. And Italy continues to move west. So, yes, things continue to go well for Bradley. I think that's good for him. Meanwhile, Italy does force disband Gulf of Lyon, which is helpful. Germany in Gascony and Burgundy, which is really helpful. England loses English Channel. The good news for England here is, I mean, what can France really do? I mean, France is in horrible shape right now. Why attack England at this point? But okay.
Yeah, Germany's definitely penetrating pretty far into enemy territory now. It's going to result probably in a gain in 1903, but something could still go wrong there, especially with this French rebuild. It's a bit of a wild card. It's going to be Army Paris as well as Army Vienna for the Austrians and a wave for the Turks. What do you guys think that is signaling in terms of Turkey's long-term plan, Darcy?
I mean, I've played with Nastya enough times now to know that this is a sign that Bradley and Isaac don't have too much to worry about, and Nastya just wants a nice alliance game that everyone enjoys in the final round. So I think this is music to Bradley's ears, and I think this is going to let Isaac just go fully committed west, and we should see an AIT that will only break if Bradley wants a stab. And if I want to continue my Bradley slander, Bradley will probably take the stab because it's Bradley.
Now, the Bradley slander is that SpireCon wasn't much of a face-to-face tournament, but he did win it. All right.
Hey, if Hung Parliament counts as a face-to-face tournament win, then SpireCon counts as a face-to-face tournament win.
Darcy, if you have an excuse to slander Darcy, it'll probably come out in this Spring 03 turn.
Spring, Darcy.
Oh, yes, this is my turn. All right. They fail to get into Galicia. They fail to get into Ukraine. Bradley must not be good at tactics. Meanwhile, Isaac shows that he's actually the tactician as he walks into Marseille. Will have a guarantee on Spain in fall as well. And the West, meanwhile, has Denmark moving into Sweden, which must be by agreement. I mean, I struggle to see why it. I don't know why it's by agreement, but I don't know why Russia and Germany would be fighting like this right now.
It's by agreement. It's by agreement.
But then why doesn't it go to Bothnia?
Yeah. Anyway, and good defense by Steve, avoiding Paris get taken, and correctly guesses that Brest did not need to be covered, which slows down the EG advancement at least.
Holland's vulnerable. Maybe.
It is indeed, but England seems like they could have enough of a growth path into France here to maybe be discouraged from that. Let's find out in the fall. Ed?
Yep. England takes Mid-Atlantic. You are correct, Patrick. England takes Picardy. Man, look at this from Isaac. Convoying Piedmont to Spain. That's got to feel good. So this is really good for Isaac. Isaac's done super well. Bradley, he gained his home center Trieste back in the last turn and is now in Galicia. So maybe he does know some tactics. He got there. And I was wrong. It couldn't have possibly been arranged with this set of orders. Silesia has to cover Berlin. Baltic loses the guess.
Yep. So, yeah, Warsaw to Prussia indicates actually Russia did have some ill intentions towards Germany after all. The builds suggest that he's given up on that, though. Prussia comes off, Berlin comes on, so that should give Chris a bit more security and peace of mind as he continues the campaign against France. Speaking of France, they've just pulled the fleet in North Africa, while Italy builds Army Rome and Austria builds Army Vienna. Turkey continues to hold the build in their pocket. Spring of 1904, Darcy.
Right, in Spring 04, we see Bradley just get everything Bradley ever desires. As he gets into Warsaw, moves into Galicia, Nastya gets into Ukraine, meaning Moscow will fall in fall. And Isaac cuts some sort of deal with England to support them into Portugal. Meanwhile, there is just a friendly little bounce in Venice and a friendly little bounce in Caen, which are both amazing bounces to have arranged for Bradley, as it puts him under no threat. Meanwhile, in the West, we see Germany finally gets into Paris here, and France gets to retreat into London, which will be a slight annoyance to kick out, but should be fine.
Ed?
Turkey into Moscow. Bradley advancing to the line. Finally takes a swipe at Munich. It's been there. Maybe it's an arranged bounce. I don't know. I love Chris's rogue fleet. It was in Denmark and just took a stab at Sweden. Now it's in Sweden. Just takes a shot at Norway. That's pretty hilarious.
He's going +3 here, but can only build one.
Stabs England, right? Belgium, Norway,
and Paris.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Stabbing your ally for builds you can't put down is always a risky proposition, especially because Bradley, I don't know, if he went to Tyrolia, he could be serious about this whole pinning down German units thing. So those builds might be in the pocket for a while.
I mean, this feels quite a lot like the diplomacy, and I know how alliances like this AIT sort of feel in the game. It feels like there's no break in the alliance, and it just becomes how many dots can the other side grab in the scramble to survive.
Yeah. So we got a build for Austria once again. 2 builds for Turkey this time. 1 pull for France and 1 build with 2 in pocket for Germany due to the occupied home centers. Darcy, what's the over-under here? You think Turkey waves both, builds both, waves one?
My Nastya senses say a singular army in Smyrna.
And we shall get a singular army.
Oh,
in
yes!
Smyrna. Gotta be
My
feeling good on that.
call-outs on builds and disbands have been pretty good this tournament.
Also notable, Army Trieste from Bradley, which suggests that he may value the option, not necessarily the action, but the option to deny Isaac his home center in the future. Perhaps, maybe, possibly. He's an alliance player, though. He would never do that. Meanwhile, Livonia, Prussia come off for Russia, so Gregory's going to fully commit to annoying Germany. And Yorkshire stays on for France, so they're going to fully commit to annoying England. Pretty sensible from both, I would say. That will leave Brest undefended, though, for the Germans to potentially walk into. Spring 1905. Darcy, do they?
They do not. They prioritize bouncing out Gascony. So far, the Mediterranean side of the line holds. However, the tactics to keep it held is not easy. Meanwhile, there is movement on the line to make sure that Chris will never have an open spot to build, as Gregory's lone fleet in Baltic is increasingly annoying and frustrating, especially as North Sea attempts to get into Denmark as well, meaning that Sweden will be lost, which means that Nastya, who probably has cut a deal to keep Gregory alive, as noted in the comments, they had a deal since 1903, means that Nastya can take St. Petersburg. And yeah.
Do you want to take St. Petersburg, though? Because with Russia staying in Sweden, they could just spam northern fleets for the rest of the game, and that would help Turkey against Germany immensely.
I think I might be. Well, I agree the fleet problem is an issue. This might be the rare game where they do take St. Petersburg, and then Turkey is in Finland.
Yeah.
Which you don't see that much. I'm curious with the English self-bounce in Mid-Atlantic. That was curious to me.
Yeah, especially because Italy could try and break into Mid-Atlantic now with a good guess, now that there's only 2 fleets next to it, and Spain could cut Portugal. Into the fall, Ed.
Patrick, you were right. This is clearly meant to have a fleet build for Russia, and it's a good move because they will dislodge Norway. Nothing happens otherwise, other than another. This time, Italy self-bounces in Mid-Atlantic. Naples goes back, which I think is cautious and the right form of caution.
Paris supports Marseille to Gascony is somewhat interesting because it indicates that maybe Italy is open to helping Germany against England for their own gain after all, even though they didn't go into Mid-Atlantic.
That's true. It may have been thought of to be a malicious support. It's interesting.
Yeah. That probably won't be good news for Italy, though, if they get Brest, because then Bradley can just take Venice and offset every possible good news they could possibly have.
Chris is building here as well.
Oh, that is true. Yes, he freed up Kiel. It was at tremendous risk to himself, but it paid off, so good job, Chris. Probably going to be a fleet here to occupy Baltic. But
it's got to be a fleet. No,
it isn't. That's odd. Anyway, maybe he wants Burgundy to be freed up. No, that doesn't free up Burgundy at all. He's just, that's a strange one.
Maybe he just wants to tell Bradley time to go stab Isaac.
Yeah, the expected north coast from Russia, Fleet Liverpool for England, presumably to rush to the defense of Mao in case he needs that. And then another wave from the Turks. And we say goodbye to Steve in France. I guess now that Steve is gone, we have our first elimination of the game. Now would be an okay time to play. Who do you like on this board? Darcy?
Knowing Nastya's style of play and seeing Bradley's position over Isaac, I got to say it's Bradley.
If not Bradley, then?
If not Bradley, then Nastya. If Nastya, she wants it, she can do a lot of damage on Bradley. I don't think she'll want it. I think that I think we have to see a stab here of Isaac. If not in the spring, then in the fall. You don't want Naples to go to Apulia here. I think you just take Venice now.
I mean, the only potential issue is if you stab Isaac, does that mean Nastya will stab you? Is the sort of only issue.
Yeah.
Maybe she builds a fleet Smyrna. You're the
No,
build
these are
master.
the
Maybe they
builds
coordinated.
She no, she waved.
Yep,
Oh, these
already
are after
waived.
the builds. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So Darcy's Nastya senses have served him well so far, and those have suggested that maybe Nastya doesn't care about stabbing in this game. But there's still plenty of time to find out if she does. Spring 1906, Darcy.
Nastya does finally take St. Petersburg here, which does not get replaced with getting into Norway. Instead, Nastya is now not in any centers. So that could so not Nastya, Gregory is now not in any centers. So it could spell the end of Gregory. Meanwhile, Bradley does finally get into Munich here, meaning that the fact that he didn't stab for Venice is not as much of a problem. Isaac does move Naples to Apulia, presumably to get ready to be able to stop any stab potential. But Isaac seems to have stalled out, not wanting to move to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, seemingly cutting a deal with England to not attack Portugal. I don't exactly know why Isaac would agree to that deal. Unless Isaac's happy with 6 and just finishing on 6, but yeah, I'm just a bit unsure.
It's horrible for Chris, but I want to give him grace because I think Chris saw what we saw, which is like, Bradley, you're not getting anywhere. And Bradley must have convinced him he was going after Italy. And that would allow Chris to then try and get some other dots. I think that's the only explanation for why we don't see Munich supported by at least Ruhr here.
Isaac, if EG is scary, then why don't you go to Mid-Atlantic Ocean?
That's a really good question. But anyway, maybe he will go to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. There's still time. There's still plenty of time in this game for Isaac to do such a thing. Will he do it now, Ed? I guess not.
No, this is a lot of patience from Nastya. I mean, self-bouncing in St. Petersburg. We do see the Turkish army in Finland. Really good play, I think, to keep Russia alive. That's tremendous. Bradley taking Berlin, already in Munich. Bradley here has got to be giddy at everything that's happening. It's just perfect.
Yeah, this smells like a Bradley tournament win.
Yeah. And not a whole lot else happening, although St. Petersburg remains open, so Gregory can continue to serve the Austrian advances through Germany from Baltic Sea. I assume that's the unit that'll stay on. Yes, it is. So Baltic sticks around. Nastya still waves.
We
Bradley
could
builds two
see
armies.
a draw here.
We could.
There's a 3 gap, and both of the ally, everyone else is on 6.
And they're not playing for anything.
We got orders in the box for spring 1907. Fleet Eddie build as well for England. Darcy?
No, they play on. And Nastya must have forgotten to bounce Con, surely. Please don't tell me that Con is being thrown. That would make me feel exceptional.
No, it's not being thrown. It's got to be a misorder, but Bradley may move out. Bradley may move out.
Isaac finally moves into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I'm not sure if he expected to get in, however. And Norway blows up Finland. And the EG looks to have made up if there was any disagreement ever.
All right, Bradley finally.
Bradley saying that he is sorry for the backstabber error, which means Bradley is the one at fault, which means Bradley is a bad tactician, bad at backstabber, and hasn't won a proper face-to-face tournament yet, as we know.
Let the record show that Bradley did not do perfectly this game. He did mess something up. All right. Nastya also mentioning, sandbox error for Khan. So we play on. No orders for follow 7. Okay, last time it said no orders instead of game over. It was just an issue where what we have in Dipcast was not representative of the entire game. So I'm going to have a quick check real quick on Dip TV, the website, to see if
Or someone just tell us in the chat. Bradley, did you draw here?
The game went to, according to the website, the game went until 1909. So, yeah, we got to keep this going. We can just do the old method, I guess, from that one game in round one for the last 2 years. Starting at follow 7. Follow 7. Okay, so I'm going to adjust this range share here again to make that work. Because apparently we just can't have nice things for this round.
Patrick, for your first time hosting, at least to my knowledge, you've had a lot of curveballs thrown your way. You're hitting them out of the park.
I try my best. Okay, so now we have. Can you guys see that? Okay. Here we go.
It's loading.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now, fall 1907. Pick up right where we left off. Ed.
Bouncing Khan, Bradley in Prussia. I can't see any. Oh, I do see somehow England got to Mid-Atlantic and Italy got to Portugal.
That appears to be a forward retreat. It would seem.
It seems like there was going to be he thought there'd be a brace, and they didn't brace, and instead Isaac got into Portugal.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And now London is open as well.
London is indeed open, and there is no build coming for the English. In fact, there is a disband coming for the English. There is also a build coming for Nastya if she wants it, but probably doesn't, based on the evidence of the rest of this game. Come on, go to winter. There we go. Oh no, Nastya does put it down. So we have a fleet Rome for Italy, Army Smyrna for the Turks, and Finland coming off for England. This shouldn't change too much, I don't think, but Nastya, I guess, has another unit to support herself to con if she wants to, or move to Black and bounce con. So interesting, cool options. Spring 08, Darcy.
All right. In spring, we see Burgundy gets popped. Sorry, not Burgundy. Gascony gets popped. Burgundy has to retreat as Bradley makes it through into France. Meanwhile, we see Nastya get into St. Petersburg this time. However, we'll probably end up moving out with the support of Bothnia. Isaac gets into London, which was guaranteed last turn. And there is a bounce in Trieste.
Yep. Into fall, Ed.
Nastya was in St. Petersburg. Now she's out of St. Petersburg, keeping that Russian fleet alive. Italy still in London. England in Mid-Atlantic. It's just IAT as long as IAT wants to go.
Yep. Technically Eastern Quadruple, actually, but
That is technically an Eastern Quadruple.
Lots of friendship in the East. That is the point. Another build and a rebuild for Italy. So that's Army, Rome, Fleet, Naples. And English Channel comes off the board for Andrew. All right. Moving right along into spring of 1909. Darcy, any reason why Darcy might not, why Bradley might not top this board?
No, Bradley's topping this board. And yeah, it's just going to happen. This time there is genuinely no bounce in con. They just straight up get in. And Isaac now has a guarantee on Edinburgh, but will be losing Liverpool, not Liverpool, London, as a result. Other than that, I mean, AIT just holds the line and bounces things they arrange to bounce.
Yeah. The last time Austria got into con with that fleet, it was a sandboxing error. This time, apparently, it was a real misorder, and that is quite bad for Nastya. Although there is a guess about getting back into Bulgaria or just letting them walk out of con in the fall, depending on whether Nastya wants to contest that very much. Either way, going into fall, we'll find out. Ed.
No.
Bradley's such a nice guy. Take Romania. All right.
Yeah.
I mean,
This
Bradley
was-
wins. Is there anything else to talk about? Bradley wins. Congratulations, and has the.
Well, we do have another game to go over if you're interested.
Well,
in
I
that.
mean, wins this game, not that And I was going to say, and is in pole position to win the tournament.
Yeah, so Bradley gets the 9 center board top here. It is not the sole 12, the 3 center margin that he would need, so he does not get the full 12-point bonus pool. But it is still a very good score for Bradley nonetheless. And with that, we are going to move on once again back to Dipcast for the very last board, which is round 3, board number 1.
Nash just says the draw was vetoed at least twice by Russia on 1 center, which, I mean, if it's anyone but Nastya and that there's a Turkish player and the Russians vetoing it twice, just kill Russia.
Okay.
That's what I'd do. Anyway.
So we're going to bring back Karthik now for this wonderful final board, and we're just going to do a quadcast. Go one turn at a time, rotate through, so we can all bask in the pleasure of this tournament deciding board. Karthik, any final thoughts about that last game?
No, I think yes, nail on the head perfectly.
Excellent. All right, in that case, we're going to go straight into round 3, board A. In Austria, Spiros Dovas. In England, second place, tournament contender Graham Dent. In third, in France, George Mork, who is not third, but 23rd in the tournament. In Germany, Jacob Cook, who has not played another round today, so another wild card there from the one-round people. In Italy, Gunther Bedson, who is also in contention in third or second place, depending on where those extra points would have put him. In Russia, Alex Lebedev, who is in 9th, probably can't win unless he solos. And in Turkey, Jeremy Tullett. All right. So just off of this draw, is there anything that might suggest Gunther is favored over Grant or over Graham or vice versa?
Only because Alex Lebedev is in Russia, right? I mean, Graham has a little more inexperienced players, I think, on his side.
Yeah.
And as we often see, inexperienced players can be easier to control when you're trying to maximize your results.
I mean, if Gunther's not going to Worlds, then Spiros could use this game as a bargaining chip to get Gunther to Worlds.
Yeah, I think that's what Spiros should do. Anyone who's on the fence about coming, he tosses the center to in order to get them to appear at World.
All right, so spring 1901, we're going to start off with the Longhorns. Ed, take us away for this turn.
Nothing happened. Everything's
happened. There it happened.
Okay. Old school Turkish opening. Moscow holding is a little unusual. Bouncing Piedmont. A little unusual these days, but you still see it, especially with Peter McNamara, because he likes to go to Piedmont if he's Italy. Nothing is shocking me.
All right. Into the fall now, Karthik.
Okay, here we see that the English army gets convoyed to Belgium with French support, while the Germans try to put the French in instead. Normally, I think Belgium or English army is going to die, but this one case may be okay here. So I think we'll be seeing EF in the west. In the east, we see the army get put into Romania. Not ideal for the Austrians, but it could be worked through. The Turks send Ankara to Constantinople successfully, though. But because they went with the old school opening, they can't free up Smyrna for a fleet build. So there are some costs there. Spiros does not convoy the army, instead sending the fleet to Tunis, which suggests that he's not going hard against Turkey just yet.
Gunther staying perhaps neutral, perhaps anti-Austrian, depending on your interpretation. Got 2 builds for E, F, G, A, and R. 1 build for Italy and Turkey. The most interesting one here would probably have to be, I guess, the French builds. Darcy, any thoughts on what you might be looking out for here?
I mean, yeah, it's probably the German builds, actually.
I would say the English one's the most interesting. I think the French, doesn't matter what they build. It can do anything. Same for the Germans. To me, the English and the Turks are the most decisive declarative builds that exist here.
All right, let's find
I think
out.
they're all boring.
Yes.
Since I haven't reminded anybody today. Don't forget to like the stream before we're done here. I know we're getting towards the end, but make sure to do that for the algorithm and for us if you can. That goes a long way.
Now, so I think we see some very interesting builds from both the English and the Turks here, right? We see Army Ankara, which is what I wanted to see if they were going to be pro-Italian here, respond to Gunter's decision to not convoy the army. That's nice to see. The fleet and army builds by England suggest that the anti-German bet will continue, and this will be an EF. Like two very, very telling bits of builds from the witches.
Yep. Pretty cagey here from Turkey.
Also, I want to call attention though to the fact that Russia waived one
from England. Oh yes, he did. Alex has a plan as well. Presumably that's just a wait and see decision, but it's very unusual to do that. No one for Russia.
I mean, I agree it's good build if you're Italy, what Turkey built, but you don't want to see it as Russia. But Russia's in a pretty defensible position, except for the wave. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. All right, spring 1902. Darcy, how does it go?
All right. Well, they get into Black Sea without any stress. Moscow moves down to Sev, which means that an attack on... I mean, I was going to say an attack on Turkey, but then Romania held Bulgaria, so it doesn't seem to be as cut and dry as that. In terms of elsewhere in the east, Venice goes to Tyrolia, and there's a supported move into Ionian. The west is a little bit more interesting as Norway supports north to Skagerrak with Eddie backfilling, suggesting that they wanted to potentially go against Russia and Sweden here. However, Jacob does move into Heligoland, showing anti-English ideas as the EF continues to push forward.
All right. Now into fall of 1902, that Helgoland fleet will continue to cause trouble for England. Ed?
Indeed it does, Patrick. As Denmark gets into North Sea, even though England does make it to Denmark with Russian support. North Sea retreats to English Channel. I guess the Army York has got to pick between France and Germany here. Who's going to get Edinburgh versus Liverpool with this set? Meanwhile, I'm looking at the East. Italy convoys successfully into Greece with Turkish support, while Alex gets into Armenia. So it looks like an IT with Russia fighting T, and also helping A. So AR versus IT, I guess.
It's one of those stabs from Italy that could be parlayed into a continued AI cooperation, because blowing up the Austrian fleet's good for stability anyway, long term between those powers. But yeah, probably not what Austria wanted right now. And then it's also
interesting to Tyrolia is supporting Munich as opposed to doing anything. It couldn't be taken.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Ed, that England will have to choose between defending Liverpool or Eddie, but you could have prevented that by retreating North Sea to Eddie or somewhere else next to Eddie. So perhaps that betrays a preference towards throwing to Germany. We'll have to see. Although, no, they have a rebuild. Never mind. So
I forgot about that.
That's going to be a moot point. Also a build for Russia, a rebuild for Austria, and a build for France. Lots of interesting permutations here. Let's just have a look at all of them. Army Warsaw, Army Venice, Army Trieste. So perhaps some heightening tensions on the AI border. Army Munich comes off for Germany, and Fleet Brest comes on for France, doubling down on that English attack angle. Any surprises here from you guys?
Not really.
Yeah.
All right. Moving right along then into spring of 1903. Karthik?
Perfect. So now we see the Russians moving hard against the Germans here. Warsaw going into Prussia, Galicia going to Silesia. Berlin is guaranteed to fall to them in the fall. In the south, Russia also gets Ankara. Everything is going up Alex Lebedev because he also gets Norway, because why not? It's very, very hard to see how this goes wrong for him in the long term, because England has so many other issues to deal with, right? And Alex has been decent enough to England for the time being. So maybe England just says, you know what? Sure, fine. I dislike Germany and I dislike France more than I dislike you. And in the West, we sort of see France making this position to go on this attack against England. But England is very resilient right now, right? Because they have two armies on the continent, hard to break through. Italy is attacking Austria. Nothing is happening. Yeah, this is basically just the peak Alex Lebedev board. Like, this is all you could ever want is Russia.
Yep. Definitely making progress on a lot of fronts right now. Alex, going into fall of 03. Let's see if that continues. Darcy.
All right. We see Alex forgoes Norway to move into North Sea here, showing his hand that he was never actually stabbing England in the first place, as he goes up 2 anyway, as he gets Berlin and holds on to Ankara. And at the same time, Graham manages to convince George to move away completely, which is keeping Graham's tournament hopes and dreams alive, especially as Germany loses 2 more to Italy and Russia, as Italy moves into Munich from Tyrolia and backfills it. So it looks like there is a glimpse of hope in Graham's tournament.
Yeah.
And
for those of you who maybe
literally nothing
newer to the game.
in the east.
Yeah. For those of you who may be newer to the game, yes, it is completely normal for a Russian fleet to be in North Sea in fall 03 while England is on 5. Completely normal, I swear. All right. 2 builds for Alex and Russia then on top of the prize of North Sea. A build for Italy, 2 polls for Germany, and 1 of those polls for the Turks. Helgoland and Ruhr come off. Moscow and Warsaw go on, as does Venice. So even more armies coming down. That can't be good news for Spiros in Austria, you would think. He's held that well to this point, but it's looking a bit dicey. We'll have to see.
I think 1 goes north.
1 goes north. Fair enough. That could definitely be possible. Spring of 1904.
Sadly, Jacob said they were pretty sad that turn. I can understand why.
Yeah, that's reasonable. All right. Ed?
Doesn't go north. Does go down to Galicia. Alex takes Khan. That's bad news for Jeremy. It's not going to make it past 1904. Man, Italy's gotten 0 out of this attack on Austria. I mean, except for Greece. But Spiros here is going to have to do some Greek dancing to get out of this situation here. This is horrible for Austria. Help may be on the way with France. George just lays it down. Is going to go take Tunis now, especially because Ionians in Albania. Gunter, a bit of a misread because George pulled away from England. Where's he going to go other than you? So that's all interesting. And then England getting in position with Germany here. And I note that Russia goes to Belgium. So Russia is there to help England no matter what. I think Alex is just doing a great job of balancing in the top side of the board and dominating on the bottom.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for all the position France is about to gain in the Med, you would think that parlaying into an AR is a pretty good idea here with the Russian fleet going to Khan. But of course, that's a lot harder when you've got a France walking into Tunis for free, as well as Turanian. So we'll see how he responds to that in the fall, 1904. Karthik.
Darn, I was kind of hoping, that if I was Alex, I could get Denmark to slide into Kiel. But the convoy also very, very smart. I think probably the wiser move here. And this allows for a lot of potential offensive operations for the ER going forward. Very, very beautifully executed. At the same time, the French and the Russians worked to put the Germans into Munich, which is just very amusing to watch. The French take Tunis and move into Tyrrhenian Sea. Just a brutal turn for Gunther. Basically, anyone with a chance to win the tournament on this board is just getting creamed right now. And Alex decides to flex even harder, I guess, on Turkey, takes Smyrna, helps the Austrians into Constantinople. Jeremy, it has been a pleasure watching you play, but unfortunately, it seems your time in this game is finitum.
Indeed. Jeremy, I didn't know your name before this tournament, but I hope I see it again in the future. Thank you for coming out. In the meantime, though, his fallen soldiers allow for a build for Austria and a build for Russia, as well as England getting one off of Kiel here and France getting one from Tunis. So everyone profiting at the expense of Turkey as well as Italy, as it looks like Gunther's tournament hopes may be dwindling at the moment. The builds are Fleet Marseille, Army Budapest, Army Moscow, and Fleet Liverpool. Okay, so perhaps a declaration of war by England on France. We shall see if he continues in that direction. I mean, do you guys think it's a good idea for England to just go after France here, or should they maybe start cleaning up the north?
I think England's such a good Janissary for now. Just keep using England. Like, no reason to stop.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a Janissary, though. You don't let your Janissaries build. So
I do.
Yes, Graham does have some agency here. Into spring 1905, though, we'll see how he uses it. Darcy, what do you see?
I see Alex just gaining position over everyone and everything. This game at the moment looks a lot like when Alex wants to stab Graham and doesn't want to give Graham agency, Alex simply takes it away. And when he wants Spiros to have agency, he gives it to Spiros. And if he doesn't want Spiros to have agency, he can just take it away. So at the moment, Alex is pulling the strings on this board. In terms of moves outside of Alex's positioning around Bohemia and moving into Aegean, we see George moves his fleet in Mid-Atlantic up to English Channel, which should have been bounced by London, but London holds instead. And Marseille moves up into Spain, showing that Graham's build in Liverpool was definitely hostile in George's eyes, and George is going back to defend himself. However, on the other side, George is moving Tunis into Ionian as he doesn't want to just let go of his expedition into the Mediterranean end short just yet.
Yeah, it is annoying, though, for George, because he's clearly worried about Liverpool, as you said, Darcy, but he would love to have Marseille in Lyon rather than at Spain covering now so that he can push that army into Piedmont and Tuscany and such. So that'll be something of a lifeline to Gunther, but how much is debatable. Into fall now. Ed?
I was going to say I wanted to see Alex in Greece, but smartly he puts Khan in Greece. Plenty of time, but getting all the units away is great. Everything Darcy said is right. Instead, Alex takes Munich. That's all good. I mean, the great sort of thing here about Alex's play is England and Austria are both forward allies. They're the only ones that could stab him, and they're not interested in doing it, and they really can't. The only thing of note here is Germany does make it to the North Sea, which means
Nothing.
Nothing because Germany's eliminated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And interesting to note that Denmark moves down to Kiel here as a result of that chain reaction. So
That
you
is
have to think
huge for Alex.
you'd have to think that was the price of leaving North Sea.
100%. And I mean, this is huge, though, for Alex, right? Because now there's no threats to him from anyone in the north for at least a year. Any threat would be telegraphed. And he's also in the English Channel, right? He's one move away from being in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is exactly where you want to be as Russia in 1906.
Yep. So we say goodbye to Jacob Cook. Of course, he came over here just to play the one game in the third round, and you treat him like this. That's just disgusting and disgraceful, I say. It's a tragedy.
Welcome to
national
tournament
tragedy.
diplomacy.
Indeed, but still a tragedy. So we see a build for England as a result of that death, as well as a build for Russia and once again Austria. But it's safe to say Alex is pretty in control of this board now. We got a fleet Sevastopol. Makes sense given the provocations of France and Eastern Med. Rome comes off for Italy. Liverpool comes on for England.
I mean, if you're Alex and you see Fleet Liverpool, Fleet Sev, you do Fleet. I mean, Fleet Trieste. It's like, oh my god,
I feel
so
bad
great.
here.
Everyone is in your back.
I gotta say that there's something special about a diplomacy board when you can have the Russians responding to French fleets in the Eastern and Ionian by sending a fleet into the English Channel. like, as reprisal. Like, that's just beautiful.
I don't. I mean, it's just there's a potential solo, right, that Alex could win. I mean, it's that good. If it continues to go another season where England and Austria are just throwing themselves at only one country now, right? That's France. And Italy. That could be very beneficial.
I don't think there's time for it unless one of them choose to want it to happen. But yeah, this is a fun board to look at for sure.
Yeah.
Bradley's
4 years
sweating.
left.
I'm telling you,
Happen before
Bradley's
you-
sweating.
Mm-hmm.
All right, spring 1906. Karthik, does Bradley sweat even more?
Yep, absolutely. And like I said, right, like reprisal for being in the Eastern and Aegean is the Russia dislodging France from the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. Makes complete sense to me. That's what I always say in diplomacy. And yeah, so this is really, really fun to see. You have a French fleets in the Eastern Aegean, Russian fleets in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, propped up by a fleet in the Irish Sea, soon to be propped up by a fleet in the English Channel of the English. The English finally retake north after many a year, which is beautiful to see. And the Russian caissons go rolling along into Ruhr and Munich, putting Belgium at risk. Like, this is just masterful play by Alex, and his allies are also doing really, really well. So good stuff.
So
I mean,
good advertisement
Burgundy's
to Ally.
guaranteed here as well.
Yes, because Picardy goes to Brest instead of Paris. Yeah.
That is true, yeah. And Mao retreats to Gascony, which I assume is just to force guesses on Brest versus Spain. So we move into fall 06. Probably not going to slow down his progress too much. Darcy?
So Burgundy is indeed taken. And Graham hasn't been stabbed by Alex, and Graham now has another army in Belgium and has 2 strength on Brest, and potentially has Sweden in pocket if he can get round to it safely. So, I mean, it's not over for Graham, but it would be very, very hard to get one over Alex unless Alex is willing to allow him. In terms of the East, we see Constantinople gets taken, and Tunis gets retaken by Italy. So France will be disbanding too. And Venice is held because Piedmont decides to support hold Venice.
You're misreading. France is disbanding 3. Look at the
Yes.
retreat of Mid-Atlantic.
Correct. And that's what I wanted to call it. It was a beautiful forward retreat, like just brilliant attacks by Graham here, because this means that you can sort of obviate any guess. Even if Gascony chose to self-bounce in Spain, then the forward retreat into Western Med. Like, this is exactly how you handle a position like this where you don't want to make the guess and you have the power to force something like this.
Yeah, okay. Well, that certainly helps any potential solo push by Alex being able to put down a second unit and being on 12 now. But it'll take a really strong 1907.
Yeah, what doesn't help any solo prospects from Alex is that England's position is now fully rehabilitated. Like, he doesn't look like a Janissary at all. So Kiel is under pressure, sure, but then if he takes that, Graham is prepared to defend whatever else he needs to and potentially help with Portugal. So +1 for England, +1 for Italy, -1 for Austria, actually, because of the loss of Caen. And Alex continues to climb, this time to 12. Army Moscow, Army Sev. The French disbands are fleets next to Russia. How convenient. Ooh, that makes things even more interesting. It still probably isn't solo territory because of the fact that England is now pretty well defensible, but nonetheless, very much a strong position.
I mean, if North...
and he's going to be satisfied with that.
There's 6 dots in the Balkans. That's all I'm going to say. Alex.
Yeah, but you have to take
Yeah.
them, which is the hard part.
But he has to take them by the end of 09 and avoid...
Time is his enemy here more than anything. Like,
Yeah.
And I mean, look at how the board turned out. Look at the center chart. His allies are 1, 2, 3 along with him, and I don't think he wants to get in the way of that.
And this will be enough for best Russia, and it'll probably get him top 5 or something.
Yeah. If George is willing to toss him Spain and Marseille, you still have to fight the English hard on for Kiel while defending Sweden you're lucky, I'll say, if you get one center net out of that. Chances are you go even. And then you have to fight Spiros. So even with the French throwing to you, I don't know if you get it done by 1909. Like, it's a hard
Yeah,
fight.
no, I think
a lot of
Alex
armies.
has gotten as much as he can without stabbing his allies, and considering he's got the 3 gap and probably best country, it's like so unlikely that he gets the solo that like I think this is a good enough result for the board.
I mean, I'd probably play it out if I were him and take Spain to Marseille, avoid stabbing England, and then see if I can try to beat Spiros if this was like a tournament that I really wanted to win. But when you're not in the picture and you need a solo or nothing, and it's just fun London Open, like, you know, maybe just say, hey, like, I'm happy to do right by my allies here. So,
I mean, also he'll be going to Greece in a few weeks, and it's like, do you really want to be pushing and potentially souring relationships both in that tournament and also people see you push for a solo on a stream?
God.
I don't
I was like, Spiros isn't playing. Go take those dots.
Not Spiros, but like.
Well, Spiros was Austria. Those were the dots.
Here's Austria, exactly. That's what I was saying. Also, more importantly than that, I think most diplomacy players are more than good enough to see through like fake nonsense like that. It's like, okay, great, you didn't stab for a tournament win in a tournament that you weren't particularly caring about. Will you stab me on a Worlds board for like, you know, the win there? Like, I think people are going to be more cognizant of that than to be like, oh, Alex was nice as one guy when it didn't really matter to him. Like, I think people will look at like how you behaved at tournaments, like where it mattered, where taking the center was a difference between something that really mattered to you and not. And then like, can people make judgments based off of that, of whether you're a good ally or not?
Yeah. So with that, Alex decides it is inadvisable to push for the solo. Gunther does not get a very good result, and neither does Graham. So as a result, the winner of the 2026 London Open is Bradley Grace.
And kudos to Bradley Grace, like, you know, great player, fantastic player. But I'm just saying, I feel like he's throwing all these London tournaments so he can win a tournament. Like, you know, that's all I'm saying here.
I want to say a few things about Bradley, which is, I mean, this guy has now been playing for 4 years, and he's still as hungry today as he was when he first started. It is admirable to watch. He legitimately has won press face-to-face and virtual tournaments. He had Micah as a neighbor. He walked through the crucible of this tournament, and everyone knows they need to target him now in Athens.
That's the double-edged sword of it, I suppose. So this tournament did use the same scoring system as we'll be seeing in Athens in a couple weeks. A lot of these same players will be heading to Athens. Do you guys feel like you learned something from this tournament that you can take into World DipCon in a couple weeks' time?
Yeah, I learned that Bradley, Micah, Isaac, they're all pros at the system, and people should be aware of that.
The important thing is, if you're going to Greece, that those bonus points are pretty valuable.
I really, really think this scoring system plays very similar to Bangkok.
Yes, it does.
Which will put a really strong benefit to the Australian players that play under Bangkok regularly.
No one else can work it out, just Australians?
No, but in terms of
it's diplomacy. Get the most setters, and you're going to do well in a tournament. I mean, how hard is that?
Sure, Ed, but not everyone will like study how to play under every scoring system like you might, or like Karthik might, right? Like there's going to be close to 100 people at this tournament. It's an inherent advantage if you've played under this system before compared to people that haven't.
Yes, but actually, I do quite agree with Ed's saying. I think you just follow, rather than score counting, you follow general principles. And one of those principles, like, you know, is 1, do right by your allies, and then 2, get the most centers you can for yourself. And that's basically the only scoring system I actually change behavior for meaningfully is DixieCon, because that's very, very different from the norm. But this, just get centers, get big, and yeah, the rest takes care of itself.
And I just want to shout out, before we get too many viewers dropping off, we have our best country awards here that are awarded.
Mhm.
Bradley Grace won Best Austria with a 9-center share with a 9-center lone top from round
Mhm.
3. He also won Best England with that amazing round 1 game where he just took commanding lead, never looked back, won by 4 centers. In France, Tom Garrity won that one from his round 1 efforts, which was I believe top. And then Germany, Nat Shirley got the highest overall score of the tournament with that 14 center sole top, that masterful performance. Isaac takes home Best Italy with his 8-center performance in round 3. And then Alex, of course, in that game wins Best Russia, as Ed predicted. And then Gunter, with his 12-center Turkish top from round 2, he gets Best Turkey. So congratulations to all those winners as well.
Oh, interesting. So the score, best country is based off of center count, not based off score.
Well, no, it's based off of score still, but I said centers because it's easier to that's easier to say.
No.
They got
It's just because Micah has a
23.73
higher
points.
score than Tom Garrity does. She has 16.05 from her round 2 game A game, whereas Tom Garrity only has a 13.89, for example.
Well, that's Dip TV, right? Maybe Micah got the
That's
actual.
interesting.
Yes.
Well, no, because on the website, on the Dip TV website, everything's up to date. It's only the application, it's only the software that had the problem. So maybe Bradley can confirm in the chat. Did Tom actually take home Best France because of the center count thing, or was that is this an error? Because I believe he's still here. But yeah, in the meantime, we can just pull out of that.
Yep.
Yes, centers first. He says. Okay.
You're
All right,
welcome.
so good.
Welcome, Patrick. Gotta keep your eyes alert.
Good to know. Good to know. All right. Well, thanks to everybody for tuning in. Thank you to my fellow analysts here for tipping in and spending 5 hours to watch diplomacy games. It's always a pastime that's not for everybody, but those who do it do a great job of it, as we just demonstrated here. And congrats to Bradley again. Congrats to the best country winners. Congrats to anyone else who won an award. Congrats to anyone who just topped the board or had fun. Honestly, these tournaments are meant to be fun for everybody, not just those who won. And I think, based on what we've heard so far, it's a successful tournament in that respect as well. So if any of you guys have any final takeaways, feel free to share them. Otherwise, it's about time that we get on with our Mother's Day.
Yeah, I think the last thing I have to say is Greece, the World Championships in Greece are just 2 weeks away. It's probably going to be one of the most fun, interesting tournaments we've had in a long time. Spiros has done a fantastic job of setting up the pre-tournament experiences. If you are still on the fence about going and have the ability to go, you definitely should go to this tournament. And if you are going, can't wait to see you there.
All right. So, yeah, come to World DipCon, come to any future tournaments over the summer that we mentioned before. We've also got virtual games coming up. You can check out diplobn.com/schedule to show pretty much everything that's coming up in the global diplomacy scene. And until next time, I've been Patrick. We have been Ed, Darcy, and Karthik. And let's see. Karthik, you know what? Even though you were late, I'm going to give you permission to sign us off.
Perfect. Stay safe and stab well.
Good night, guys.